Hello everybody. Wait, give me a second, give me a second. Alright, hello everybody. Welcome. It is the second to last day of Game Changers, Series 1 here. And to start it off today, we've got pretty big game. It's going to be the upper final. I apologize, usually I'm right on time at 2. I'm a little bit late today. Fortunately, though, I got lucky. And in typical North American or even just esports fashion, the game is taking a while to start, which means I'm here technically on time. I'm gonna be able to be here for this. Now, yesterday I wasn't able to stream because I lost my voice because I'm sick, and so the strain that I put on my voice 2 days ago streaming caused me to lose my voice, and today's gonna be an even longer stream. So hopefully I don't lose my voice this time. But you may notice that as the stream goes on, my vocal cords and my voice start to sound sadder and sadder. Um, hopefully that's not what happens. But for now, let's just talk about it. Let's get right into it. Give me 1 sec. All right. Sorry, I was just trying to get Emo off of his charger so we can get started here. Um, but yeah, let's get into it. It looks like they're doing the agent select now. Typically, they do the agent select and then they switch to the casters and then it goes into the match. But I will full screen here now. My prediction of who is going to win this. I didn't show you my pickups, but I have showed you them in previous streams. I think V1's going to take it. I think it's pretty clear they're a very powerful team, and although Shopify Rebellion is also a powerful team, I just don't think they're as powerful of a team. Now, I'm happy to be proven wrong here, but I don't think it's gonna go to Shopify, but we can go ahead and take a look at the agent select here. Um, and again, yes, like I said, usually they show the agent select and then they kick it over. So I will take this time to go ahead and show you my pick'ems. Now, although my pick'ems have not gone as expected, especially in the lower bracket, here in the upper bracket, I did anticipate uh, um, everything that's happening here, pretty much as far as the wins, except for Moist Moguls, which means you can see my pick'ems. I have version 1 taking the win over Shopify Rebellion, and then I have them playing again in the grand final. Now, if that's going to happen, I don't know. I'm happy to be proven wrong here, but we'll see how it does end up going. You'll also see I gave a little bit of wishful thinking to Moist Moguls in my pick'ems. Um, just a little bit of bias there, but I I do still think they're going to be doing well. And once again, just like in the previous stream, I am a little bit sick, so if I cough or mute a lot to cough, that is why. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select here. We're going to have Mel on Brim, Alexis on Breach, Fluorescent on Raze, Noya on Killjoy, Sarah on what's his name? Gecko. Lori on KO, KP on Breach, Benita on Brim, Flowerful on Cypher, and Sonder on Neon. Alright, we're seeing Neon and Gecko. These are two agents we don't typically see a lot. Yeah, so it's gonna be a Neon for the duelist for Shopify. Now on this map, on offense particularly, having Neon is a pretty good agent select, and the reason why is because it's difficult for the offense to rotate quickly between the sites. So with Neon, you can more easily get between the sites. And of course, V1 starting on offense here first, and Fluorescent doing a good job of denying any hope of a defense. She finds two, KP finds one, Alexis finds the kill on Benita. KP takes out Alexis, but Mel takes out KP. So trades all around, but the player count for V1 was already pretty high, and it's going to be difficult for Shopify to play this. Flowerful, able to find a nice pick there, but it's not going to be enough. It is a 1v3, which Ends up in a 1v2, but still going to be a loss there for Shopify. And the first round goes to V1. Now, this is Shopify Rebellion's pick. Now, they did pick Fracture, so in theory, Shopify should be taking the win here. And we'll see if that's the case. We'll see if that is what ends up happening. Go ahead and hide the robot now. Now, if it will be, I don't know. Again, I do expect a win here from V1, and I think they have such strong potential. They could even 2-0 here, but obviously I need to see how Fracture goes before I can make that prediction. I think if V1 loses Fracture, I think they still win, but obviously it won't be a 2-0 win for V1. But you know, we'll see as time goes on. Fluorescent looking to do some early engagement push up and manages to do a little bit of damage for KP this save round. Not going great for Shopify so far. Trying to ward them off of that A push, but V1 deciding to just play pretty passively here. Noya in drop. Sort of just waiting there. Now Fluorescent and the rest of V1 starting to get this engagement moving. The flashes and the concussions come out. But Noya is still able to find that pick from drop, meanwhile, while Mel takes out Sonder, Fluorescent takes out KP as his flashes and concussions wear off. V1 begins their push in. And now the site has been taken. 2 players left alive for Shopify in a 2v5. Just looking for as many picks as possible. Knowing it's a save round, they're just trying to get some kills and prevent V1 from having or maintaining their guns going into the next round, which will be a bonus for V1. Shopify just wants to get as many kills as possible to prevent that bonus, but it looks like they're not going to be hunting down for more of those kills, knowing they're not going to be able to win this. It looks like Shopify just going to let their remaining 2 players die to the spike to get those ult points up. So are looking maybe for an extra pick. They hear the defuse, and now they go for it. Of course, Benita wouldn't have been able to defuse, but just wanted to, I guess, stick it for some reason. But, of course, that gives V1 another kill, which means more money and an ult point. Now it's going to be a bonus round from V1, and it's going to be a full buy from Shopify. V1 has, of course, good enough guns on this bonus to possibly still win this round. And if they do so, I do believe it'll be difficult for Shopify to find their way through the rest of this map. As V1 is already taking an aggressive position here. Now, I view Fracture as defensive. I've talked about this before. It's a defense-sided map because of how quick the rotate for the defense is. But regardless, Shopify hasn't been able to find their stride, and 2 pushers looking for some early picks on Sat aren't going to find any. 2 players fall, and now it's a 3v5 for the remaining Shopify players. Mel going to take out KP. Now it's a 2v5 for the remaining Shopify players, and this full buy from them is looking like it might even be a flawless on the bonus round for V1. And Flowerful and Benita, once again, the 2 remaining players go for the save. I don't think V1's going to chase them, although they have the money to do so. I doubt they will. No reason to play risky there. Although it looks like they are going to go for the chase. Gun cussing out. Benita is holding this angle, hoping to find a pick. It's going to be cleared by V1. And Benita is not going to find that pick there. Not even going to do damage to Sarah, who takes her out. Now 1 player left alive for Shopify. A save unsuccessful for Benita, although it looked like she was mostly just trying to find those picks. And version 1, who was taking bonus that round, finds a win. Most of them not even having to replace their shield this round. Means all they have to do is buy some guns, and they're in a really nice spot. We do see the ult already up for Sarah as well, which version 1 can definitely use here to take some good ground. And it's going to be a light buy from Shopify, who already don't have enough money to buy. And the econ's starting to look really tough for them. Sonder looking for some early engagement, pushing out very aggressively through arcade. into the back, but not going to find any. Benita pushing onto site with the Bucky. Going to find the pick on Mel. Sarah takes out Benita for a trade. Sorry, not pushing onto site. Denying the push on. Going to find a pick. Sarah shooting through the smoke. Going to take out KP, but Flowerful countering it with shooting through the smoke of her own. Going to keep it even in a trade. Flowerful down quite a bit of health. Fluorescent going to be the one to take advantage, but first takes out Sonder and Lori, then transferring over to Flowerful, and she makes it look easy. She finds a 4th round for V1, who continue to dominate, and they've been dominating this bracket the whole time. We can just take a quick look at how they've been performing. It's been a 2-0 throughout the entirety of the main event, but you even go to the qualifiers, and you look at V1, 2-0, 2-0, and that's just closed qualifiers. You go to the open qualifiers, 2-0, 2-0. They have yet to lose a single map in North American Game Changers. And they're really making a name for themselves. This female V1 team really doing well. These players really getting to show themselves off as well. Sonder looking for an early pick. Not quite going to find it, but does catch the zip line coming across. Does quite a bit of damage to Noya, who's trying to just get with her team. Now the plant going down on A. Wingman planting it there. Flowerful going to take out Fluorescent, but the flank from Noya, who is down to 7 HP, still going to be able to find a pick, though, with the flank over on B. And now she's rotating over to help her team hold the spike from main. Alexis takes out Flowerful. The rest of Shopify Rebellion has already pushed onto site. The ult in the form of Thrash coming out, but it's not going to land. And now the execution, beautiful from Noya and Sarah, who each find a pick on those coming through Sands, through Door. KP now in a 1v4, only able to find one pick on Mel before Noya with 3 kills this round. Finishes off KP, and she's had 7 health the entire time that she's been finding these picks. And another very impressive and dominant round for V1. If I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm thinking, what on earth are we supposed to do? It's clear V1 is a wall, and nobody can break through it. Every single time V1 has played, again, they are flawless in Game Changers. And I don't mean they've won every single round. I mean, or every single series. I mean they are flawless as in they have not lost a single map in Game Changers so far. This team is so incredibly confident in the way that they play. You see them execute well. There are no holes in their defense. Or rather, the analogy I'm going for, there's no holes in the wall. There's no way the enemy team can peek through this absolutely dominating, destructive force that is V1. Every single one of their players there to pick up and trade off another player in case they do end up dying. And you look at just that kill consistency, and it's only been 5 rounds, but still 6, 6, 5, 4, 2. I mean, that's a good amount of kills for each of one of those players. Each able, just in these first 5 rounds, to really help each other out. I mean, you see all of these players performing very dominantly. And already Sarah and Fluorescent doing a really excellent job, as well as Mel and even the rest of the players on the team, just really pulling through for their team to find those picks when they matter in getting sight. And I think we're looking at a steamroll performance here from V1. And this is, again, this is the map picked by Shopify. Shopify picked this map, and they just are not able to pull through. And this is a disappointing loss for them. They've been able to perform fairly well in this upper bracket of the main series, but it seems V1 is just an indestructible force. Mel, concussed, still gonna find 2 on KP and Sonder. And this is just not looking fun for Shopify, as this is a steamroll performance. Fluorescent takes out Benita, and then Sarah takes out Lori. And I've talked about how I don't like watching steamroll performances. I just don't think they're fun, and this is one of those cases where it's looking like the first series of the day is going to be quick and easy. It's better for me, who doesn't have to talk for that long, but still, it's going to be disappointing. I mean, I'm disappointed. I wanted to see a good game. It's the upper final. You know, these are supposed to be these flawless teams that haven't lost a single matchup or a single series so far, and well, that is how it's been. Neither of these teams have lost a single series, although Shopify's lost a map here and there. V1 hasn't. V1 is still flawless, and it doesn't look like Shopify, who Sonder whiffs and loses that exchange. KP finds a pick on Fluorescent, but Mel's there to trade it off, and the Noya finds and takes out Lori at the same time from main on B, and now it's 2 players left alive for Shopify, and this is really starting to look like a shaky performance here from V1. Or sorry, from Shopify. Strong performance from V1. Veneta coming in for the flank is spotted by the turret and quickly taken out by Noya. And this spike is coming to a conclusion as Flowerful trying to figure out how she wants to play this. Not going to find any picks as she's trying to get away from this spike. Looks like she may just be going to... I mean, I don't know what she's trying for. Just looking for some exit frags, maybe. Not gonna find any, though. V1 is entirely playing up in main. Noya, though, looking to chase it down and take out Flowerful. Hunting down. Pushing very quickly. Flowerful hears it. You know she hears it, and she's getting ready for disengagement. Sentinel versus Sentinel isn't going to happen as the round ends. Another win here from V1, and they're looking at completely flawlessing this map. Or at the very least, this half is looking like it's flawless for them. Even when Shopify is on a full buy, they're not even able to find a majority of the players dead for V1. They just cannot connect those kills. They just can't. I mean, we've seen Shopify whiff, but at the end of the day, that's not the only issue. It just seems V1 is always there to trade themselves off. They get out of situations quickly when they shouldn't be in them. Shopify maybe plays a little bit too risky, pushing and aggressing quickly, hoping to find some picks maybe where they think they can. But V1 denies any of those early picks that may help Shopify win these rounds. And again, I see this map as typically defense-sided, but... Or what should be a defense-sided map, but V1... trying to disprove that there. And look at that from Fluorescent. Already finding 2 early picks for Shopify. Oh, it makes it easy with the third. And now the rest of V1 pushing into B. Now there's 2 that are going to be defending this site, but I don't know if they'll be able to do anything. I will say, Wingman gets destroyed. The Cypher Trip gets hit by Sarah, who's getting the spike to pick it up and plant, and gets taken out through the smoke. And now the spike gonna go down. Lori gonna find the pick on Fluorescent. It's immediately traded off by Noya, though, and now it's just down to Flowerful in a 1v3. And the rest of V1, this is what I'm talking about. They immediately got off site. They knew they may lose some players just fighting through the smoke there. So they back off and all agree to play main with the Killjoy post plant. Pull some Breach Util as well to help out with the post plant. Although Flowerful knows where Alexis is, aggresses, takes her out, but Noya and Mel there to help re-trade that off. And V1 takes another round, although a save round got quite a few players from V1, so it's one of the better performances we've seen from Shopify so far, but still very disappointing. And you know Shopify's got to feel disappointed right now. This is supposed to... I mean, I don't think anybody was really expecting it to go to Shopify, but still, I mean, it's the upper final. You're supposed to be the best of the best teams in the main series so far, and Shopify's not really been able to pull through on that. V1 is just dominantly performing. We've seen some dominant performances from V1 so far. We've even seen flawless rounds or matchups for them. Or maps for them in Game Changer so far. Oh, Sonder in a really nice position to punish Fluorescent there. Lori takes out Fluorescent before that ult comes off, and that means it's going to be a trade there. And Sarah going to take out Lori, and now V1 continuing to look at a strong performance here. Player detained. Benita gets detained, which means this retake going to be a little bit delayed. The spike's going down. There goes Wingman to plant it. And it does go down. And now Shopify in a 2v4. This is a full buy for them. They need to win this round. But it's not looking like it's going to go that direction. And, you know, sometimes you'll see these teams, when they start to do really well, they get a little bit overheated. We're not seeing that from V1. They're playing patiently and correctly every single time. It doesn't matter that they have an 8-round win streak. We just don't see them being too aggressive. Obviously, they're going to chase here because they have the money, but if they didn't have the money, you know they wouldn't be pushing aggressively. You know they'd be playing it safe, but they know they're in a position to chase here, so they do. Benita takes out Noya, though. Mel takes out Benita. Flowerful takes out Sarah, but Mel trades that off, so... Although Shopify did lose, or sorry, V1 did lose 2 players chasing them down, but, although they did lose 2 players, it doesn't matter because V1's econ is so strong already.
And you also see it in the end there. There's still so much time for them to chase down those guns. So
And I mean, this is just not even a fun game to watch, as V1 has just dominated these upper finals so far. And it looks like they're just going to continue to do so. Util comes through. Sarah through the smoke. Going to connect on 2. Lori takes out Mel. I mean, whatever these V1 players do before the match, I need to start doing it myself, because this is insane as Noya finds 2 while Fluorescent with the grenade finds a pick. 10 rounds in a row for V1. Not a single round lost in this half. Or on this map in this series yet. They have not lost they've not lost a single round. And again, it's this flawless, this holeless brick wall that they are just putting up. Just putting up this wall and moving through it like it's an impenetrable fortress, and Shopify just doesn't know how to play around that. They already took a timeout. It didn't seem to help. They still just cannot figure it out. And you know what? I can't blame them for it. I wouldn't know how to counterplay this either. This is just a really strong team here for V1. I mean, this team is on par with that of the Challengers teams, or even Tier 1 teams. That's how strong V1 is right now. That's just... I mean, this is just impressive. Fluorescent gonna find 2 before being traded off. Mel aggressing CT, though, gets taken out. Alexis, though, takes out the ult from Lori. Flowerful needs to res, but gets taken out by Sarah, so no res is gonna go off. And although Sarah's alone, it's a 1v1 right now, which is won by Shopify in the first round. The first round. Shopify has won after 10 rounds in a row from V1. Shopify finally wins one. And there's only 2 more rounds left in this half. No, 1 more round left in this half, sorry. There's only 1 more round left in this half, and they finally win a round. Could this be the start of a comeback for Shopify? I don't think so. Although, Shopify did prevent a flawless win from V1. That's big. You definitely don't want to get a flawless loss, you don't want to take a flawless loss in the upper finals. That'd just be disappointing, but regardless, it's still been a disappointing performance. Again, V1 just moving quickly and together, and we've seen them do this a few times where they get 4 through 1 entrance, and then usually Noya will take the other entrance. The judge coming through, but Benita makes her presence known with the judge a little bit too quickly. Mel hit by the Rolling Thunder, still gonna find a pick. KP able to find a pick for Shopify, but Alexis finds another. Alright, KP though, and Flowerful gonna find quite a few picks. It leaves Mel alone. And Flowerful gonna take Mel out. The last 2 rounds of this half won by Shopify, although it may be a little bit too late to start to make a comeback with 10 rounds already won by V1 in a row. It's going to make it difficult to make this comeback alive.
We've seen it multiple times.
Score going to be 2-10. It's just, I mean, again, this is just not even fun to watch how dominantly version 1 is performing. I mean, unless you're a version 1 fan. If you're a version 1 fan, you're happy right now. And I can't blame you for being a version 1 fan. They are just absolutely dominating this matchup already on this app, and this isn't even the map that V1 chose. This is Shopify's map pick, and V1 is performing this dominantly. I mean, when we go to Icebox, we could be looking at another even more dominant performance from V1, and that's saying something considering how dominant this version 1 performance already is.
And the pistol did start a little scrappy, so let's see if they can make it.
And now V1 on the defense, they're placing 3 on A main, and they're aggressing, looking for these picks. Shopify coming in aggressively for the flank, though. It doesn't matter. Fluorescent able to take out one of the flank members, meanwhile finishing off the 2 that they were chasing down. Now it's going to be a 4v2 for V1. Lori takes out Alexis, but immediately traded off by Fluorescent, and Loya going to be the one to finally get the pick on KP. And V1, it looks like, going to take another round here, another at 11 rounds. And Shopify losing the first pistol round is really bad for them, because now what V1 can do is just, they take this pistol, they're going to force this next round, and then they've got 12 rounds. And that's just really not a good spot to be in for Shopify, because when your opponent is at that 12th round, I talk about it a lot, but when your opponent is at that 12th round, you just have to keep forcing. And your opponent is at that 12th round, so they're only 1 round away from a win. And there's not going to be any ultimates for Shopify to try and utilize to get a comeback going. It's just going to have to be a dry... I mean, what I'm expecting here is a 12-2. And Shopify taking the decision to force here, and I actually think that's a smart decision. You may be questioning it yourself, but if they take a loss here, again, it puts them in a really bad spot, and they should be forcing here as though their opponent's on that 12th round. Mel gonna find a pick before getting traded off by KP. Now Noya in heaven, gonna find the pick on Flowerful. KP, who was looking to aggress, gonna have to aggress. The judge completely turned and looking at her. Now Noya gonna find the pick, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining Shopify players who need this win badly. Fluorescent gonna take out Benita and Sonder, and Fluorescent continuing to have an incredibly impressive game. Now it's 2-12, and again, like I talked about, V1 now at that 12th round, which means Shopify doesn't have room to save. They've just got to go. You've got to go, firing on all cylinders. You've just got to push for these wins here. And again, I talked about it in that first half, even when we were just halfway through, but still, it's a disappointing. This is disappointing from Shopify. I mean, we're only like 20 minutes into this game, and they're already looking at a loss. This is just really disappointing here for Shopify. And this is a disappointing upper final result already seeing in this first map. Sonder going to be able to clear and take the site. I mean, they don't have to clear anybody because nobody's on the site holding it. V1 has given it up, and now they just have to play a 5-man retake. It's going to be a 5v5. Mel gonna take out KP. This retake has started. Lori takes out Fluorescent, but it's traded off as Fluorescent takes out Benita with the showstopper. Noya takes out Sonder. Lori takes out Sarah at the same time, but Noya takes out Flowerful and then takes out Lori as that spike is being held the whole time and put Shopify in a bad position. And now version 1, after only 16 rounds, 15 rounds, after only 15 rounds, V1 takes the first map. I mean, I knew version 1 was going to dominantly perform here. I knew they were going to win this. I mean, you look at my pick'ems. I have version 1 winning against Shopify Rebellion. But this dominantly, I mean, that is just disappointing for Shopify. That is not as strong as I think we've seen them play. And to have not as best as you could possibly be playing in the upper finals against version 1, when version 1 is still continuing to have good games, it's just disappointing. And again, that was Shopify's map pick. That was the map that Shopify chose. And in some cases, I'd be like, okay, well maybe you know, Shopify was expecting to do better there just naturally, so they didn't practice it as much. But I don't think that's the case. I think Shopify should have won that, and the fact that they didn't is really bad for them, because V1 continues, or version 1 continues this flawless run they've been having. Again, I pointed it out earlier. You look at the closed qualifiers. Look at this. 2-0, 2-0, throughout the entire closed qualifiers. In the main event, 2-0, 2-0. In the open qualifiers, 2-0, 2-0. What that means is version 1 has yet to lose a single single map in Game Changers so far. In 2023 Series 1 Game Changers, version 1 has not lost a single map. And that's big. That is absolutely massive for version 1, who is looking to be on par with that of tier 1 teams in regular Valorant tournaments and gameplays. The version 1 looking really, really dominantly impressive here. Um, I'm beyond impressed. I am again. This is just way more than I was ever anticipating from version 1, and really disappointing for Shopify. I mean, again, I knew version 1 was going to win this, but Shopify losing this badly, that's gotta feel bad. And it's not like Shopify's not a good team. I mean, you want to look at Shopify's performance in the closed and open qualifiers. Obviously, they haven't lost a single matchup, and they too haven't lost a single map. So you think about this and you go, all right. So Shopify hasn't lost a single map going into this. Neither has version 1. So you'd expect a good fight from both sides, but it didn't matter. Version 1 was still executing beautifully and excellently against Shopify, and it's just not going there. I mean, there are some exciting matches that we're going to see today, and this is not one of them. This is not one of those series that I'm looking forward to seeing, purely for this reason. Purely for the reason that Shopify is just not putting up a performance. They're just not. It looks like they just don't know what they're doing a lot of the time. They're lost. I mean, they won those last 2 rounds of the first half, but they had to take 10 rounds before finally catching their stride. And at that point, it's a little bit too late to start catching your stride because you're about to switch sides, and then they just couldn't figure that out. And it's just disappointing to see. And straight up, I'm just disappointed to see how badly Shopify lost here. While we're in between games like this, we can go ahead and since I didn't really talk about it before the game started, we can go ahead and talk about the other matches that are happening today. Obviously, I don't know who's going to be in the lower final yet, but lower round 3 is happening. It's going to be Moist Moguls versus Xset. Now, if you didn't see the games yesterday, although I didn't stream them, you probably saw some of the clips. If you're on Twitter or anything like that, you probably saw some of the clips from the Moist Moguls' insane comeback to win it. And Moist Moguls looked very, very good. I think in this first matchup, they did not look that good. And honestly, after the 13-3 loss, I was thinking, all right, it might be over for Moist Moguls. But it just seemed really like they needed to get used to playing, if that makes sense. Like, they just needed to warm up a little bit. They needed a game to warm up, because then you see Haven go 13-9, and that was Evil Genius's map pick. So you go, all right, it seems like it may be a little bit more evenly matched. Now, Split went. It looks like it went good for Moist Moguls. I mean, you can tell it's even. But if you were watching, you saw in that first half, it went into the second half 7-5, and you're like, all right, that's not that big of an advantage for Evil Geniuses. But then they win 4 rounds in a row, and it makes it 11-5, right? So you're really starting to think, okay, it's not looking great for Moist Moguls. They get a 5-round win streak. That's right, 5 rounds in a row to make it 11-10. Evil Geniuses wins one to make it 12-10. Or sorry, to make it 12-10, and then Moist Moguls wins 2 more in a row to tie it up, get to the overtime, and then they win 2 in a row. It was really a really impressive comeback, is what I have to say. Haven was a really nice performance from Moist Moguls. Ascent just did not go well for them. I think overall it just wasn't great for them. But we've seen that from them. We've seen Moist Moguls have to take like a game or two to warm up. I mean, we saw against FaZe Clan, it went 13-8 to start it off, and then Moist Moguls really found their stride. It went to Ascent, they went 13-3, and then 13-11 on Icebox. So it just seems like sometimes they need to take a map to warm up, and in most cases that's fine. But now that we're moving deeper and deeper into the bracket, I think Moist Moguls really needs to start to not take that first map to warm up. They need to not lose that first map. They need to really start to just find their footing, I think. And we could be looking at a win for Moist Moguls. Now we're back. The desk is back. I do want to hear what they have to say about that match because although there's not a whole lot to talk about, it's still something to talk about at the very least. Plus, I'm running out of things to talk about.
They knew what they wanted, and they knew how to execute.
Yeah, that was a super impressive first half from version 1. Seeing what they were doing with the Gecko was really cool, just playing so fast off the back of it. A lot of teams where you see the Gecko kind of going wrong right now is that they put too much into the hands of that little wingman to plant the spike on its own, but that was never a problem for them. They were so...
Yeah, I think Wingman planted the spike almost every single time for version 1, and they were pretty good at defending it. They didn't really let that Wingman get destroyed. I think I only consciously was aware of it breaking or being destroyed once. Which just goes to show, like, V1 was good at taking the site before sending Wingman to plant, and they weren't relying on it, which means if Wingman had gotten destroyed, they still would have been able to get that spike down, and that's why it worked out well for them. Yeah, it's just a really dominant performance from V1 where Shopify just did not pull through. And I said a few days ago, like, I don't like watching steamroll games, meaning I don't like watching teams just absolutely decimate their opponents. It just isn't fun to watch for me. And this is absolutely one of those times. Like, this upper final is really disappointing to watch because Shopify's just not putting up the fight that you'd expect from a flawless team. I mean, they haven't lost a map going into this. Neither has V1. So it was really who's going to maintain that sort of flawless run. But still, like, Shopify was supposed to be a good competitor. And although I think some of their matches have been closer than that of V1, you still should expect a good performance, and we just did not see that at all here.
Was so well drilled that SR, a comp they were running with double flash, should be good for those retakes. They were never able to crack those rounds open.
It was cool. We saw some cool combos. I knew you guys were curious about the Gecko with the Thrasher and then the Orbital Strike. I mean, how could you ever defuse in front of them? That offense was so gross. But Mimi, we highlighted the IGLs before this game, and Mel proved that she just, time and time again, has that solid game plan.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at a specific round here that I'm going to pull up, and this is round number 9, talking about the fact that in some rounds, I felt like Shopify actually had a really good idea of what to do, and it still didn't work out. In this round, Noya has this Killjoy lockdown online, Sarah has the Thrash as well, and for Shopify, they actually do make a read that this is going to be a hit towards the B site, that it's going to be that classic play where you put the Killjoy lockdown in underpass, and you see the setup. They have the breach player here ready to stun north side, and these players ready to wrap into the underpass and take that space, which is the absolutely correct read here. But as I let this round play out, despite having that fantastic...
And this is what I'm talking about. Like, even if Shopify could figure it out, and they did a few rounds where they were able to, like, play pretty well positionally and strategically, the impenetrable fortress that is V1 just was not getting, it wasn't getting penetrated here. that sounds weird, but, like, it wasn't getting taken down here. That wall that V1 had put up so well was just not getting taken out. V1 was just able to push through every single time. Every single round, it looked like V1 was really confident. And I think they needed that 2-round loss. I think they needed it because it really reset their mental. Because even though they were up so high, 10 rounds in a row, you could start to see in those last few rounds, they got a little bit overheated. They got a little bit excited. They started pushing a little bit too quickly and overextending a little bit there. And that's why they lost those last 2 rounds. And then in the halftime, they really just, they were like, all right, let's not do that again. Let's stop overextending. Let's stop overheating. And let's get in here. Oh, it's just the bit rate's really low. But yeah, it's really, I mean, I have no words because it's just so dominant. And I could analyze round after round and sit through and analyze each round. But it's just like, Shopify just wasn't there. At the end of the day, Shopify just could not meet the level that V1 put up.
Always had a quick reaction, and that's something that has been kind of a hallmark of Mel's calling back on Cloud9 and on this team as well. They might be newer than that C9 squad that was always on top of the game here in North America, but they still have that fantastic coordination to boot.
Yeah, Wyatt agrees. He's like, how do I get that going on my OBS? he's computing the IT right now.
Actual old man moment. How was Mimi drawing on the screen? What kind of like, no, that doesn't make sense.
She's a scientist, she's an artist, but why, besides Mel, we also wanted to highlight Fluorescent, comparing the duelist against Sonder 2. We knew Fluorescent was gonna be a star in this game.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not? We wouldn't be a real analyst desk if we didn't talk about the duelists and how many kills they're getting. That's what makes us real analysts out here. Yeah, I mean, once again, Floor just putting on a mechanical masterclass, and was one of the main reasons that in a lot of these rounds, even when Shopify were doing the right thing, it just didn't matter because they couldn't actually trade Floor out.
Yeah, and this is something. This is why I was like refreshing game after game, seeing if we could get these stats put in. It's still not put in. All right, fine. I'll just listen to the analyst desk. I'll stop doing it myself.
What they needed to do, but it just didn't matter when she's playing at such an unbelievable level.
Yeah, it was absurd. And on the other side, we really built this matchup at being two-star duelists that can be so well enabled by their team and find the same value. But Sonder wasn't able to really find footing in this game consistently. It was a comp that was built to try and give her opportunities, double flashes to support the Neon. They were going for a lot of those north side crunches, a lot of the early space-taking ideas, which wasn't a bad read. But the thing is, the spacing was slightly off. V1 would get an opportunity, and V1's trading was just so much better that anytime Floor managed to get that opening, Shopify was just unable to recover, and that leads to the stump that we've now seen, and this now puts us in a position where, like, expectations are totally flipped in my head. I came into this like, okay, I shouldn't be expecting C9. I shouldn't be expecting a team to be favored and go crazy against Shopify, a team who's kind of ruling as second best in the world off of champions, but they've just been, honestly, destroyed in a way that I have not seen them get beat in a long time.
I know, I'm trying so hard not to be a map one Miranda right now, but 13-2 is quite a statement to make. And this was, that statement was, who is the best team in North America? This is the best of 3. We're already on match point for version 1. But Wyatt, as we pull up the map set, our next one is going to be Icebox. What are your vibes going into this one?
Listen, don't worry about being a map one Miranda here in Valorant. We like to overreact immediately. whatever just happened, throw out the old narratives. It's time to overreact, baby. So Fracture, Shopify Rebellion's pick. They go down 13-2. Icebox, it's going to be somewhat closer, but version 1. I'm feeling like this is going to be in the like 13-6 kind of region here, Mimi. We're going to get the duelist versus duelist, Sonder, Fluorescent, double jet going at it type map. But
I also think, like, at the end of the day, like, because of how much V1, or sorry, Shopify has to improve off of that last map, I mean, 213, not to be like, I mean, okay, although that was a very dominant performance from V1, 213 is not a typical performance you'd expect from Shopify in this matchup, right? And although I do expect V1 to 2-0 here, it's still a little bit, I think Shopify should still do better on Icebox. They got a little bit of a better history on it. And overall, Icebox is a pretty balanced map, so I think we should see it come through from, at least a little bit more from Shopify. Obviously, I still expect V1 to take it, but a little bit more here. Sonder on Jet, Benita on Viper, Lori on Sova, KP on Harbor, and the last one for Shopify on Killjoy. Let's see. They'll throw it over the casters, and then they'll go to the game. And as my voice continues to decline in value,
have to go with the 2-0, right? But I don't think it is over for Shopify by any means. They have looked good on Icebox previously. We're in a situation where, looking at the map pool, both of these first 2 picks should be good for both teams. So they're down, but they're not out. It's really a matter of, I think, how they come into this map. If the momentum carries over from the first one, that is a worrying sign.
Yeah, version 1 are 4-0 on Icebox, most recently 13-2 against Space Clan, and looking at the Icebox for Shopify Rebellion, 13-6 against Xset in that quarterfinal. You can go and watch the VOD if you want a preview of that, but I want to watch the game live. Will it be a 2-0 or not? It's not the end of Shopify Rebellion regardless, because we have a lower bracket either way. So let's send it over to our casters, Doug and Bala.
Is this the start of a rebirth or the finishing lines of an obituary? It's tough to say, but if anything is going to carry over from the first map, Bala, this could get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, the desk is trying their hardest to cope for it and not to and I give them good reason for it. We got to try to make this exciting, and you really expected it out of this match. That first
Yeah, I don't know. I
one
feel like the
was
desk
not
definitely threw a little bit too much of a bone over
That is
to
the most ridiculous
Shopify here. I think that was a disappointing performance regardless. But let's get into it. Flowerful on Killjoy, KB on Harbor, Lori on Sova, Benita on Vipers, Sonder on Jet, Alexis on Sage, Mel on Vipers, Sarah on Sova, Fluorescent on Jet, Noya on Killjoy. Now, Shopify going for a pretty non-traditional setup here. Harbor, double controller, but picking Harbor here is very unique. Is the word I will use to describe it. It's very unique. They've over on V1, they've gone double Sentinel. That's pretty standard. You get a Killjoy and you got a Sage in there to deny some good pushes here. But we'll see if it's gonna matter. If Shopify's more controller heavy will matter here. They've already used that controller util to help get this spike down quickly. The Harbor wall comes up as well. It's gonna help out here. V1, though, on this retake, already going to find 3. Sonder can only find 1 while Sarah digs out Flowerful, and now it's a 1v4 for Benita. Has to defend the spike. She knows it's getting diffused. The wall comes down, ready to head tap anybody that's on it, but Sarah and the rest of V1 truly ready to defend that spike and takes them out, and now the spike gets diffused. 13 seconds left on that spike, so pretty quickly and well executed there for V1, and they showed that. Now, Shopify already off to a bad start, going for the Force, and I disagree with this decision. We know how V1 is and how they've been able to play dominantly. I don't think Shopify should go for that the Force here, hoping for a win. Because if you don't get it, which I don't think they will, your econ's gonna be really bad for the next few rounds, and it just gives V1 even more rounds here. You're already going to be at a gun deficit regardless, and I don't know if the Force here is a good choice against a team like V1. They push Sonder, though. Fluorescent pushing Sonder, hoping to take her out as she's planting that spike, but not going to be able to. And now Sonder continuing to defend on top of the spike, takes out Noya, looking for another. She pushes into Kitchen. Sarah takes out Flowerful, though, and this retake has started from V1 as Alexis takes out Sonder. No more duelist. KB digs out Sarah, but Alexis there to trade it off, so it's 1v2 for Benita. She's got the lineups. Benita. She's got the lineups. They're coming through. Spike is going to get diffused here, though. Oh, she reveals her position as well. And from behind the wall, the spike's going to get diffused. She can't defend it. And this force buy from Shopify as Mel takes Benita out does not go in their favor. Now V1 has some econ to recover. They don't have to worry about buying a whole bunch of guns here to defend against Shopify, because normally a third round would be a win or a full buy from that team that lost the first pistol round. But that third round for Shopify, or this third round, is not going to be a full buy for them because they forced on that second round. Which means another round should go in the belt of V1, and this is why I disagreed with that decision from Shopify. And although Saunders started to make it look like that round could have gone in their favor, the rest of the team really just not able to pull through on that post plant. And now Shopify could be looking at losing another round. Sonder has those knives, though, off of that good defense in the previous round. Got some good kills, and we'll see if those knives are going to be a star player or a key player here in this round. Now, V1 has pretty heavily stacked over on B, which means it's just down to Fluorescent to lock down A, and there's no util either to really back her up other than the Viper wall. And she's not going to take any damage, able to get away. Gives up sight, so Shopify will get the plant down. But now it's going to be a difficult post-plant. Again, V1 just has so much better guns here. Sonder has those knives, looking for a pick, not going to find them. Does a little bit of damage. Noya takes out Sonder, though. Those knives are gone. Fluorescent takes out Lori. KP takes out Noya and Sarah, but Mel takes out Flowerful, so they maintain that player advantage. She also takes out KP, which leaves Benita alone to play this post plant. The spike's not getting diffused. She knows it. All she has is a ghost. Fluorescent takes Benita out, and this round goes to V1. A round I thought was going to go to them did, and with minimal pushback, the majority of their players are going to be able to stay alive here. Which means this next round, which is going to be a bonus from V1, should go well for them. Although it's going to be a full buy from Shopify, and they're going to have better guns here, so Shopify should be able to take this round. We'll see if V1 is able to defend, though.
Back to full guns for Shopify. Full rifle.
We'll see. They also have that Harbor ultimate, and on the flip side, a Resurrection for version 1, which may be useful here. They push out, grab that orb as well. For Fluorescent, who's now only 1 ult point away from that ult. Ooh, Fluorescent looking on top of screens to find a pick. Gonna get quite a bit of damage done to her. But the pick goes through, so Benita is taken out. Now V1 continuing to look strong in this round. And again, they have worse guns here, so it should go to Shopify, but Fluorescent going to take out KP before getting traded off. I'm just going to get res, the dash from Saunder right into Mel. Lori takes Mel out, but Fluorescent with the knives going to take Lori out. So now it's a 1v3 for Flowerful, who has to play this retake, or post-plant, I mean, although the spike was in the hands of V1, so it was a retake. Flowerful takes out Alexis, but Fluorescent with the flick, going to finish her off. And that 4th round, and it's a pivotal round as V1 continues a dominant performance against Shopify. And although Shopify had better guns there, the round goes to V1, and it was a bonus round for V1 that they did win. So now their econ gonna take a bonus. They're gonna be in a good spot here, and have some good econ momentum the next few rounds.
It's just the sheriffs and some armor. That's tough. That's tough to navigate.
4 rounds here already to V1, and it's once again starting to look like a really dominant performance here. And it's disappointing to see, as always. I always say this, it's disappointing when games are just so one-sided. And this is definitely no different. Equally as disappointing here. 4 rounds for V1. Shopify just really needs to gain their footing on this offense, but they haven't been able to. A 5 stack on B, just holding it down for main. Mel actually gonna be the one to see and hear so much damage, or so much util coming through. I don't know why I said damage. And now Shopify, or sorry, V1 gonna have to defend. I'm misspeaking all over the place. It's going to maintain even player count as that spike goes down, but all Shopify has are sheriffs. Lori takes out Noya, but immediately traded off by... or it's not traded off, but Mel does find a pick immediately after. Sarah finds 2, and Fluorescent takes out Benita, and now it's just down to KP in a 1v4. Manages to take out Mel, but Alexis is going to trade it off in this round. Does go to V1, and it's a round they should have won. I mean, they had much better guns here. Sheriff only for Shopify in this round, which means version 1 should have easily taken it, and they did. They did easily take it. And now Shopify Rebellion taking timeout. They've lost 5 rounds in a row. Now, we saw them take a timeout in the previous map, and it did not help. They did not win any rounds immediately after. They finally started to pick up some rounds, but that was right at the end of the half, and far after the timeout had been used. So we'll see if the timeout is even going to be useful here. I don't know if it will be for V1. Or sorry, for Shopify. I keep misspeaking. I apologize. I am sick right now. But yeah, Shopify just really not able to pull through here. It is so disappointing to see because, again, both of these teams had lost 0 maps coming into this series, and although I did favor version 1 to win, regardless, it's still, like, you still expect Shopify to put up a good fight. Again, completely and entirely flawless run here for both of these teams coming into this series. It's just so disappointing that we're not seeing that that incredible performance from Shopify that we've seen the entirety of Game Changers so far. And again, V1 just putting up such a nice competition here, just such a talented competition here. And it's just going to be so hard for anybody to poke holes through the fortress of, but especially Shopify here. Apparently, 2 kills already found here for V1. Early up, pushing and aggressing early in B main. Sarah getting traded off, but already 2 players down for Shopify means it's a 3v4 for them, down a player. This is going to be a difficult push onto site here. They don't have a duelist or one of their controllers to use. And Harbor is a key pick for them. It's a really it's an agent that allows them to use that util and the smokes to get pretty far up into sight, and they're not going to have that here. We're only going to have the Viper util to use, and she sort of has to push up to use it. The wall comes out for Alexis, and it's honestly good timing. Comes out right as Shopify's looking at pushing out. It does immediately get taken out, but it does give V1 the vision they need to know that Shopify is pushing on. Noya able to take out Benita, who is yellow, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining Shopify players on this post plant. Flowerful and Lori each find a pick, though, and now it's going to be a 2v2. Shopify down on health, however, and Alexis takes out Lori while Noya finishes off Flowerful with that op. And this round goes to V1 once again. And although it seems like Shopify is putting up a little bit of a stronger performance than we saw from them on the previous map, it's definitely not as strong of a performance as we would want from V1. You know V1 is ready to take this through the Champion Series. They are... To them, this is just the beginning of what is going to be a very long run for them. It's going to be another save here from Shopify. Sonder forcing, but I don't really know if it's going to be useful. Fluorescent with that op. Pushing out and holding ramps on A, but not going to see anybody. And now they get some sound and util usage on B, so V1 rotates off of A. But Shopify is rotating now towards A, but V1's holding mid pretty aggressively. They got 3 in mid, so as soon as Shopify decides they want to start rotating, V1's going to be there to defend it, but KB going to do a good job. It's what I would have said if Sarah hadn't gotten a 3K right after. Now Sarah finds those 3 kills, and now it's really starting to look bad here for Shopify. Because although they were able to find 2 early rotating, well, as they were rotating, which gave them that player advantage, it was immediately stolen back from V1, who tied that player advantage up, and then Sarah just took the advantage. And she took very little damage there as well, which is even better for her. Now, Saunders still has that Vandal, and a 2v3 isn't impossible for them, but all Flowerful has is that Sheriff, and it's going to be difficult. They have a lockdown if they want to use it. Mel sees Shopify getting ready to push, and now Saunders going for the plant in Cubby. Mel knows where it is, trying to get the plant to stop. Sends that Viper, that poison in, but it's just a little bit too slow. Sonder takes out Sarah. Fluorescent with the operator, going to take out Sonder. Flowerful takes out Mel, though, which means it's now a 1v1. I don't know if holding a long angle is a good idea, knowing that your opponent has the op. Oh, and Fluorescent going up nest is spotted by Flowerful, and they take their first round. Well played there, and a save round turns into a win for Shopify. And now they have 4 ults to use to try and secure this buy round. And this could be a good start for a comeback here from Shopify. And V1's at that 6th round. which means it's impossible for Shopify to get the advantage going into the next half, but they can still tie it up and make it as easy as possible for them to take the win next half. So it's definitely not over for Shopify. They can continue to win rounds here and keep it close. And again, they have 4 ults to utilize. If they get that spike down, they've got the Viper's Pit. If the defuse comes off, they got the post plant with the Hunter's Fury, and Sonder takes out Noya, KP takes out Mel, and now sight is clear. It's going to be a 5v3, and Shopify may not even have to use their ults here to try and secure this round, and it looks like they won't, knowing they have that 2-player advantage. But we also know that V1 is explosive in their retakes and could definitely find some ground here. And yes, Alexis, who knew that they were going to try and push for Sarah, able to find a pick, but it's immediately traded off by Benita, which means the 2-player advantage is going to be there for Shopify still. Fluorescent able to take out Lori, though. Evening out that player count. They're pushing and aggressing Benita. They know where she is, and Fluorescent takes out KP, and it leaves Flowerful alone, but there's no time, and this round does go to Shopify. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they used a single ult there. Maybe a Harbor ult. Unless I, but yeah, no, they did not use a single ult there, so they still have all 4 ults to utilize. And that's going to be really good for them, to say the very least. As they knew, as soon as they got that player advantage, that they didn't have to use those ults, so they didn't. Now this comeback is starting, and it may be alive. Again, I apologize, my voice continues to decline in quality. I am sick. I imagine, although I will be streaming tomorrow, regardless of if I lose my voice or not, I don't know if I'll have much of a voice to stream with tomorrow, after today, with how long it's going to be. Don't worry, I'll push through. I'll get there. And now these ults are coming out. Again, 4 ults in the hands of Shopify, and they didn't use any last round. And they know there's going to be a full buy from Shopify. They also know that if Shopify loses this, their econ is going to be in a position where they may have to save or light buy next round. So they're using their ults now. But V1 is on a save. Already going into this. And I don't think they were expecting that. But V1 knew that the ults were probably going to come out this round, which is why they went for the save. Which means that although Shopify may win this, Fluorescent was able to get so many ults out on a save round. Oh, that shock dart. Gonna do some good damage. Nearly takes her out, and there's no time anymore for the spike to be defused. They're just gonna leave Fluorescent to die. And she does. Now again, V1 was ready to lose that round, and they knew that so many ults were going to be used by Shopify, so they went for the save that round. That was a smart move. They did lose it, so now they're gonna, although they did lose it, they're gonna still be able to buy this round because it was a save. And they got those ults used. They have 2 ults to use of their own. So they can try and play this as well as they would like to. Shopify still has 2 as well. They've got the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury to utilize. And now they know, they knew it was a save the previous round, so now they know it's probably going to be a buy this round. And likely going to use more of those ults, or if not the remaining ultimates, to try and secure this. Although the Hunter's Fury could counter a lockdown, or a lockdown could be utilized of their own. See if that Hunter's Fury does come out. Doesn't look like it. Looks like they're going to respect the lockdown, let it play through, and let the spike go down. Although they did take a little while to get that spike to start going down. Benita going to come through with the flank, going to find a pick with it. Meanwhile, Mel and Fluorescent each going to find a pick, though, which means the player advantage going to be in the hands of V1. And Alexis going to be able to res Sarah. And that counter lockdown does come out here. Lori looking to push it, takes out Noya, not going to be able to destroy the lockdown before Mel trades it off. Alexis takes out Flowerful, who was also looking to push that lockdown. Fluorescent, who is taking out Benita as Benita tried to run away. which means 4 players left alive for V1 on a much-needed win as their econ had started to fumble. Means it's going to be a good win for V1, and they could continue to win some good rounds here.
Which is hilarious because that danger position is supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to be watching for it, but as soon as that lockdown went through, you saw her crosshair switch to look.
V1 really starting to look, Shopify started to make a little bit of a good win streak here, or at least what, it was a win streak, but they're starting to gain some ground here. They're starting to gain their footing, but V1 still going to be in a position to deny it. Now that Viper's Pit comes out from Mel as well to deny the push into B, but it looks like Shopify not going to respect it. They're going to push through it. Zonder shooting through, hoping to fire through the ult and get some picks. Not going to be able to. Now Sonder, it looked like Shopify was going to rotate off, but now they're continuing to push into it. Sonder dashes through, gets taken out by Mel, but KB there to trade it off. Which means the Viper's Pit is down. It's going to be a 4v4. Somehow Noya was able to get way, way back away. Which means they're just going to be able to let this fight go down. Viper's Pit was disrespected, executed well by Shopify. So they were able to take it out. Which means the site has been given. There's no ults for retake from V1. And Shopify has 2 ults for this post-plant. And now the Harbor ult comes out. Benita takes out Noya. It's traded off by Alexis, though, and Fluorescent takes out Flowerful. Which means it's going to be a 2v2. Lori down on health. The spike gets tapped as the Sage Wall comes through, and they destroy the Sage Wall. Now the Hunter's Fury is there, and now it comes out. And Alexis looking to aggress and take it out, but KP going to be able to defend. And Fluorescent just has to stick it, but the Hunter's Fury going to finish her off. And this round goes to V1. Or sorry, to Shopify. I'm out of it right now. We're moving to the last round of the half. Score going to be 7-5. Sorry. 7-4. And what Shopify could be looking at is going into the next half with 7-5. They've been able to keep it pretty close here. It's really impressive considering how they started it off. And knowing how badly they got beat on the previous map. The mental going into this one would have just... it must have been completely shot for Shopify. Now Shopify getting ready for an A hit, and V1 has read a B push, and it is a bad read. Now they have to figure out how they want to play this, as Noya is the only one there on A, and just gonna have to let this fight go down. Fluorescent, though, gonna take out Benita, and the flank is spotted by Shopify, who now decides to take a CT hold. And get ready for a possible 3 or 4 man flank. 3 or 4 player flank.
No ults, no lockdowns, no Viper's Pits, no nothing.
Fluorescent, though, coming in for this retake, gonna take out Sonder, while Mel, coming in from CT, takes out Lori. KP trades it off. Flowerful takes out Fluorescent and Sarah. Alexis and Noya, though, execute beautifully, taking out Flowerful and KP. And this round goes to V1, and they take the final round of this half, which means they're going into the next half 8-4. They've got a pretty decent advantage on Icebox, which is a fairly balanced map. Which means we shouldn't be looking at a, we shouldn't be looking at a Shopify comeback here necessarily, but it's still possible. It's still possible for them. It's not over yet.
What a half for V1 again. Not as dominant the Fracture one, though, for sure. You can definitely point to a little bit of mistakes. But the individual level is just still so high.
Yeah, dude, why would you be looking up there unless you hear it?
Continuing to push in here through this matchup, and it's looking like the upper finals is going to result in a continued flawless, entirely flawless 0 maps loss here from V1. Although Shopify looking to win this map and extend this this matchup and deny the flawless run for V1. Although as we move into the second half and this pistol round starts, 2 picks early for V1, good damage done to KP means it's bad for Shopify. V1 Mel gonna be the one to take out Benita, as Benita was unexpected, or sorry, not expecting. There you go. How many players for V1 were there? Expecting more to be pushing through mid, but the entirety of V1 was getting ready to push through B main. Now it's a 2v4 for the remaining Shopify players, and again, KP very low on health, has been this entire round. And it's not looking good for Shopify. Harbor wall goes up, but V1 just pushes through it. Flowerful takes out Fluorescent, though. Takes a headshot in the process, which means KP and Flowerful down very low. KP at 7, Flowerful at 3. And finished off by Noya. Both jumping through that wall, hoping to find a pick, but not going to be able to. V1 takes another round. That pistol round would have been really nice for Shopify to win, to secure some good, or the start of what needs to be some good round momentum in this half, and they haven't been able to find it. This means V1, who is able to take that pistol round, is going to be put in a really solid position here.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. I missed what the buy was, but you're right. Yeah.
And off that pistol round, they should be able to secure another round.
I don't play Sova very much, so I rely on you to say those things, yeah.
Which means they will be in a really nice spot.
Lead for version 1. Pace once again out of version 1 as well.
This is a cool setup. They've got the shorty. They've got something to go here.
Fluorescent with the Bulldog going to get 3 kills as Noya takes out KP, and although it was a good read from Shopify, putting the entirety of their team on B, beautiful execution from V1, going to do some good damage. Lori takes out Fluorescent, but she's already low on health, and Mel going to trade it off, which means it's going to be 10-4 from V1. And they're looking really strong, 3 rounds away from securing a completely flawless run, or continuing a completely flawless run through Game Changers, and securing themselves a spot in, at the very least, 2nd place, but at the chance of getting that 1st place in the Grand Finals. We'll know who's facing up against them at the end of today. If it's Shopify again, we'll have to wait and see.
Up far. Ow. I mean, she had the jump on it. She had the angle.
Again, Shopify going to be on a full buy. It's a bonus round for V1. A little bit of a weird exchange there. Damage done to Sarah by Sonder. Lori takes out Alexis, and this push on is getting denied just ever so slightly, but the Bulldog from Fluorescent going to be good for finding a pick. Meanwhile, Mel takes out Sonder, but Lori takes out Fluorescent. Mel going to be there to take Lori out. Noya, meanwhile, takes out Flowerful, and now it's just down to Benita. And this was a full buy from Shopify, meaning if they lose, it's an expensive round, and it's looking like it will be an expensive round as V1's getting ready to play this post-plant from main. Benita retaking from CT onto site, although it looks like maybe she won't go. No, it looks like she will go for it. The wall goes up. Good, now there's not going to be any vision. And Nanostorm comes out, however. He gets tapped. Benita takes out Sarah. She also takes out Mel. Noya going to deny the hope of a 1v3 clutch, finishing her off. And that was a bonus round for V1, which they did win, which means their econ takes a really nice bonus. That's why it's called a bonus round. And what that means is we should be looking at poor econ for Shopify going into the 11th round win for V1, which means V1 with a full buy should be able to secure this round, which means Shopify will have to make an 8-round win streak. Of course, that's only if V1 wins this, which I do think they will, but on the off chance that V1 doesn't win, Shopify will be in a little bit of an okay spot. I mean, it's a save round for them, so they're expecting not to win it.
Into her this time.
And the problem with that too is once you decide they're not coming, what do? You have a Bucky, you can't flank.
Right. A tough tool to retake with.
Fluorescent takes out Sonder as they make their way into A. They're pretty slow aggression for V1, dancing around the different sites, finally deciding to execute on A. It's a good commitment. Mel going to be watching flank, going to meet Benita. Benita, who has a Bucky, makes her presence known, having a Bucky, and decides to back up. Fluorescent with the shorty, not expected, which means she is gonna get the drop on Lori. And beautiful execution from V1, gonna make it a flawless round. And even though they were expected to win that, no picks for Shopify, not gonna be good, as they need now an 8-round win streak in order to secure the possibility of winning this matchup. And this uphill battle for Shopify looking like it's gonna come to a close. Again, V1 just needs one more round. And Mel has a Viper's Pit to use. They know it's a full buy from Shopify, so the ult should come out. Now this execution through mid starting as Fluorescent goes up on tube looking for an early pick. Not going to find any. Now they're going to back up and take the spike and move it. It looks like they're moving it towards B. Sonder is waiting with that operator to find the pick. Holding garage. The Sova drone comes out, and she actually misses it with the op, which means it pings her, and now she has to back up. Benita is holding yellow.
Skills back a fair amount. Benita playing back yellow.
They can't let the spike go down. They can't let this pick go down for Mel.
I mean, they can't do anything wrong at this point.
Now, the Viper's Pit that I talked about earlier does come out. Benita takes out Sarah, though, and it's not going to get quite traded off. Also able to take out Fluorescent. Alexis finally trades it off, but they've already lost the player advantage completely. KP takes out Noya. That means it's a 2v4. The spike still isn't down. Viper's Pit is out. Oh, Alexis gets that res off, and that's going to be good for them. Alexis takes out Lori at the same time as well, which means it's now even 3v3. And now that spike going down. Powerful, though, going to just shoot through the smoke. Able to take Alexis out. There's 15 seconds left. V1 has to start making some moves here if they want to secure this round. And the victory. Mel takes out Sonder. Fluorescent going to take out KP. The spike's going to go down. Flowerful trying to prevent it. Able to take out Fluorescent, though. Now it's a 1v1. Mel just has to play this Viper's Pit beautifully. Try and win it. Taps the spike. Now running around. Hoping to flank Mel. Will it work out? Yes, it does! And she clutches the round. It was a 1v2. And she keeps this run alive, gets her lockdown up, and she's going to be moving forward, trying to get a win streak to start here. Revving the engine, getting ready to step on the gas. And that's, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what V1 needs, or Shopify needs to be doing, is stepping on that gas, getting some momentum built up here, gaining some traction. And this is a big round for them to win. That being said, though, it's a full buy. It's a forced full buy, meaning Shopify was already low on econ going into the round. They were going to be on bad econ if they lost completely. I mean, they couldn't afford a loss. What am I trying to say? If they won but lost most of their players, they were going to be in a bad spot econ going into this round. And that's what happened, all right? Sorry, I'm sick right now. My brain is not functioning at full capacity. But although that is true, Shopify is still going to be in a position to force. I mean, they have to. There's no point in saving. But they have 4 ults up now this round. And V1 has no ults of their own to counter the ults that Shopify has. Which means V1 or Shopify may be able to secure this round. The Viper's Pit denies any push through B. Flowerful is watching under tube with that operator. And V1's actually pushing through mid in through tube into kitchen. And they use that jet smoke. But Flowerful with the operator gonna peek out, looking for a pick. Gonna get traded off though, taken up by Alexis. Which means it's gonna be kept even. And no more operator. And again, the gun advantage now gonna be completely in the hands of V1. The Harbor ult comes out though, and these are the ults I was talking about. Mel takes out Sonder. Ooh, that Sova gonna do some damage to Alexis, but not gonna be enough to take her out. Now Shopify needs to execute on Nest. The wall gets taken out. Benita looking to aggress this. I guess they're just not expecting anybody to be holding on the spike. Benita, though, able to find the pick, and she's sticking it. Does get taken out by Fluorescent, and Noya takes out Lori. And this round goes to V1. They have continued to maintain a flawless run throughout the entirety of North American Game Changers Series 1. They haven't lost a single map yet, and this was not going to change that. And they won 13-5. Final score there for them. They take the win, and we prepare to move into the next matchup where we'll determine who's playing Shopify Rebellion in the lower final.
You look through the series, you look through the tournament run, and you go, okay, a 13-5, a 13-2, right? These two teams are just head and shoulders above everyone else, and this should be a closer series. But for version 1, nothing changes. They're beating the team that's supposed to be the second best team in North American Game Changers to the same degree that they've beaten everyone else. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, that is just ridiculous. And now they're in the grand finals. They were already top 3, now top 2. You expect as well that that grand finals to be. I mean, actually, at this point, looking at Shopify's form, I don't know. Even I won't get to that, but I'm looking forward to the next couple of games. This is definitely going to be a fun one to see how version 1, I mean, continue to improve too, because the form that we actually saw from them today compared to what we saw when this roster first started back in the open qualifiers for the NA Challenger League is night and day. I mean, the executes are there. Effie's, the coach, has been drilling them very hard. You could tell. I mean, the discipline even in Florence.
Yeah, this is starting to look really, really strong. And like they talked about, it's a much better performance than we saw when they were trying to make it through open qualifiers for challengers. And they're honestly, I think they're gonna dominate game changers here. And I think next year, when we start challengers up next year, they're gonna be in a really nice spot to continue to push forward. I don't even need to hear from the analyst desk with how well that performance was from version 1. And like I said, version 1 takes that win. They've secured themselves a spot in the grand final. At the very least, they're going to be in second place, which means at the very least, they've secured themselves 60 points and $10,000. But at the very best, they've secured themselves $20,000. And again, going into the grand finals means they have a shot at first place. Now, it's not over for Shopify Rebellion. If you're a fan of Shopify Rebellion, it is not over. The loser ends up in the lower final. Now, we don't know who they're going to be playing against quite yet. We'll determine that in this next matchup. We're going to be watching Moist Moguls play Xset here. I do want to hear from the analyst desk. I've got some in-between series stuff we can do, but I don't want to expend all of that. So we'll go ahead and listen.
How about you, Wyatt? Is version 1 looking like the best team in North America? Should we call it this early? Do you want to wait for the final?
Yeah, they might be the best team in North America. It's definitely possible. But in the last 2 months, though, just seeing how far they've come since this team was formed, and if you had watched them earlier in the year when they were participating in like the Challengers Open qualifiers, it was only a couple weeks after the team had actually been created till now. It's insane how good they've gotten. I mean, from what they decide to do in the mid-round to the actual game plans in regard to the bigger plays like the executes and the retakes, the player skill, how good they are right now at swinging for each other, trading, the crossfires are good. It feels like they've somehow been able to just get it all in like 2 months. So yeah, I mean, they look like the best team in Game Changers NA, and they're just the best team in NA too. I'll overreact to the maximum. It's fine.
Yeah,
they're just the best team.
That's such a crazy bit for the stories of this one as well, because Shopify up for last year were on top of the world. They beat Cloud9 White. They were top 2 at Champions. They were the best NA team, and now coming into this matchup, not just losing, but losing in the way in which they did, I think kind of throws the idea that they've taken over the spot as being the best team in our region completely out the window, because the expectations were sky high, and they clearly did not live up to them here. Part of that is just because V1 is insane. Part of that is mistakes on their own. But this is really going to shift the way that we look at version 1 and the rest of this tournament as it plays out.
Well, Mimi, one player that definitely lived up to those big expectations, an exciting one, was Sarah's version 1's initiator. Tell me about her.
I mean, Sarah was incredible. We've always known that she is a top-level talent. Back to her time playing with Immortals last year, she was consistently good. She switched from playing as kind of more of like a ranked demon, just fantastic individual, to now flexing on over to all sorts of different roles on the initiator for Immortals and now for this squad as well. And she was incredible throughout this one. Playing on the Gecko, her util usage was sound, her individual performance was excellent, and in map 2, she kept all of that up. You talked about the structure, the coordination, the trading. So much of that is Sarah, being the person who sets Floor up for success and trades her out if she ever does fall, and is also just fantastic in the late rounds. This feels like the roster where finally the hype around Sarah
and this
is
is what I'm
actually
saying when I say we could talk about it all day, but at the end of the day, version 1 is just an impenetrable fortress. It's what I said in the first map. It's like they are just moving and steamrolling through game changers like it's nothing, like it's quick work taking up prize money. They're just going to try and push their way through game changers, and I think they're going to be the team. And this is just probably me, reacting to everything that's happening right now, getting a little bit too overhyped. But I think they're going to be the team that goes on to represent North America, and I think they could continue to dominate and win the Game Changers Championship way later on down the line. But I do think it definitely could still go. I think version 1 may be that team. I mean, they're really proving themselves to be strong, and coming into Game Changers, again, they have not lost a single map so far in Game Changers. The open qualifiers, the closed qualifiers, and this main series have all returned with 0 losses for version 1. Or 0 map losses for version 1. Obviously, they've lost rounds here and there, but it's just absolutely insane how dominantly V1 is able to perform, even against Shopify, who's supposed to be this number 2 team that's supposed to sort of stop the steamroll that version 1 has had so far in Game Changers. Shopify wasn't that team. Even though they themselves had a flawless map run going into this, they just could not pull through. They were not that team that could pull through, and it's disappointing to see, and it's disappointing to say, but Shopify just isn't putting up that fight that version 1 is looking for.
Honestly, that just shows, I think, again, the fantastic calling that we've come to expect out of Mel. She's a really proactive leader, taking the idea, okay, we had the initial idea of going for this heavy flank together, now we're going to pivot, go for the pinch instead. It's all just so well done out of V1. The 2-0 that they pull off today is such an incredible surprise, and I think right now for this squad, there's nothing less to expect than them to win this tournament. The grand finals tomorrow is going to be so exciting, no matter who they face.
I know, and we still have 2 more matches today to determine who's going up against version 1 in that grand final. Will it be Shopify Rebellion again, or Xset Purple, or Moist Moguls Red? There's a lot of contenders on the bottom side, but everyone stay tuned. We're going to give you the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. When we return, I'll have an interview with Mel to go over the win and who they expect to be in the finals with them. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. That's the main thing we have to say. It's like, it's pretty exciting. It's looking like version 1 is coming into this really, really powerful. We can go ahead and take a look.
Noya has it, Molly. Or Floor is just gonna style all over Shopify. That worked. Her had ult but died. Floor still has ult. Noya has it, Molly. Or Floor.
This was like, I mean,
they just gotta make it work.
Dude, they know.
That was crazy. The kills from KP were insane, and then Sarah just denied it immediately. It's just like no competition for version 1. It really is. As well played as it's been for version 1, it just hasn't been. For Shopify, it just hasn't been enough. And clearly it's not enough, because they're going to have to end up in the lower final of the lower bracket. But regardless, it's still going to be a really, really nice run for version 1. And this is the team you need to look out for. This is the team you need to start watching and rooting for, because they're going to make it all the way through. Alright, this is the team I expect version 1 to make it through, not just Game Changers, but also into the championship of Game Changers, and then even beyond that. I think version 1 may be a team that could continue and further compete in North American Challengers. I mean, this is a team that is strong enough to play against some of the best teams we have to offer in Valorant. I think version 1 really is on par with those tier 1 teams we see in normal competition, let alone game changers. I don't think version 1 is going to be contested by anybody, as this team is proving that they are the team that's going to steamroll right through everyone else. Now that we're sort of in between matches, there's some stuff to talk about. First of all, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The next match that's coming up. It's Moist Moguls versus Xset. Now, the winner of this, it's a bit of a marathon for them. Now, if you saw the midseason, you know how this is gonna go. All right, so it's a bit of a marathon for these Xset and Moist Moguls, because whichever team wins this has to then immediately go on to play Shopify Rebellion. Now, in North American Challengers mid-season, G2 won here and then won in the lower final. And went on to the grand final to face M80, and they did lose that. But you know, I'm saying the marathon, although it's a marathon, is not it's not impossible to power through. And I think whichever team wins this has a good shot of beating Shopify Rebellion. Now, there's one thing to point out here, and this is probably the obvious. Xset's already played Shopify Rebellion, and they didn't really put up that strong of a performance against them. So if Xset does end up winning here against Moist Moguls, we sort of have some data to go off of as far as how we might be able to expect them to play in the lower final against Shopify. Now, if Moist Moguls beats Xset here, I don't know how it's gonna go for them. Yeah, I think Moist Moguls, again, I talked about it earlier before, in between the maps for version 1 in Shopify Rebellion, but Moist Moguls typically takes a map or even two to really start to warm up and get in the groove of things. They just take a little bit of time to start to get that steam rolling, so to speak. And I mean, I can't blame them. It's it does take a little bit of a rocky start. And you know, you do sort of need to figure yourself out just a little bit before you get to that start. But I think Moist Moguls is a team that could definitely still power through and beat Xset here. I'm, of course, rooting for Moist Moguls. I'm a little bit biased. You guys know this. I've talked about how much I love Moist Moguls and I want them to do well. And that is still true here. I saw them play yesterday, even though I wasn't streaming. I did watch their matchup, and it was impressive. Although they did lose the first map, and this is what I'm talking about, they need to take a map to warm up. After that map warm-up that they had to take, it was just a dominant performance from them. Not completely dominant, but it was a pretty impressive performance, is what I'll say, against Evil Geniuses here. I mean, we can take a look at the previous map for both of these teams. But you see, for Moist Moguls against Evil Geniuses, the first one was just, I mean, it was disappointing. And this is what I'm talking about. They needed that map to warm up, because then you go to Haven and they win 13-9. All right, that's a good amount. And Split, I sort of talked about it already, but it may just look like, all right, it went to overtime. It was pretty close. And yes, it was. They did go to overtime. But if you didn't see it, you didn't see the comeback. Going into, so here they had taken 5 rounds in the first half. The first 4 rounds were then turned around and won by Evil Geniuses. I'm gonna pause here because there's the mid game interview here. They're gonna interview one of the players on V1 about how that went. And I am very interested to hear this.
Congratulations, smiles and vibes are good. I gotta ask you, because the desk, we were all hyping y'all up. Do you think version 1 is the best Game Changers team in North America?
If we show up that day and we play our best, I think we are, but who's to say? You know, there's still another match to be played out. We haven't won quite yet, so still gonna keep our head down.
Yeah.
We want to focus on ourselves and make sure we're trying to play to our peak potential every match.
And I felt like we saw some of your peak potential there. Y'all look scary today. And I know the analysts were very curious. Do you think that this roster has a higher ceiling than Cloud9 White?
I think this roster absolutely has a higher ceiling than Cloud9 White. I kind of realized that when we played our first Open Qualifier together and we had like the same result that like quote unquote peak C9 White had. So in my eyes, this team obviously has like a huge skill ceiling. And I think as well our skill floor has risen as well.
That's so awesome to hear. It feels like the sky's the limit for y'all.
Yeah.
I'd love to know kind of you as an IGL. What were the differences between IGLing for your previous roster and this one? And can you tell us about some of the challenges you faced?
For sure. I think on this roster, coming in as like a leader has been a little bit different. Obviously, we have different strengths and weaknesses. But, you know, with Cloud9 White, that was a team where we came from the bottom together. Like 2 years together. Like I owe lots of that roster. We went really far. And because we grew together, it wasn't as like, hey, I'm kind of like a mom figure. I'm just like another teammate, right? Obviously a leader in some ways. But for this team, it's a bit different. I'm the oldest, not by much, just by like 2 years. But it definitely feels like more of like a leadership figure on this team, for sure.
Hey, 2 years is a lot in the esports world. I know Bayon's like called a grandfather on the desk, so watch out. You're close to retirement with that. But who do you think is going to come out of the lower bracket between Xset, MXM, and Shopify Rebellion? Are you expecting a rematch or not?
I'm expecting a rematch with
Or
Shopify
no.
Rebellion, to be honest, but I think the way that this GC has gone, I think it could go any way. I'm going to be rooting for, you know, my former teammates on Xset, but also Moist Moguls can be like a dark horse and do some damage for sure.
Yeah.
I know, it's going to be wild. We have to sort that all today, and you get to sit back and watch and chill for tomorrow. So congrats on today. Thank you for the interview, and good luck tomorrow. Hope it works out.
Pretty short interview.
Awesome, thank you. Shout out to the fans and my team as well, and my coach Effie's. We've been working really hard, so thank you guys for watching.
Oh, the shout outs at the end. I gotta do that more. The wholesomeness. It's just overwhelming. But we have 2 more matches today, y'all, to find out who's going up against version 1. Up next, we have Moist Moguls versus Xset, and the winner of that faces Shopify Rebellion. All best of 3s. Caster's desk changing up. So we're gonna hit a break. When we get back, more gameplay around the corner.
All right, let's get into it. Now, it's actually going to be a very late day today. Now, oh, yay. I am going to talk about yay today. But that's we'll get into that. What I do want to talk about is first off, it's going to be a long day for me. I think I'm going to have to take a break to eat in between the second matchup and the third matchup. And it will be a little bit of an extended break as well. Not because people need to eat, but because of the fact that there's usually a big gap of time in between this lower round 3 and the lower final, because the teams need time to prepare. I mean, they just won, or they just played a whole match. They get a little bit of an extended break. So during that extended break, I'm gonna take a break to eat. But for now, we will get into some stuff I have to talk about in between games. The main thing is, let's reanalyze this. Moist Moguls has an incredible comeback, but I want to look even further back. Let's just take a look at Xset. All right, they beat Complexity yesterday, and it wasn't a very close match. It was 13-4 on the first one, and then 13-7 on the second one. It was really disappointing from Complexity just because of how dominantly they performed. But let's even take a look at even further back. Let's take a look at Moist Moguls' win against FaZe Clan. It went 13-8 the first one, and that went in the favor of FaZe Clan. Then Moist Moguls, and this is what I'm talking about. They had to take that map to warm up, to get ready, to power through, and then they did. They went 13-3 against FaZe Clan, and then 13-11. Although the final map, the decider, was a little bit closer than Ascent, it was still a really, really nice performance. And again, I think Moist Moguls struggles when on that first map. Every single time they tend to struggle. And Xset is a really solid team. I think through and through, they're a really solid team. Let's go ahead and take a look at their losses here. Oops. How these two teams lost. Xset lost 2-0 against Shopify, who proved themselves to be a very impressive team. But it went 13-7 and then 13-6. That's not great for Xset. But then you look at Moist Moguls and their losses to Complexity. It's 13-5 and 13-1. Really not great. So off of that, and Complexity's not even the team that went through to the upper final. Shopify went through to the upper final, right? And so Xset losing there is like, okay, they made it to the upper final. That's not, that's a good thing. In my eyes, if you lose to a team, you want them to do well. And the reason is because that means you lost to the team that did really well. And Xset did lose to Shopify Rebellion, who went on to do really well. Which shows you Xset took a loss there, but they put up a better performance against Shopify than Moist Moguls did against Complexity. and Shopify went through to be in the upper final. So, Shopify has a higher skill level than Complexity, and Moist Moguls was able to not do very well against Complexity versus Xset, who did pretty well against Shopify, considering how high the skill level is of Shopify. So, what I'm trying to say here is I think Xset's going to win this matchup. I do want Moist Moguls to win, and I love Moist Moguls. I of course, just because it's Moist Moguls. But I also do think they have the potential. I think suddenly in this main series they've started to play a little bit poorer than they did in those open qualifiers as CLG Red. And I think there's two reasons. One, they've got all those eyes on them now, so the nerves are really up there. They're in their heads a lot, knowing that there's so many more people watching them. And on top of that, or probably the main thing, they don't really have that job security, and so they're worried about stuff happening outside of the game, which makes it hard to focus inside of the game. Regardless of how well you're able to clear your head, it is still affecting your gameplay. It gives you less practice time when you're trying to figure other stuff out. And so it is just a little bit disappointing to see. Now, although I did have Moist Moguls playing against Evil Geniuses, I did have them making it to the lower round. And I actually picked them to win. Now I picked them to win against Evil Geniuses in lower round 3. Now they did already beat Evil Geniuses, so it's not gonna happen here. My pick'ems are a little bit messed up for the lower bracket. I get some additional points here. But for the most part, I think it's just not looking great for Moist Moguls here. I hate to say it because again, I do want them to do well. It's just in this past week in the main event, in the main series, they just haven't been able to really find their stride. They haven't been able to pull through, and as disappointing as it is to say, I don't think they're gonna pull through here against Xset. I think we're gonna see a loss. As fun as their match was, or their series was to watch against Evil Geniuses yesterday, it was a very close match versus Xset against Complexity, which just wasn't as close. It just wasn't as close, which tells me Xset is a really strong, powerful team. And although Moist Moguls has made it to the top 4, I don't think they're going to make it any further than that. I think... Jesus, sorry about that. I think Moist Moguls has made it to the top 4. Very impressive, but I think 4th place is where they'll rest. $5,000, $1,000 for each player is not bad. Give me 1 second. I apologize for that. I spilled water on my keyboard. So yeah, had to fix that really quick. Hopefully, there's no issues, and my computer doesn't explode. But we're back. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I don't think Moist Moguls has a chance. We'll move past that though. I think I could talk for and analyze every single match they've had. But overall, I think Xset takes this as much as I want Moist Moguls to win. I just don't think they will. So now we're moving into this. The other stuff that I had to talk about. Well, there's 2 things to talk about. I put out a video today talking about my... Hello, everybody. I just wanted to make a quick video talking about disguised roster predictions. Which... let me turn the volume up here. of Disguised and sort of what I think is going to be happening with their team composition. As far as I can tell, there's only 3 teams right now currently going into Split 2 for North American Challengers that are making changes to their team comp. The first one obviously being Disguised, who I'm talking about today, but the other 2 being Mad Lions and OR Esports. Now, we don't have... now, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. The whole thing's 14 minutes long. You can watch it if you would like to, but the gist of it is sort of stuff I've already touched on, which is the main news point of Ye being picked up by Disguise. But then I go in depth and talk about more of what I think is going to happen with the Disguise roster changes. Because here's the thing: although Ye is a great pickup here, Ye doesn't play Exalt's role, if that makes sense. Exalt plays Flex Initiator, which is not the role that Ye plays. Okay. And so Ye plays Duelist, which means to me that they're gonna have to switch out. They're gonna have to switch out Ye for they're gonna have to switch out another player, right? They're gonna have to bring in a new player to try and replace Exalt, and unless they're moving Steel or not Steel, Clear from that Duelist role into that Initiator role, unless that is what's going to happen, I think they're gonna have to take Clear out, and I hate to say it, but I think they're gonna let him go and then bring Tupperware in. That's the gist of the video. I go more in depth in the video, so you can talk about that. We can talk about that. There's still a lot of time left though in between matches, so I'll go ahead. We can do Rank Duel.
This will be.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Fabulous.
Lower aspect ratio. Ooh, counter strafe.
Wait up.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, one on the left.
Spike planted.
I'm flashing, careful.
I'll go Radiant. Immortal. Okay. Yeah, he's counter strafing, so you know he's higher level. Shooting through the smoke there at head level is a higher rank thing as well. The comms are good. His teammate flashing him there should have made me M plus Viper not calling out. I should have known that it's not Radiant, but still pretty close. I'll take it.
Last player standing.
Out of here.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Thing on a potato.
Last player standing.
Okay, he doesn't crouch or counter strafe. And he doesn't, he holds down the button, or they hold down the button. Which tells me it's probably bronze or iron. He's also, he doesn't shift walk
Out of here.
and he's got
One
a
enemy
little bit
remaining.
there.
That's 3.
Not really. And he's just running.
Hold on to your head.
Clutch.
So I'll say bronze. Taking so long to load. Silver. Okay. All right. I should have gone silver.
Brimstone's out. Watch your eyes!
Feeling sight.
Oh, you.
There's this right there. Is interesting.
Spike down A. One.
There's like nothing here.
Brimstone's out.
What?
Watch your eyes!
He's playing Phoenix, so you know he's below like diamond.
Oh, you.
Spike down A. One.
I'll say gold because there's like no comms. Silver. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's silver. That makes sense. Still not great. Still not great though, and we're still waiting. There's like no other predictions I can give. We do have what Split 2 is going to look like for NA Challengers. We got the groups. I did see clips of Disguised Toast being mad that he's put with TSM and M80, who are teams he's already played against a lot, or that Disguise has already played against a lot. But I guess I can get my predictions for who I think is going to be on the top of these groups. Obviously, I think M80 is going to dominate Group A. Group B, though, I think could go to either G2 or the Guard, considering the G2 did beat the Guard. I still think it's going to go to the Guard because they typically have a really high round differential. So I think the Guard is going to take the win or like dominate Group B, but I think it'll be tied as far as like their win to loss record. I think they'll be tied against G2, but the round differential would, in my opinion, I think will go or be in favor of the Guard, just because of how well they typically play with their round differentials. And then the rest of the group, I think TSM should dominate Group A. I think next would be either Oxygen. Honestly, I think next could be any of these three, and I think Shopify Rebellion will be in the bottom. I'm not sure why they put Mad Lions and OR Esports in the same group, considering they're both at bottom position. But Mad Lions and OR Esports will be down here. I think they'll maintain that bottom position. I can't remember which one had a 0 win ratio. All right. So then I'll put OR at the bottom and Mad Lions just above. Now both OR and Mad Lions are making roster changes. If you look at their player team comp right now, you can see there's only 4 players for Mad Lions, and Will is inactive. And then for OR Esports, there's only 4. So they're trading players in and out. They haven't announced who that's going to be yet. But I do think I think the changes are needed. I don't think the changes are going to be enough. In my opinion, I don't think they're going to be enough. Oh, but the analyst desk is back, and we're getting ready to start the Moist Moguls game here. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the analyst desk has to say about this next matchup.
Joining me for the late shift, we have Bach and we have Sapphire. And being on the late shift, that means we got to watch the upper finals. We got to sit back, Sapphire, and enjoy. And wow, it was over pretty quick, but it was still a spectacle to watch.
It was over quick. I thought I'd have time for some dinner, relax, make some popcorn. That was a fast match. Still an impressive one. We saw, the usual stars like Floor absolutely dominating.
You say we got a chance to watch, but I feel like if you blinked too many times, you would have missed almost 3/4 of the game. That was super fast coming in from V1.
Yeah.
And it kind of answered a lot of questions that we had coming into this one. Is V1 really as good as they look? When we see them tested, how are they going to, handle that kind of pressure? And clearly, they are amazing. They are definitely up there with the best teams in not only the region, but potentially the world here for Game Changers.
Yeah, and with that victory, they'll be moving on into the grand finals, but we got to find out who is going to be joining them, whether Shopify Rebellion will be able to win in that lower finals to make their way back up for that revenge, or if the next series that we have on the horizon, Xset and Moist Moguls, if either of them can fight their way up. We got to see these two fight it out to make it to this point yesterday. 2 very different series that we had when we look at them side by side. This Complexity and Xset game, this is one that went by actually pretty quick, whereas Moist Moguls, they had to be fighting for everything to even get to this point. So this will be a really fun matchup to be watching for today. But let's start with talking about this Xset roster, because Bog, on the desk yesterday, we talked about thinking that this was going to be a pretty close series between them and Complexity, but Xset, they came out to play. They came out with something to prove.
Yeah, this roster definitely impressed us yesterday, and I think overall has been pretty impressive. We looked at their first loss in the quarterfinals, and we thought, okay, maybe this team isn't quite ready. There was a lot of questions on whether or not it was going to work immediately, because the roster was more of an assembled roster, more so than one that's been playing together historically in the past. But after that loss against Shopify Rebellion, they have grinded through this lower bracket. And by grinded, I mean they've taken their opponents and just beaten them down into a fine pulpy mist. Misfits Black getting 2-0'd, Complexity also getting 2-0'd. The teams look fantastic, and I think this is one player you really want to highlight is Bob, who has stepped up huge for the team basically since its inception. But what's impressive to me is not only the numbers, but the volume. To be highly ranked, I think overall with the full event, at 430 rounds, those stats put Bob roughly around 8th or 9th ranked player. By comparison, V1, who just played in the grand finals or the upper finals, has only played 235 rounds. So almost 200 rounds less than Xset has played. And even Moist, who they're about to play, has played almost 100 rounds less than what we've seen played by Xset. So the fact that you're seeing Bob put up numbers like this with a volume of that high of rounds is incredible.
Yeah,
Bob is such a
no,
phenomenal
Bob
player.
is like a star player in Game Changers right now. I've seen Bob play in these past few weeks, or in this past week or so, week and a half. And Bob, like, really just pulls through. It's a little bit of a goofy name to be saying, but it really, like, she really truly is one of the best players in Game Changers right now. Bob really adequately puts up that fight you'd expect from these players here. Bob is one of the best, and she's really one of the main reasons Xset's able to pull through, and she's really carries through that core roster.
Social post this morning. We don't have internet at our old place at CLG. We need to find a new place. I know I contacted them from the Dignitas side. I think Team Liquid, Lagarde, we were all looking out for them. We wanted to make sure they found a home to play this important match. Fortunately, they're all sorted right now, but the team has continually had to overcome adversity in the last couple weeks leading up to this event, and they've met every challenge. And you know, they've started every single match against an org. They've lost the first map. And, you know, we always think, oh, and that first loss is usually pretty devastating too. So to be able to come back and win against Complexity, win against FaZe, win against EG in monumental fashion, absolutely impressive.
One thing to make note of too is most of those games started on Pearl. So if you're coming into today, I think job number one is maybe not letting Pearl be map number one. I was a 13-5 loss to Complexity, a 13-5 loss to Complexity again in the main event. One was in the qualifier, a 13-5 loss to FaZe Clan on Pearl, 13-3 loss on Ascent. It's definitely been something they've struggled with here.
Weird orange gradient.
And then, you know, speaking of Han has been that absolute clutch player. We did see Emily with like one of the most historic clutches in all of Game Changers, but Han in maps 2 and maps 3 when facing elimination, an absolute superstar. So she's crushed it on stats, 221 ACS, over 1 frag per round. Her ADR's off the charts. Her assists, I think that's like 2nd or 3rd in all of Game Changers main. Like, absolutely crushing it, and knows when to step up when it matters.
So what I'm really hearing and understanding here is we're just expecting a 3-map series in this with Moist Moguls and how the first map tends to be going. I mean, we got to see that yesterday. The facts do speak for themselves. If we could see them put up a good fight on that first map, if they have that warm-up, starting a little later today, so maybe we'll get an even better warm-up in. Maybe we could see what can happen on the first map. But speaking of the map picks and bans, I would like to know where we're going to start things off here. Bach, you talked about that Pearl.
All right, Pearl coming out from Xset is no surprise. We know how well Xset likes to play on Pearl. But we can go ahead and take a look here at Moist Moguls. Just in their previous game, when they did play on Haven, they won 13-9 against Evil Geniuses. And that was the pick that Evil Geniuses had. So it's no mystery that Moist Moguls feels confident picking Haven here. Knowing that they were already confident on Haven previously, but now that they've won, even when it was Evil Genius's best map pick, you know, Moist Moguls feels even more confident on it. Moist Moguls ban split here, not letting it go to the decider, and I think that's a good choice. Ascent being a decider here may actually go in the favor of Moist Moguls if it ends up on that decider. Not actually, Xset does put up a good Ascent as well. I think it could go either way for the decider. I know Moist Moguls has a pretty decent Ascent, although yesterday did not prove that at all. I believe the round win was like 13-4 or 13-2, something like that, when Moist Moguls did play against Evil Geniuses on Ascent. But after that, they really picked it up. And Xset, I mean, Xset's just a solid team all around. And again, I think Xset's going to win this matchup. But I am happy to have Moist Moguls disprove me here and have Moist Moguls take it. So I'm really open to anything.
Both teams have had some impressive wins over it. I think both of them smashed complexity on that map. So yeah, we might get that 3-map series.
I'm excited for the Ascent Redemption too, because historically we know that Moist Moguls is pretty good on this map, but we didn't really get to see that as much yesterday. So being able to see that as the game 3 and all of it, I'm pretty excited. Hopefully we do get to that point, but
yeah,
we got to get through Pearl first. And Pearl was a lot of fun to be watching yesterday over on Xset's end, talking specifically about the composition block that they'd like to be running, because it's something that is a little stranger, but Xset, they like to play their own game. They like to play what they're comfortable with, and it works out.
Yeah, for anyone watching at home, what you're wondering about this composition, they play a Phoenix. It's not something we see a lot of teams do, and even when we see it, we're like, does this really work, or is it just...
And there's a reason you don't see Phoenix a lot in pro play, and it's because Phoenix is inherently a selfish agent, and I'm not saying that because of Phoenix's personality. I'm saying the abilities that Phoenix has are not usually abilities that allows your team to really play off of. First of all, it's not a duelist that lets you push into the site quickly. That's not really the main core feature of Phoenix. And those flashes, although hard to dodge if you're playing against, are not very team friendly, in the sense that it's hard for your team to flash for your team, if that makes sense. Like, you couldn't throw a flash ahead of you. Those flashes have to be cashed in on by you. They could not be cashed in on really by your team unless they are pushing at the same time as you, meaning in order for your flashes to work, you have to be in the front lines, which is why it's such a selfish agent, and in team play you're not going to see it a lot, and here's no different. And in pro play, it's not, you're not going to see Phoenix a lot. Here we're seeing it. I don't know if it's going to be if it's going to pick up for the team.
I just don't
but
like the Raze
we'll see.
that often. I think that Raze can be a great agent on the right maps, and I feel like Dodonut actually plays Raze well on those maps. But when you force it and you shoehorn it into every one of your maps, it gets a little uncomfortable. And here, it just doesn't feel like they work a composition.
I mean, Donut pretty much only plays Raze. We saw her play Jet for the first time in the main series yesterday, and she played it well. But yeah, she pretty much only plays Raze. She is a Raze main, not just a duelist main, but a Raze main. Oh, although she does go to Jet here, maybe she heard the casters talking about how they don't like Raze here. So it'll be interesting to talk about. I'll go more over the agent select, but we once again see that Phoenix on Xset. We'll go more over it once the game starts, but yeah, we once again see that Phoenix on Xset, and again, Phoenix is a duelist that is inherently selfish, and if you can counterplay that simply by just preventing the push in from Phoenix, preventing that entry frag ability that you see in most duelists, if you just take advantage of the fact that he can't push quickly into sites and rotate quickly yourself, it can take advantage of that.
Of double controller compositions ruling on Pearl. We have two really interesting answers to the map here as we get into map number 1. In one that I think is going to be very pivotal for Moist Moguls. As the Des was talking about, they've been struggling in starting strong in series.
Yeah, definitely. Their wins have been coming from the mental resilience, being able to win in comeback situations. Starting off here on Pearl, this has been a great map.
All right, and we're going to get into it here. We don't need to listen to those casters. You've got me. So let's get into it as Xset, again, has that Phoenix. And we see them going double initiator as well. They've got the duelist in Phoenix, Astra for the controller, and then Cypher as the sentinel role. Mluo also going to be on Cypher, Athena on Breach for the initiator. Now again, another double initiator with Astra as the controller. So pretty similar picks, of course, excluding that duelist pick being the main difference here. And then Breach and KO going to be those initiators we see on Moist Moguls, and these are pretty aggressive initiators, meaning they're not really vision-based initiators. They're going to be more for that engagement as far as doing damage and clearing space, which means offensively, Moist Moguls might have a little bit of an edge here, but we'll see how it ends up going. Ooh, Pandy. I don't know if she saw Mluo, but gonna be just barely missed by Moist Moguls at the very least. And Emlu is just gonna push aggressively. Meanwhile, though, Dodonut and MLE looking to lock down this site and gonna be able to very effectively, Katsume being the only one to get a pick so far. Now, they have no idea where Panday is. And Panday's CT, so this flank may be good for Xset, but an early pick here for Moist Mogul is gonna put them in a really nice position here. This off the screen. Yeah, it's going to be a really nice position here for Moist Moguls. Already off the bat, able to find those picks. And not even going to find another is Dodonut with 4 kills, really locking down this pistol round, giving Moist Moguls what they need. And they're pulling through. That should be said, Moist Moguls isn't actually very good at pistol rounds the majority of the time. I believe they lose most of their pistol rounds, or have lost most of their pistol rounds. Moist Moguls red, I should say. Here in Game Changers, they've lost most of their pistol rounds. So winning there is, breaking that streak. We're gonna see Spectre and Full Shield from all the Moist Moguls. Now those aren't super powerful guns, and they definitely could have afforded more. But playing a little bit safer with their econ here. Knowing that Xset can and does have that potential to really pull out some good firepower. Now, nobody's actually watching on site of A, which means Xset can push up pretty aggressively down main. There is a Cypher Trip and Cam there to help get some vision there. And now we see that Sova Dart come out. The trip gets broken. Means the cam's going to be utilized. And Moist Moguls is pushing almost entirely through mid here. Panday able to find the pick on Han, but Dodonut going to be there to trade it off. Or Dodonut going to be there to trade it off. It's going to keep it even. But again, the guns are better here for Moist Moguls. So we should be expecting a pretty dominant win here for Moist Moguls. Otherwise, next round could easily go to Xset. And that's not what Moist Moguls wants. They've already lost the chance for a flawless round, so Moist Moguls should just be hoping to win with the rest of their players that are currently alive, continuing to stay alive. Molly comes in to clear that B-Link opening, but MLE going to take out Xset, Rise, Bunny B, and Katsumi. And that's what I'm talking about. You see, you didn't have that initiator to aggress quickly down hall and try and clear it out. Because that duelist to aggress quickly. Because you have Phoenix, who can't push quickly onto site, and we see that be the cause of their loss there. So 4 players left alive from Moist Moguls on that round, with most of them maintaining full shield, is going to make it a pretty good round. And so going into this bonus round, they may have a good chance of winning this, although it's going to be a full buy from Xset, so it'll be difficult. It'll be a difficult win, but still could happen for them. For Moist Moguls. Xset on the flip side, going to be in a pretty good spot and should be able to win this round. Although they don't have full shield, they do have better guns here. Now Xset aggressing B this time once again, and Moist Moguls red and A hit, and it's a bad read. It's not where they're going, which means they've been placing their players wrongly here. Ooh, completely stunned. Emily gonna get taken out by Bunny B, who was also stunned. Han takes out Rise. Bunny B takes out Han. Ooh, and while flashing, Athena takes Bunny B out. There goes the duelist. So it's kept even, and finally, Xset gets that spike down. Now again, it's a bonus round for Moist Moguls, so here they're just trying to get as many kills as possible because it damages Xset's econ. Katsumi not gonna let them get any more through Hall. And Panday going to be denied by Mbluo. So 2 kills from Moist Moguls isn't great for Xset, but it's also not too bad for them. Which means now going into what's going to be a full buy from Moist Moguls, it's going to be pretty even guns here. It's going to be pretty even guns here. So we should see a little bit of an even matchup. Of course, Xset's econ going to be in a better spot here, so Moist Moguls should be hoping to win this in order to to get their own econ in a good spot, as well as deny some good econ momentum for Xset. The operator is in the hands of Dodonut. Barely sees the head of Katsumi there, but not going to be able to quite make contact. Bunny B gonna come in with this Phoenix ult. Ooh, gonna be able to just wallbang Athena. Not great there. And come through and take out Dodonut. Meanwhile, Han takes out Panday. Which keeps it kind of close, but not close enough, as it's going to be a 3v4 for Moist Moguls. And like I said, they sort of need to win this round to keep it even here with this Econ play. This cross being healed by Bunny B and Rise is going to be difficult. Oh, MLE able to take out Bunny B before being traded off. Probably the best they could hope for in that situation. On going to take out Katsumi, immediately traded off. And Luo looking to force out here, do some damage. Gonna take out Rise. Now it's at 1v1, both at full health. Gonna stick. Get it half, too, before taking that dart out. The shock darts come out. Needs to stick it now. Not gonna be able to. Has to get off, and Bob takes some Luo out. Both teams suffer. All of their players lost, but of course Xset already had a decent econ going into that, so they have a good backboard, even off of having all of their players lost, or even if they had lost that round. But of course they won, had a decent econ going into it, so they're still going to be able to full buy this round, although it was made an expensive round. Which means Moist Moguls going to be on a save against a full buy from Xset, puts them probably going to lose this round. Which means Xset should be able to take the advantage in this half. 2 ults, though, for Moist Moguls, and the first one being used in the form of those knives, but I doubt any of those other ults are going to be used, just simply due to the fact, or the other ult, the Cosmic Divide, just simply because they don't need to. The flash comes through to allow Dodonut to try and find some picks, but Dodonut whips. Han, though, going to be able to find that pick on Bunny B. And that flash comes out, which allows Athena to peek out, but not flashed. Xset does not get flashed there. Gets traded off, which means it's going to be kept even, though. Moist Mogul is able to keep it even here. Just as I say that, Panday takes out Han, which means the player advantage now in the hands of Xset. Now, it's a save round for Moist Moguls. They're not expected to win. They've already gotten a good amount of picks, but, of course, the more the merrier for them. And the drone comes out to check B-Link. Which Moist Moguls is not in B-Link. Now Emily coming in from a heaven position, gonna get taken out. Emluo looking to do some damage. Not gonna be able to do any. Gets taken out by Bob, and 2 players down for Xset. Makes it a decent save round for Moist Moguls, but a solid round for Xset to continue to further their econ. Puts them in a good spot. And now Moist Mogul's going to be on a full buy against a full buy from Xset, so Moist Moguls should be hoping for a win here. If they can't secure it, it means Xset's looking pretty good with some really stable momentum. Now there's 2 ults for Moist Moguls to use to try and secure the round, versus Xset, who have 3 ults to use, and the first of which comes out from Rise. Meanwhile, Moist Moguls, who was trying to aggress and get that orb long, able to get it, and now they're pushing for a 3-man flank. Although it looks like 2 are going to go mid, and the only person flanking is going to be Dodo. Oh, never mind, backed up by Athena now. As they go to push through mid, maybe. I don't know, but Xset's already on site. 3 in mid for Moist Moguls isn't going to be good for that. Luo there to protect Emily, who looked like she was going to die. But Luo there going to be able to take out both players who were focused on Emily, which means 2 kills for Moist Moguls puts them in a good spot. 3 players left for Xset, who decide to pivot and rotate towards A. But Moist Moguls is going to be able to get in a good position for that. 2 in CT, 1 in mid, and 2 now coming for the flank. And there's no util to stop the flankers from main, as well as no util to stop the mid push when Moist Moguls decides to start engaging. Xset takes out Panday, Emily, and Panday able to get 2 kills. There you go. Bob finds 1, while Dodo Nut takes the 1 out coming from main. One who's watching main, I believe, is Bob. Now that knife comes through. Panday looking to protect the spike. Not quite going to be able to find any picks. The time is ticking. These players have to push. Dodo Nut takes out Panday. Katsumi going to trade it off, but Han trades that off, which means the buy round that Moist Moguls needed to win to start to get some econ stability, or at least try for some econ stability and deny a steamroll for Xset at the very least. They did win. However, they suffered the majority of their players dying, only saving one of their players, which puts them in a bad position as we move further into these rounds. And this next round not going to be able to be a complete foe buy for Moist Moguls. They're going to be able to buy with Light Shield, but still going to need to start to win some rounds in order to get some good econ stability. On the flip side, Xset, who's been on a good winning streak, a 3-round win streak, those wins were pretty expensive for them, which means you already see Katsumi having to do a little compromise here, go for the Bulldog. Dodo Nut in Cubby looking for a pick, not going to find it, gets flushed out. Meanwhile, Athena gets taken out as well. So now Moist Moguls down 2 players. Oh, and although so many players were flashed, Han didn't know who to shoot at and whiffs. Which leaves 2 players left alive for Moist Moguls in a 2v5. They're just going to go for the save. And that is definitely the smartest decision in this scenario. Looks like Panday going to hunt them down. Not going to find anybody in CT as Moist Moguls push up into it. As Moist Moguls push up into A main. Apologize. I'm a little bit sick and the coughing is really coming through, but it looks like Panday going to continue to hunt here. There is a Cypher util which will detect Panday. Knows that the tripwire is there. Believe can jump over. I'm not going to be able to, though. Although, could have jumped over it, did not successfully jump over it. Now they know to expect Panday. Just going to hold it. Not going to risk it. Gonna get taken out, though. Panday gets taken out as he pushes, or she pushes, not... she is going to risk it, is what I was trying to say. 2 ults still in the hands of Moist Moguls, but a loss there. Not going to put them in good running to secure any more of these rounds. And it's going to start to look dangerous for Moist Moguls as Xset started to get a good advantage here. So it's going to be a save from Moist Moguls. The only people with guns are going to be the ones who had guns from the previous round. And they do have 2 ultimates to use, but they'll probably wait to use them till the next round. Xset has 3 ults to use, but also will probably wait to use them until the next round, knowing Moist Moguls won't be able to full buy here. Guardian on MLE looking to do damage. And Bunny Bee now going to use the ults. The Hunter's Fury comes out as well. They make the call to use them. I imagine assuming off of that Guardian that it was a forced play here, but it was not a force, which means this save round going pretty well for Moist Moguls already. Even though they have lost a player, they did manage to get 2 of those ults out of Xset, which puts them in a decent spot. Panday coming in from Connector. Gonna be met by Mluo, who does not connect those shots. Now the 2-man flank gonna be taken out. And it's just down to Han. It's looking like it may be a flawless round from Xset. Han doesn't know where to look. Not gonna find a pick, and it is a flawless round from Xset. But again, like I said, Moist Moguls managed to get all of the ults out of Xset that round, despite it being a save for them. Which means they're gonna go into this round with 4 ultimates to use. Moist Moguls should be able to secure this round and start to get some momentum built back up. And I did say going into this that Moist Moguls typically has to use a map to start the warm-up. But that's not the case here. As it looks like Moist Moguls has been able to put up a pretty solid play here. Now, Moist Moguls is a little bit of a more offensive-sided team naturally. They're just a really strong offensive team. And Pearl, which is a little bit of a more balanced map, maybe even a little bit offense-sided, puts Moist Moguls in a decent spot. They don't need to necessarily take the advantage going into the next half. If they can keep it even, they're in a really nice spot. Or even if they have the disadvantage going into the next half, they can definitely still come back here. But 4 ults here should secure them this round. They should only have to use around 2 of them to be in a good spot here. It's going to be a full buy against a full buy from Xset. But again, 4 ults here will be really, really good for them as they were able to get those ults out of Xset in the previous round, which does put them in a really nice spot.
More than likely just going to be relying on the ultimates, and honestly, I'd like to see them not.
We will see how it ends up here for Moist Moguls in this round. Again, they should go to them. If it doesn't, they're in a pretty bad spot. They did take a timeout, and I do think it'll be useful for them. Although, off of that timeout, it looks like they may be reading an A hit or maybe a mid hit. But Xset is actually playing slowly. Moist Mogul's not seeing any early engagement, actually plays back a little bit. Moist Moguls this entire time has not really, or this entire half, has not really been protecting mid very much. And has given up mid control to Xset if Xset would like to gain mid control. They never really do. And again, Xset playing really slowly here. And there's only one on B for Moist Moguls. For some reason, still Moist Moguls reading this A push. Finally, some sound on B, and now Moist Moguls is starting to get wary that it might be a B push. Panday coming in through mid into Art, though, may make Moist Moguls continue to push onto A, although now that plant is going down on B. And again, Moist Moguls completely gave up that site there. Mluo knows Panday is mid as well. And again, these ults are going to come through here. And there goes the Rolling Thunder. Does not hit those in B-Link. And it will matter. Xset executes beautifully on the push out for Moist Moguls. Only one player left. Unless you count Han, but he still needs to be rezzed. A little bit of a weird visual bug there, but Moist Moguls, who I said should have won that round, did not. And they used a good portion of their ults there to try and secure it. In fact, all of their ults there to try and secure it, and were not able to. It looks like it's going to be a forced buy from them, potentially. No. It looks like they are going to be going for the save this round. And it seems that timeout did not... honestly, I think that timeout was bad for them. They hard read an A push, and it just wasn't an A push. And they completely gave up B site. They had to play retake, which Moist Moguls is not really that great at. And we're starting to see a little bit of a faulty performance here.
On some maps like Split, running that fast double duelist. On others like here, Pearl, Ascent, the way that they're able to speed things up, go for effective fast hits, slow down other rounds.
Again, it's a save from Moist Moguls, and it looks like they are going to be willing to give up the advantage to Xset here. I'm sorry if the stream is lagging a little bit. I pulled up Twitch to see if Moist Critical was live for his reaction towards the end of this, because Bloodhook isn't live, but neither of them are live. So we won't have the owner reaction this time around. Katsumi and Bob gonna help lock down this site. Shooting through the smoke rise, takes out Dodo Nut, and now it's down to 2 for Moist Moguls. Mluo finds a pick. Meanwhile, her last remaining teammate, Athena, gets taken out, and they know where Mluo is. The spike is down. Really, all Mluo can hope for is at least one more pick.
The Phoenix and all that utility coming in behind him, then you have to deal with Panday on the flank. They've just been so
and that trap goes down, and now they know if Mluo decides to push through lower. And now that Silva drone comes through as well, Mluo just gonna get rushed down. Panday, the one to get the kill, and this round does go to Xset. Now they've officially taken the advantage going into the next half. Now, this is Xset's map pick, okay? So Moist Moguls isn't expected to win it, and they're putting up a decent performance considering it's not their map pick. And again, they're a little bit of an offense-sided team. That being said, they should still be doing good on defense. It's not an excuse to do bad on defense. And now they're coming into this this next round. It's going to be a full buy. Again, hopefully they don't go for any hard reads here. They usually give up mid control, but Xset doesn't usually take advantage of that, so it's typically okay that they give up mid control. See the donut, trying to figure out how she wants to re-peek out. Now that Sova drone comes through, to clear screens. Peeks out just in time to take out Bunny B. Dog comes through and does stun to Donut, as well as some additional util. And the Honor's Fury trying to clear it. Dodo Nut not going to get peeked, though. And another pick for Moist Moguls means... Was that a leg shot? Ooh, Donut takes quite a bit of damage there. The heals come through from Rise, but again, it's going to be a 5v3 for Moist Moguls. This round looking like it might go well for them. And Moist Moguls has that Neural Theft to utilize, but Xset may protect the body until time runs out. Will that mean they're going to re-hit, or are they going to rotate off? The timer should have gone out for Neural Theft by now, so will not be able to use it. Rise hoping they push through Hall. Dodo not looking like she wants to re-peek that. And they know where Athena is. The stun, perfect and beautifully done, means Athena can get that kill. Bob takes Dodona out, who is already low on health. It's going to be 4v2. Athena takes out Katsumi. There's no time to plant. Bob takes out Athena, but is traded off by Emily. 2 players left alive from Moist Moguls. And could this be the start of a revitalized run to end out this half for Moist Moguls and keep it close going into the next half? We'll see. Again, I did say this map might even lean a little bit towards that offense side. Just a little bit. And again, Moist Moguls is a little bit of an offense-sided team. That being said, that was a full buy for Moist Moguls. Went into it not having great econ. They lost the majority of the players, which means they're not going to be able to afford a full buy this round. They're just going to force here, though, anyways, because sort of what you got to do.
Initially set up towards A, but will now pivot back to this B side, actually reconsidering. Where will this hit end? They don't know. The utility headed towards B is just a fake, and it looks like Moist Moguls might realize.
And it looks like Xset going to be aggressing A. Oh, the op not going to connect. And Luo, though, going to be able to dig out Bunny B. No more duelist to help entry. Spike was also in the hands of Bunny B. No longer. And now Xset rotates off and moves towards B. Maybe even through mid. No, it will be through CT, or sorry, the offensive spawn to rotate towards B. Well, Bob comes through, gets detected by the trip, though. Meanwhile, the Neural Theft goes off A. Which tells them exactly where these players are. Emily peeks out, well-timed. Gonna find the pick on Panday. Bob, though, from B-Link, catches Emily, stunned, finds the pick, so it's gonna be kept even. The spike is going to be able to go down, and MXM going to have to play retake. Athena leaves herself open, gets taken out. Mluo loses the 1v1 duel, leaves Han in a 1v3. Will it be another 1v3 clutch from Moist Moguls? No. So it's going to go into the next half, 4-8. If Moist Moguls can secure the pistol round, they may put themselves in a good spot, but Moist Moguls is definitely looking scared here moving into this half. Knowing that they have a 4-round deficit they have to make up. It's an uphill battle, but not unwinnable. And again, this is Xset's map, so you aren't expecting Moist Moguls to take the win on this map. But you still want Moist Moguls to at least try. And they are trying. They're definitely putting up a good fight, but so far it hasn't been enough to take out Moist Mogul, or sorry, Xset. And the advantage does go to Xset on their map in the first half. See if Moist Moguls is able to put up a good fight. Cam comes through from Panday looking for some early engagement. Does spot them. Vision goes out, and Moist Moguls is going to continue to aggress this B. Now, like I said, Moist Moguls needs this pistol round if they want to start what needs to be a little bit of a comeback here. Athena takes out Bob. Early player advantage does go to Moist Moguls. Good damage done to Moist Moguls, though. Panday gonna get run down. Runs out of ammo, and that was just bad timing as Panday was able to find 2 kills in addition to that. And Xset executes, takes out the final 2 players, and this round does go to Xset. And again, I said that pistol round needed to go to Moist Moguls to start to make this comeback. alive, and they weren't able to find it, which definitely puts them in a bad spot here.
Deal with those Halls players from multiple angles. Those are the situations that we just see.
Moist Mogul's really starting to struggle here, and Xset going for that force. Moist Mogul's going to be on a save, just looking to do damage here. And honestly, I think what we're seeing from Moist Moguls is a disappointing performance across the board, but we do see duelists for both sides, or both of these teams, not really able to pull through for their teams. I will say Moist Moguls has done a good job of denying that duelist entry on Xset for Bunny Bee.
They have a chance to play them again if they can win this series. But there's still
Now Moist Mogul's going to continue to aggress A just a little bit.
for either of these teams to close this one on out, as Moist early on just putting a priority on getting that ult orb and
Panda takes out Emily, not really taking any damage in the process. An early pick there for Xset is going to give the rest of Xset confidence to continue to push through A main. But now Moist Mogul's dying on B, decides to rotate through. There's a Cypher Cam and a Cypher Trip to help lock it down and give some vision. They take out the Cam. The Trip goes off, but they take it out. And now it's a 4v5 for these players here. Xset, Panday, gonna get 4 kills looking for the ace. Will she find it? No. Athena takes out Panday, but Bob gonna trade it off. This round does go to Xset. A round they should have won, they did, and they didn't really take very many losses. Only taking 1 loss, which means their bonus going into this round is going to be in a good spot. Going to be in a good bonus. And while this round should go to Moist Moguls, Xset could, or does have the potential to get some good kills here in this round. And do some good econ damage to Moist Moguls. This map starting to look like it's going more and more in the favor of Xset. The flash comes through from Bunny Bee, and Athena is immediately taken out. The aggressive push out from Xset executed beautifully to find themselves the early player advantage and a gun in the hands of Bunny Bee. Moist Mogul is getting ready to push B-Link here. Ooh, oh man, just spraying through, trying to fire at the person who's been hit by the Trip. Still gonna find that pick for Panday. Meanwhile, Dodo Nut does get taken out, so 2 players left alive for Moist Moguls in this round, really starting to not look good for them. They're just gonna go for the save. 50 seconds to save. Gonna be a long round. The Neural Theft comes out. They want to hunt these players down. They know they're trying to save.
But, you know, when you get all those kills on the eco round, you might as well, right? 30 seconds into the round, and
30 seconds left.
Han and Emily are in some serious trouble. Just
3-man flank coming through from CT. Han and Emily each gonna find a pick at the same time, but Rise takes out Han, and now it's a 1v3 for Emily. Not gonna find another as Rise finishes her off. And Xset not only wins that round, but they take out all of Moist Mogul's players, and now Xset gonna have the econ to secure this round and continue to dominate this half. And this map, mostly.
yeah, they're playing for that overtime. They are playing for it. Sheriff's in hand. Looks like they're going to try and go for maybe some kind of fast A play and leave Emuo lurking in mid. Try and...
Flashes come through. Moist Mogul is trying to do an aggressive push into A to challenge the possible aggressive push out from Xset, but it's not an aggressive push out from Xset, which means Moist Mogul finds no early engagement. Now it's going to have to push into A, where there are multiple Cypher Trips set up. Panday on top of the wall, gonna get a pick. It takes a little bit of damage on the way out, but does survive the encounter and is going to be able to get healed by Rise.
And are making a pretty good argument for this squad to be that team who can be that 3rd place, who can maybe even fight to compete into a grand final here.
It's looking like Xset really wants to make their way.
Only until that final Game Changer series when Fluorescent was on Misfits that there was really what felt like
It's looking like Xset really wants to make their way through to the lower finals to face off against Shopify once again.
Just going to be two top teams again. Xset going down to Shopify immediately.
And Blue takes out Bunny B. Reaction time not there. Ooh, and Rise gonna whiff, not gonna be able to find that. Now the gun's getting picked up by Moist Moguls, and so it's gonna be a 3v4 for Xset. On gonna find the pick on Panday, not even one of the ones that had a gun. So the player advantage stays in the hands of Moist Moguls as the kills get traded off. Although Katsumi takes out Mluo, it evens the player count, and Athena is low on health. And neither of those two players were the ones that were able to pick up guns. Which means Xset is gonna have the gun advantage here. Bob gonna find and take out Athena easily. On not gonna be able to protect her and not gonna trade it off either. Finds the pick for Bob. And Xset has secured the 12th round. And it is definitely starting to look dire for Moist Moguls.
And there it is, the duo we were talking about, Katsumi and Bob. Just again for the
now gonna be what am I saying? Moist Moguls now gonna have to make an 8-round win streak if they want to make it to overtime. We know Moist Moguls has crazy comeback potential, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it here against Xset on Pearl. Keep in mind, it's only the first map. It's okay that Moist Moguls loses this, and it is Xset's map, but it is still a pretty defeating loss. 4 rounds is not a good amount of rounds here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for a fast hit. They certainly have the ultimates to do it.
Now the ultimate coming out from Han. Command, the null command. Try and do some damage here. And take this site. Donut gonna take out Panday. Bunny B gonna push through this smoke. Looking to maybe flank these players. Gonna be able to take out Han, who had the spike, but Athena gonna trade it off. Spike does need to be picked up, and the shock darts are coming through to try and defend that spike. Prevent it from getting picked up. Donut, who has the spike, does get spotted. The shock dart comes through, does quite a bit of damage as well. They're definitely just trying to push Donut here. Moist Moguls has no way to really extract her from Hall. The Rolling Thunder, though, gonna be able to do it. Now Mluo coming through for the flank, gonna be able to find one, while Emily takes out Katsumi. Rise able to find a pick, though. But still gonna be a 3v1 for Moist Moguls. Mluo gonna finish Rise off, trading it off. It's a buy for Moist Moguls, but it's an expensive one that they do end up winning. Expensive meaning they lost the majority of their players. Still going to be able to full buy this round, but econ stability not going to be there for them. Good use of the Rolling Thunder there. Pull and get Dodona in a place where she could plant. We'll play there from Xset. And Moist Moguls has 2 ultimates to utilize. Xset only has 1 in the form of a Hunter's Fury. Now Moist Moguls pushing through A. They're going to have to encounter the operator on Bob, which does miss. And now they back off. Moist Moguls actually looking like they may want to contest A still, despite knowing the op may be there. And now the Hunter's Fury comes out. Not quite going to find a kill. Only able to find 1 hit on Athena. And now Moist Moguls backs up. Xset still mostly planted near B and B link. It means this B push will be pretty heavily contested by Xset. And A would have definitely been a better push, although that operator was looking scary. Bunny B does not have an operator to use.
Can just be so powerful, and Emily is ready to use it surely on this site hit. Now Dodo gonna be able to dash into the smoke, try and open things up.
Now that Cosmic Divide comes up. Han goes for the plant. Not going to be contested. That Cosmic Divide going to be useful in helping Moist Moguls secure that plant. The flank is coming through from Panday. There is some util to deny it, though. And now a flank coming in from Mluo as well. Playing the long con here. The rest of Moist Moguls trying to defend the site. Dodonut, who is watching flank, ready for it.
to come through. Cat is trying to hold on to this one.
Cyber Trip not even going to have to go off. They find that pick. The shock dart, they're going to flush out and take out Athena. This flank finally coming through from Mluo. Trades have been able to come through from Moist Moguls. The spike was being held, but that flank finally comes through from Mluo. Spike's going to have to be held as time is ticking, and Dodo not going to get that pick. Mluo does die to the spike, but Moist Moguls' comeback is starting to feel alive. Maybe they're not quite out of it yet. They just got to go for it. They got to push. It's going to be a full buy from them, and the econ not good for Xset. Going to have to be a save. It's a big round for Moist Moguls to win. And Xset did use one of their ults that previous round. They have not been stockpiling those ults, which means they only have one ult to use this round. No, it's a force buy from 2 of the Xset members, and then a light buy from the rest of them. Yeah, so that ult from Bunny B is definitely going to be looking for picks. But MXM playing very passive here. As Xset has taken mid control, not really going to be contested. There's a Cypher Trip, but they'll be able to spot Mluo before hitting a trip. Mluo knows the trip has gone down, but still ready, still not ready for it. Oh, and the flash comes through, gonna help Bunny Bee find another. That's 3 kills for Bunny Bee, 4 now. Taking out Emma Lee, who is maybe making it alive. Bunny Bee looking for the ace on Dodo Nut. Has full health and shield still. Looking for the ace and gonna find it. An ace for Bunny Bee to finish it off. And Moist Moguls loses the first map, and it goes to Xset, making it an exciting and long map. But it still does end up going to Xset. Disappointing to see again, but it does still go to Moist Moguls, to Xset, who are starting to look really strong, and in that match, definitely looking to prove that they are better than Moist Moguls. I did say going into this matchup that I expect Xset to win. As much as I do want Moist Moguls to win, I do expect Xset to win, and they take the first map, which is Xset's map. That being said, I've always said it, and I'll say it again. Moist Moguls usually takes a map to warm up and find their stride. So we may see as we move into the next map, which is Haven, that Moist Moguls is able to really pick it up. We'll see if they're able to, and we'll see if they're able to pull through. I am interested to hear what the desk has to say.
Wild moments. Xset is looking strong, but the series is not over yet. The game changer's life here for the Moist Moguls relies on Haven. That's coming up right after this break.
And again, after this matchup, I will have to go. I will be taking a break to eat, as there will be an extended break in between this series and the next one. $11 p.m. EST. Jesus. Sorry. Alright. But yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be a dominant performance from Xset. That performance was definitely a little bit disappointing. I can't do any I need this to be updated before I can do post-match analysis, bro. It's annoying. Keep refreshing. Or does it just say be safe? Okay. But yeah, there's not a whole lot to like. I want to be able to analyze it, but no access to the stats is it's gonna make it difficult. I'm just gonna double check that neither Ludwig nor Moist Critical are live right now. He did schedule the stream, but he hasn't gone live. I guess it started earlier than he was thinking. So I'll have it open. I'll be ready for it. And then that's Ludwig, by the way. And then I don't think. To be fair, I feel like the Valorant teams are like Ludwig's. You know, like he's the child, and like Moist Critical is like, yeah, you can have one. You know, because like I don't think Moist Critical usually streams the Valorant matches. So yeah. Yeah. Missed the first match, but I guess that makes it more exciting when you go live after, you know, now this map really matters, because if they lose, they lose map point or match point for Xset now. Again, I want to do this post-match analysis, but they have not put it in yet. I don't know why. Valor has been slow recently. I feel like for challengers, they're usually pretty quick. Like within like 5 or 10 minutes, but this has been relatively slow. I feel like, oh, there we go. All right, right as I'm calling it slow. So you can see Moist Moguls put up a decent defense. And again, like I said, Moist Moguls usually takes that first map to really heat up and warm up. But you can see none of the players went positive. That's really not a good sign. I mean, Emily was near it, but yeah, not positive. Dodonut did not get to shine through as much as she probably would have wanted to. Versus the entirety of Xset is positive. That's a really good sign for Xset. I mean, you look at Panday really shining through on that Sentinel role. Not necessarily what you want to see is your Sentinel shining through, but it does bode well knowing that just because Bunny B isn't that top frag doesn't mean the rest of the team can't pull through. But let's go ahead and listen to what the desk has to say. They're much more qualified than I am.
A large part of that, is the composition they bring. It just feels like they're still trying to figure out how to make these pieces work together. It's not that this comp can't work, it's just that it doesn't seem to be working for them. They don't really seem to be playing it the same way that other people are playing it. I don't really want to say that's the only reason why this map doesn't work for them, because I think there's maybe some other problems they're having on the roster fundamentally. But it is an odd one, to say the least. The lack of information gathering, the fact that they switched Dodonut over to the Jet at least shows promise. They're willing to make some adaptations, and I think we all wanted to see how that would work out for them. Ultimately, it doesn't have enough gusto to push them over the finish line, as Dodonut actually ended up finishing 12 and 15. But yeah. I think you have to also point at Xset. They play an obscure composition with a Phoenix, which is not what a lot of teams are doing. They don't have a Killjoy. They have a Cypher, which is also matched on the other side. They've swapped Bob away from the Harbor, and they've gone over to the Sova, which I like. I think that this composition definitely works a whole lot better for them, and you can see the success they're having as a result. A 13-6 victory, not a bad way to start the series.
Yeah, they just look cool, calm, collected, and just so overly confident. The fact, too, that the map is going to be ended out with that ace coming out from Bunny B, just running it with the Phoenix, was just incredible. But when you're talking about incredible players, we have to be looking at MVP of Xset for this time around, Panday, because Panday is not really someone that we've talked about nearly as much of the other people of this roster. And to see the Cypher topping the charts here, Sapphire, I think this is where we need to talk about Panday.
Yeah,
I will say, I will
cool
say, I think Panday played well. Panday played well. I don't know if the util is the reason Panday fragged so high, though. I feel like Panday fragged high, again, not because of the util, but because of the just being good at aiming and good positionally. But Panday's util was not utilized very much. There were some situations where it was used, but I found when it was used, it often didn't end up affecting very much. Not obviously she was using her util every round, but was it being effective? I don't think so. I don't know if it was super effective util usage rather than just being a smart and well put together player.
Played a variety of roles, playing Sova, Fade, Killjoy, Brimstone, Sage, Viper, Yoru, Breach, really trying to find stable footing. And I think in that Sentinel role is where we see Panday seem to work out best. Pearl has been one of their better maps. If you actually go back and look, Pearl's where they kind of sit in the background a little bit, but positive KD, definitely strong performance on the ACS. It seems to be a map that Panday really excels at. And this is the first time we get to see Panday drive to the top of the leaderboard, really putting a little exclamation point on the performance and a strong first map from not only them, but the entirety of the team.
Yeah.
We'll have to see then when we're going to a map that maybe not as comfortable on, at least not quite in recent history, as we're looking at Haven next in our series. For Xset, this is one we haven't seen since the qualifiers, and it was pretty close with some varying results, whereas for Moist Moguls, this is the one where yesterday, Sapphire, we got to see the turnaround, we got to see the bounce back after their first loss, and this is where Moist Moguls really started to shine.
Yeah. This was certainly an important match for them yesterday.
And again, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think Moist Moguls, you just needs a map to warm up. It shouldn't be like that, and I don't think they should be working towards that. Obviously, they don't want to have to rely on that, and they shouldn't have to rely on that. But at the end of the day, that is sort of what that is sort of how this goes, if that makes sense. Moist Moguls does have to rely on the map. Regardless of if they should or if regardless of if they should, they do typically need a map to warm up. Fortunately, this time around, it's Xset's pick, which means now that they've had that map to warm up, they're moving into their pick. We'll see if that theme continues of just needing a map to warm up, and now they'll be able to kick it into overdrive. Or maybe it was just that Ludwig wasn't live yet, and so they didn't have that motivation. Whatever it is, we'll see if Moist Moguls will be able to pick it up and move forward and play better against Xset.
Mixing up the roles so aggressively, people are feeling out of place. They had a 13-10 loss to Akumu. They had a 14-12 win earlier in the qualifier as well. It's not the kind of results you expect from a team who's made it as far as they have. So maybe we'll see a change today. Maybe we'll see them kind of find more reasonable and reliable compositions. I think Katsumi on a Jet makes perfect sense. That's something that Katsumi does well. But maybe the rest of the team is going to find themselves back in spots that they play on other maps. I'm not against trying new comps. I'm not against juggling roles. It just feels like it hasn't worked for them, and they need to find more stable ground.
I mean, they're definitely not strangers to switching things up, because when we think back to that Pearl 2, it was one that they were running that Harbor with before, which is fun, but then swapping over to the Sova when realizing, hey, maybe this isn't working quite too well. So them seeing this Haven ahead of them, there definitely is that room for change, especially since talking to Rise yesterday and talking about the fact that we'll play what they're comfortable on and make sure that everyone's kind of in their own zone, Sapphire, so each player can be performing at the capability that they need to be.
Yeah, that was a insightful interview from Rise, because they said we're not worrying about the strats, we're just playing like what we know best, what makes us feel the most comfortable.
That's something you hear from a lot of teams too at the top level, looking at VCT even. Like, they come into a game and that's just how they play. They want to play their own game. They don't want to worry about their opponents and how they're going to play. They don't want to counter strat, which sometimes I think could be beneficial to teams of all levels of play. Yeah. But it's this idea of just coming in and doing what you know how to do. So I get it. I do agree that there is value to that. I just am not sold on how they approach this map. Hopefully they'll mix things up a little bit today.
Well then, Abak, what do you need to see then for you to be a believer in Xset's Haven?
I feel like Bob on Cypher is not the worst thing. I think that Bob is probably the most flexible player currently playing in Game Changers.
Okay, I think Moist Moguls has a really good chance of winning this map. I do still, even if Moist Moguls secures this map, I do still expect the decider to go to Xset. I do expect Xset to win this matchup. Again, as much as I you know what? I hope Moist Moguls exceeds my expectations. Realistically, though, I think Xset could still very much so win on Haven, and in the entire matchup, probably going to take the overall win, the 2-1. A 2-1 is what I'm expecting, but a 2-0 is not out of the picture, especially with how dominantly Xset did just perform on Pearl. Again, Moist Moguls usually needs a map to warm up, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think they definitely have better odds of taking Haven than Xset. But again, even if Moist Moguls takes Haven, I think they're just prolonging the inevitable.
The fact that they don't have a Sova on Haven is somewhat surprising. I feel like a lot of people are going to run a Sova on this map. It seems like an incredibly strong agent, which would be Bob's play, which means you then put Panday on the Cypher or even on the Killjoy. You could mix things up and throw either Bunny Bee or Rise on different roles if you really need to. I think there's things that they can do to try to fine-tune the composition. They could still bring these same agents into the fold. I don't have a problem with the composition. I just have maybe an issue with who's playing the roles and how it works for the roster. So we'll see as we get into the agent select whether we're going to see any kind of juggle up coming in here from Xset. And there's the first one. So Rise is going to go to the smokes. Panda is going to go to the Killjoy. Katsumi will stick to the Jet, which means Bunny Bee's probably going to stay on the breach. Do we get Bob on the Sova? Yes, we do.
There we
That's
go.
huge. I like this composition a lot more than what we saw from them before.
They're listening to Coach Bach over here. They're getting the sauce of what to play. No, I'm definitely with you that I like this a lot more. Bob on the Sova has just been an incredible player to watch, and being able to have, even if everyone's like can do different things, being able to see people on roles that they're a bit more comfortable with, that we get to see them with on other maps.
I don't know how long I've been muted, but I was just saying that there's no breaches for Moist Moguls, or there is no breach for Moist Moguls, and breach is pretty much a staple of Haven. I guess you can play without him. It's going to be difficult, and the Rolling Thunder is massive in taking sites a lot of the time. But at the same time, it's also still very possible that this round does go to Moist Moguls regardless. Again, I think Breach is a useful agent. Not picking it here is a choice I disagree with. But you know what? If there's a team that can surprise me, it's Moist Moguls. They've surprised me before. They surprised me yesterday, almost certainly. But you know, I still disagree with the decision regardless. Let's take a look at the rest of the picks. Again, pretty much the same picks, excluding KO for Moist Moguls instead of Breach, which Xset has gone for that Breach, and then Sky for Moist Moguls instead of the Sova, which Xset has picked. Again, Sky and Sova can be used interchangeably on Haven. They're both really good information initiators that you can utilize. But yeah, again, KO instead of Breach here for Moist Moguls is an interesting pick, and we'll see if it's a useful pick. We'll see if those picks are utilized. Now, again, Moist Moguls is usually an offense-sided team. They're starting on offense on this map, so it does bode well for them, in my opinion. So we'll see how it does end up going. Katsumi in garage. Nobody's anticipating it. Doesn't matter. They're there to flick in time. Bunny B got flushed out, but not quite. Gets taken out instead of being flushed out. Which means it's a player advantage for Moist Moguls. That doesn't stop Rise from doing good damage to Han and Emily. Bringing them both down to around 40 or below. And now Xset sending 2 down C long, looking for some early aggression. Not gonna find any picks. Maybe sees Han. Now they know there's at least one. The blind comes through. They don't expect Rise there as well, and it's executed well. Rise gonna find 2. Han able to find 1 for 3 kills total, but gonna be the only player on her team to find any kills as Moist Moguls. As Moist Moguls executes effectively on their, as Xset executes effectively on the enemy, which is Moist Moguls. Now it's going to be a forced buy from Xset, and already off to a bad foot for Moist Moguls. See if Xset is able to execute well here. And to secure this round, they should be able to. They have better guns here. Rise gonna be detected on the site. No util, no smokes, and Moist Moguls actually just backs up off of that. Decide not to initiate after that.
Again, from what we saw in the last map, the Moguls don't like to invest into these second rounds too much. They're just gonna opt for a whole bunch of classics here.
The Sova dart, though, going to be huge. Now they know that it could be a rotate for Moist Moguls through over towards A. Where Bob is waiting without Marshall, which pretty much is an op to Moist Moguls. Except they can shoot much faster and more accurately without being scoped in. Simply because Moist Moguls has no health. Or no shield. But not going to connect any shots. Moist Moguls biding their time, decides to rotate off of A. Now moving towards mid, maybe a B push. There's an alarm bot as well as Katsumi there to watch the site.
Yeah, and it's in a situation like this.
Now Mluo is in short. Not going to catch anybody there though. Instead, we turn our attention towards mid. As Moist Moguls pushes into B and aggresses. Doesn't clear Katsumi. Pandey able to take out Han, preventing that push onto site. C-Link gonna get taken out by a Rise coming in through garage window. Spike does go down, but it's gonna be defused, and Mluo has to go fast. Not gonna be able to as Bob finishes her off. And this round is flawless for Xset. Not good for Moist Moguls, who going into this third round is gonna have a very hefty defense they have to push back against. It could result in massive loss of players for Moist Moguls, or a loss even. Xset has a good shot of winning despite being add a little bit of a gun diff here. Add a gun diff here, being having less guns, less good guns.
I would like to see them fight for some of those orbs, like you just mentioned. Han's so close to that KO ult. Try and use that to get an early execute here, maybe on the next buy round if they can convert
And now,
this bonus. But it looks like
Moguls getting ready for this A push.
Actually not going to smoke the cross, just immediately taking space.
Emily does get flashed. Does TP across, but again, gets flashed. Can't find any easy picks there. Now Rise coming down short, gonna be greeted by Dodonut, who wins that exchange. So now it's a 4v5 for the remaining Xset players. Too long, both get taken out by Emily. A site is clear. Bob trying to rush there and prevent the push on. Maybe just wait for Panday to help with this retake. 5 players, and I did say Xset was going to be able to push back, or have a good chance of pushing back well, but hasn't been able to so far. Maybe they can find some picks on this retake. It's a bonus round for Xset. So again, all they were trying to do is find some good picks, and they haven't been able to do that quite yet. Emily down to 49 health. Could be one tap for these players. On watching Heaven, gonna get taken out by Bob, loses that 1v1, and Panday takes out Athena, who's looking at Heaven. Nobody's watching Heaven. Dodonut gonna take out Panday though, and now it's a 1v3 for Bob. Gets wallbanged, finished off by Dodonut, who gets 3 kills this half. Or sorry, this round. Only 3 kills this half. 3 kills this round. I mean, only 3 kills this half so far, so I guess I wasn't wrong. But, point being, good round for Moist Moguls means they can still full buy this round. Xset gonna be on a full buy as well, just with half shield for Bob and Katsumi. The operator in Katsumi's hands, though, may look deadly as it's gonna peek out short. And I doubt Moist Moguls will be ready for it. There is a KO ult that Moist Moguls can utilize wherever they decide to push, but they have left that spike default. Ready to get pushed up, and Katsumi has not pushed out all the way out of short. She's just watching it, and then Skydog goes down and sees her with that op. Now Dodonut pushing out, looking to find some early aggression. And now Katsumi running away. A trade goes off as Emily takes out Bob, but it's trade off by Bunny B, who's pushed up pretty aggressively. Flash comes out. Athena not going to be able to defend herself. Nah, it's a 4v3 for the remaining Xset players. Could be in a good spot for them, having that player advantage, and they have spiked down.
This is a bizarre situation at A-Long. You don't oft see the breach.
Dodonut still just watching short. Nobody's going to push her, though. The remaining Moist Moguls players in weird positions. One's in CT, in C-Link. Oh, the reaction time not there. Rise takes out Han. Now it's a 4v2 for Xset. And it looks like Dodonut and Mluo are going to go for the save. And that's a smart decision. You've only got 15 seconds left. You still have to pick up the site, then the spike, then you have to take it to site. It's a whole thing, and they just don't really have time for it. 4 seconds left. No more time to plant, and this round does go to Xset. continuing to widen the lead that they have. This was a good round for them to win as well. So now their econ's going to start to look stable. Moist Mogul is not as stable.
That crossfire could come in, that the trade would be there. Frankly, a strange round from both teams that we just witnessed.
Yeah, only 4 rounds in, and every one of these.
And now that ult still in the hands of Han was not used in that previous round. The full buy isn't going to come through for Moist Moguls, but Light Shield in the hands of Emily and Athena mean they are at a bit of a disadvantage. Katsumi still having that op and still looking deadly, gonna push out short.
Economy okay for both teams at this point.
Ooh, not gonna find anybody. Takes a little bit of damage, but not too much, and continues to aggress. Gonna find that pick on Athena. For some reason, Moist Moguls kept peeking that, knowing how deadly it is. Emily also gets taken out. Bob takes out Emily. Dodonut takes out Bunny Bee. Katsumi takes out Dodonut, though, and now Khan is alone. As Moist Moguls continued to aggress that op, and it kept killing them. You do have to wonder what the IGL call was there. Why they decided to continue pushing it. That was a decision I definitely agree with. Rise and Han meeting each other very close up, ready to kiss each other, but Han takes her out. Han also takes out Bob. Now it's a 1v1. Both players not on great health, but the op just going to be deadlier there. 3 kills for both Han and Katsumi, but Katsumi going to be the one to win that round for her team. An expensive round for both teams here, but of course, Xset gets away with the win, so they're... and their money was already decent going into that, so their money not going to be in a bad spot here. And it's looking like this map not going to go great for Moist Moguls. Again, offensive-sided map, and Moist Moguls has not been able to take these rounds in their favor.
Moguls, it's just in those scenarios, the outrage Katsumi and Bob bail them out.
Get out of my way! It is absurd. The stuff that they are pulling off, Cat. Going for a confidence peek down mid.
Dodonut takes out Bob, and now it's a 4v5 for the remaining Xset players. The Knives looking good, but it's a save round for Moist Mogul. Not quite going to clear Rise, but they know where Rise is now. Athena going to finish her off, and a gun going to get hooked up. But the Defender Killjoy lockdown are going to go down to prevent an aggressive take here.
Completely force Moist Moguls off of this site.
Luo and Emily in that spot where they can be flushed out. Finished off by Bunny Bee, one of them. Luo taking out Panday. Short going to take out Athena, and this spike's going to start getting diffused. They have to push it. Emily going to take out Bunny Bee. Emily also going to take out Panday. Again, spike not really planted for them very well. Dodo not going to finish Katsumi off. The operator not going to be picked up by Moist Moguls. They decide not to pick it up. But the round does go to Moist Moguls. It was a save round. Turned around to win. Puts them in a good spot. 4 ults, though, for Xset could help them secure this round. And it doesn't say who took this time out, but I imagine it's Moist Moguls.
And then just complete chaos across the board.
I imagine it's Moist Moguls. That's when you're supposed to show us who it is. Oh, it's Xset. Okay. I mean, you can't blame them. They're not at a substantial lead here. They've yet to take a timeout in this matchup. And there was definitely some flawed play there that led them to lose a save round from Moist Moguls. Look at Moist Moguls, though. 6, 6, and 5. Okay, it's looking pretty good. And then Athena only has 1, and Emluo has 0. Now, of course, you're not expecting your Sentinel to be top frag or anything, but you still want them to have kills at this point in the game. We're 6 rounds in. You still want some kills, at least 1 by now. And you look at Panday getting 6 kills for Xset, really pulling through for her team. So it's really not looking that strong for Moist Moguls.
If you initially are maybe taking a fight towards A and then giving that space and leading more into these rounds where you are playing that retake, it could work well, especially since
this is really just starting, like, I mean, regardless of if Moist Moguls just won that round, they're definitely starting to struggle a little bit here. We've seen them already. We're pretty early on in, and they definitely could still win here, but it's just not looking great for them. As Xset is looking to continue to win these rounds.
Look at the state of the economy for Xset.
Again, 3 ults for Moist Moguls, 4 ults for Xset. See if those ults are going to be utilized here, knowing it's a buy round for both sides. Bob actually going to be on a sheriff only. Does not have enough money to buy, and the stinger for Rise, but it is still a force buy. here for Xset, so they should be hoping to get some kills here. Rise with the stinger, looking to do some damage.
In a strong position, but I don't think Emluo is gonna
Short, a short.
push her luck too soon here, as it's actually Garage being taken.
It almost looks like
by Moist.
Emily, or sorry,
Holding this space, Xset
Emluo
aware,
and
but yeah,
Rise are right
picking
next
up
to
the
each other.
space.
That's because they kind of are. Not quite able to see each other though, with thin wall
Rounds,
separating them.
Muggles just like to slow things down. They claimed a bit of that space on A, and now they have a smoked back C to actually dash into the site. But look at this, the spike for them still inside.
Now off of so much, off of that ult use by Han, which does get taken out. The Hunter's Fury comes out and it takes it out. But also Xset starts rotating towards C, but a kill is picked up on A by Emluo, which makes Xset rotate back towards A, but the spike coming into C for Moist Moguls, and they have the player advantage, which means not only is Xset going to have to take some time to rotate towards the site here and get ready for this retake, the player advantage is in the hands of Moist Moguls. Now, Emluo is down to 1 health, so it's not great for them. It also could be a win. Katsumi going to take out Han and Dodona. Going to find Athena's head as well. Gonna get finished off, though, by Emily as the rest of her team was slowly taken out. 2 players left alive from Moist Moguls, and they've started to gain some ground here. It was a forced buy from Xset, so you know they were hoping to win it, and they didn't win it. So now they're gonna have to save here, and it puts them in a little bit of a bad spot. Which means Moist Moguls could be in a position to tie it up. Again, I said I'm happy for them to subvert my expectations, especially surrounding their performance here. Or like I said, I thought they weren't looking in a good spot. I was ready for them to subvert my expectations, and it seems they're looking to do that now. Xset is reading a C hit here, but Moist Moguls is leaning A. But now they're rotating towards C. And, well, definitely the wrong move. That was the wrong... I don't know what the call was to rotate towards C. Maybe just because they had no early aggression or early picks A. So many on site, though. Flashes come through for both sides. Rise able to take out Dodo, but Han takes out Katsumi at the same time. Emluo takes out Panday, but Rise takes out Emluo, and Bunny Bee able to catch Athena. Now, the spike is still in the hands of Moist Moguls for Han. Oh, firing through the smoke. Han takes out Bob. And that's going to keep the player count even. And now Moist Moguls rotating towards A. The Omen ult from Rise going to get her on A to defend the site when Moist Moguls is rushing in. Definitely anticipating nobody's there, but they also know that the Omen ult could have placed Rise there. They're just definitely not expecting short. And although Rise is still able to find the kill, Emily's there to trade it off, and not in time. The plant not going to expect the short play from Bunny Bee. That's going to prevent Moist Moguls from tying it up, although it looked like they were moving towards it. A little bit of BMing as well.
And it all falls apart.
The one round where they just don't take enough time, spend enough utility to actually effectively clear out some of the other areas.
Moist Moguls was not able to tie it up. Well played from Xset, and not well played from Moist Moguls, who, well, they lost pretty early there. I mean, they lost as soon as they pushed into C. Again, I don't know why they pushed into C necessarily. Again, I think it's because they didn't get any early picks A. And usually the majority of the players are going to be stacked on A. So if you don't get any vision on A or any picks on A early, you know it's going to be difficult to push in there. But it's also a save, so some Moist Moguls that should have signified that there weren't, there weren't any on A. So, but it is what it is. And now Moist Moguls not able to tie it up. Still going to be in a position to buy, but so is Xset. It's going to be a buy from both sides, both looking to win this. Emluo gets spotted. Meanwhile, Moist Moguls engaging mid. The whiffs on Panday. And nobody able to trade it off either. Means the player count going to be one up for Xset. gonna be a 5v4 for them.
Setting up Panda to get that opening off the B main swing. And now Xset with an opportunity to slow things down in the 5v4, play a bit more spread, just set up for a retake if need be.
I love the re-aggression in the mid-round. Last 2 rounds, Xset has been playing to Moist game, letting that clock dwindle down, but this time they are ready to find that.
Ooh, the engagement as Moist Moguls is getting ready to push into B. Donut takes out Katsumi. It's an early pick there, but the spike is still leaning towards Garage. And there's time for them to rotate out and take it somewhere else. It looks like they are going to be taking it A, or no, it looks like they're going to be moving it towards Garage and go to C. But it looks like Xset is ready for that, knowing that nobody has pushed into C. Panda gonna take out Donut. Athena takes out Panda, but Rise takes out Han. Athena able to take out Bunny B. Oh, and they know where Athena is. And there's no time to plant. Rise gonna get the kill on Athena. Emluo and C-Link just gonna have to save. And now Xset has secured 6 rounds, which means it's impossible for Moist Moguls to get the advantage going into the next half. And it's an offense-sided map. Moist Moguls is on offense themselves right now. And so not being able to take the advantage going into the next half is not a good sign. Is not a good sign. And in addition to that, Moist Moguls is a typically offense-sided team, meaning they play better on offense. So not doing well here is a little bit disappointing for them. 3 ults for Moist Moguls to use here.
They've spent it all. They've fully forced into this round. Such a crucial one. If they don't take it here, Xset, their advantage is just going to be out of control at the tail end of this half. A lead that would feel almost unrecoverable.
Clearing Garage, gonna be able to take out Panda, who was focused on Donut, but not able to connect the shots, as she did get concussed. And now Moist Mogul is pushing into C here. Some breach users are gonna ward off the plant, but they should still be able to get it down. Shooting through the smoke, not gonna hit anybody, but does ward back Xset, who is all in C-Link currently. Now getting ready to execute onto Garage. They do pre-fire the box that Emily was behind, but still able to push out. Emily was still able to push out and take out Bunny Bee before getting taken out. Dono not going to win the exchange, not versus a Vandal, and it seems the Vandal has won. Rise takes out Dono not, but Han takes out Bob and Rise. Finish it off. 3 players left alive from Moist Moguls. That's a good round for them to win. I believe they only had to use one of their... No, they didn't actually have to use any ults to secure that, which is even better for them. Because now they're going into a save round for Xset, so they don't have to use ults here either, which means they can save their ults for the final round of the half, and should be able to tie it up going into the next half, which is a good position for them to be in. But, again, offense-sided map, offense-sided team, so it's not great for them. The Jet Knives are going to come out this round, just to secure some good econ going into the next round. Bunny Bee, though, apparently the Sheriff is better than the Knives there. Able to connect, and now it's going to be 5v4 for Xset. It's a save run for them, though.
Forcing respect from Moist to, again, just have that timer starting to work against him, have that player disadvantage, have map control slowly being...
Bunny Bee going to go for this flank on those that are long. It's going to be able to connect for a kill. Finally going to get punished, but a little bit late there. Katsumi also short, going to get taken out by Emluo, though, which means it's going to be kept even in a 3v3 now. Now, Moist Moguls needs to figure out how they want to play this. They have ults if they want to utilize them, but they know it's a save round, so they don't want to utilize them. The Swarm Grenade was there to clear it, but it doesn't matter because Athena cleared it first. Athena also takes out Bob. Which means it's a 1v3 for Rise, and all he has is all she has is a classic, sorry. All they have is a classic.
30 seconds left. Yeah, 1v3. They know where she is. They just have to
Pushing out, Emily takes out Rise, and this round goes to Moist Moguls. A round they should have won, they did, and they only lost 2 of their players, which means they're going to be able to buy coming into the last round of the half. They did have to use some ults, though. They did end up using those Jet Knives. And then I think they also use their Omen ultimate, unless I'm mistaken. Which does mean they only have 2 ults to try and secure this round, versus the 3 ults that Xset has. Now, I'd say offensively, Moist Mogul's ults will be a little bit useful here, but the Rolling Thunder is looking like it's going to come out immediately from Bunny B to clear the offense side spawn, maybe even mid, off some contact from Katsumi, but I don't think anybody's going to find that contact. Bob going to get taken out. Emily also going to be able to take out Bunny B. That Rolling Thunder plan not going to happen. They do not know how far pushed up Xset is. They're definitely not anticipating Rise for this flank. Going to be able to find a pick, find another one as well, and keep it even. Now it's going to be a 3v3. Moist Mogul's going to start rushing into A here. There's going to be a lot of Killjoy util to try and ward them back, as well as a lockdown can be utilized. But there could be a counter lockdown from Moist Moguls as well. I'm sorry, they don't have that lockdown. That's my bad. I forgot. Dodo Nut takes out Katsumi. And I imagine this lockdown will come out for this retake. But is currently suppressed from the knife. So it's going to be a while before this lockdown can come out. It finally comes out for Xset, but it's been a while. Moist, just going to probably respect it. Maybe not Dodonut. Flash comes through, and it's good to take out Panday. Going to try and destroy the lockdown, expecting Rise to have TP'd out. But Rise does cancel that ult. The Molly comes through, which allows Rise to get it half, but there's nobody else to cash in on that. So 2 players left alive for Moist Moguls. Score going to be 6-6. And Moist Moguls has managed to tie it up going into this half, but again, it's an offense-sided map, so Moist Moguls not able to win that offense there is a little bit disappointing for them, almost certainly. And I did say we might see this third map come out, but I'm starting to think maybe it'll be a 2-0 from Xset. Even though Moist Moguls has been able to keep it even, again, it's an offense-sided map, so not gaining the advantage going to the next half is not good for Moist Moguls, but for Xset, it's really good for them. Able to keep it even, and now they're going to the offense of the offense side of the map. They should be able to win this. I mean, 5-7 would have been good odds for them, but 6-6 is even better. The dart comes through to clear out the site, but nobody's on site. Moguls are mostly playing on A. They've got 3 on A. And now they're starting to rotate more towards C once again. Amuo holding from garage window, not going to find a pick. Bende pushed up in grass, going to be able to find a pick. MLE, who should have found the pick on the person who was blinded, not going to be able to find it. And although it's traded off, oh, nasty shot from Katsumi. He's going to make it. So Xset has a massive advantage here. Katsumi going to find another nasty hit, and that's going to make it 7-6. Going into the start of this half. And Xset going to force here. Should be able to secure a round as well.
I mean, these are the rounds where you just see Kat unleash. You see why. She's given the freedom by this team.
And now Moist Moguls needs to figure out how they're going to play this pistol. And it looks like they're going to stack 4 on C. And it's a good read. So hopefully for them, they can do some good damage off of that good read.
Once they do make that push happen, that Moist just had no chance to work back into that round.
We'll see.
I've seen this story before.
A little bit of pushback there already, but Bunny B gonna take out MLE.
Maybe a similar ending, maybe not. Xset seem a little bit more aware of the trap that's been popped on them.
I doubt they know that there's 4 here. Now they know there's at least 3. They've already taken out 1. So. Could not have been expecting Mluo, but still, Mluo's not going to find the pick. Still, Mluo's not going to find the picks. And Xset is going to take those rounds, or take that round. Now they're going to go into a bonus with a good amount of guns. 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal, as well as 2 Spectres, is a really good loadout for them to have going into a bonus round. Knowing Moist Moguls is going to be on a bye here, so Xset should be able to do some good damage, and Moist Mogul's starting to look like they're gonna be struggling coming into this half.
Yeah, absolutely. See already 2 of these rounds. Mogul's content just playing it for retake. So we're gonna have another big 5-on-5.
Util's coming through, and it's an aggressive push onto site. Site's been given up though. Moist Mogul's not on site. Oh, Xset just gonna shoot through the smoke. Take out Mluo. No chance. Now it's gonna be a 5v4 for Xset. Moist Mogul's gonna find 2 picks though on the retake. Katsumi gonna take out Athena, but Rise gonna take out Donut. Keep it in their favor. I'm gonna take out Rise though, so now it's a 2v2. Melee takes out Bob, and now it's a 1v2 for Panday. And again, the gun advantage has been in Moist Mogul's hands the whole time, and it still is. Spike gonna just be stuck here. Pushes out, able to take out Han, but Emily gonna finish Panday off. Now, although MXM or Moist Moguls did take that... Whoa, cutting it a little close there. Although Moist Moguls did take that win, they did lose all but one of their players. Which means that their econ takes a massive hit, and they will not be able to full buy this round. And they just got to check their PC after that one. Just knew where they were through that smoke garage. Now Moist Mogul's taking a timeout, and you can't blame them. They have not been playing well, even though it's only been 3 rounds into this half. They haven't been playing well in those rounds. Although the top 3 frags for Moist Moguls are all playing decently well, the bottom 2, Athena and Mluo, just not really pulling through for Moist Moguls. Although Xset themselves has a bottom frag that's not doing well. Panday, the second to bottom, is doing on par with the rest of her team. So for Moist Moguls, those top 3 are really having to pull through, and the bottom 2 not able to really pick up the pace here, getting denied in their attempts to find kills. Now Xset is looking like they're going to aggress A here.
What are they going to do heading into this round? Are they going to change the setup at all? So far, they've been content with just playing the retake game on C. Not an uncommon approach by any means. And again, that alarm bot going to get placed. With Mluo just rotating to pick up Garage.
Now Xset aggressing C. It looks like it's going to be a fast push. And again, this is a force buy from Moist Moguls, but they're not going to have good guns here. Because again, they had bad econ going into this round off of losing most of their players in the previous round win. And Moist Moguls, once again, stacking more towards that A side and leaving C open. Which means it's going to have to be a retake play from Moist Moguls. Choosing to do that again, though, it tells you that they feel like they probably have confidence there. And Bob, with the kill, going to deny pushes there. Also able to do some good damage in the process with that Sova ult. The Hunter's Fury. Emily and Katsumi just going to barely hit each other at a weird angle, and the judge not going to flick in time. Shocker finds a kill, and the advantage still in the hands of Xset. Bunny B and Rise each find a kill. And that's it for Moist Moguls in this round, which was, again, a forced buy. And I think that was a bad call. They should have gone for the save or a light buy, knowing that the gun advantage for Xset may be too much for them to play against, but they didn't go for it. There's been quite a few decisions from Moist Moguls that I just haven't agreed with on this map, and it's continuing here. And Xset has quite a good lead here. I mean, it's not a substantial lead, but it is still a pretty good lead. Moist Moguls needs to start making moves. Mogul moves, it's a reference. But they do need to start making some moves here, starting to move through this. And as I say that, Donut just gonna lock down any C push, finds 2 kills. And now the ult comes out from Han to deny a push onto A and allow her team to help get in, prevent any smokes from being used. A knife out, not really ready for the team to be pushed up that quickly. Now to Donut, just waiting in heaven with those knives, waiting to use them. Nanostorm comes up. Perhaps that's what she was waiting for. Athena coming in for the flank. Rise takes out Athena, who was coming for the flank. Again, player advantage still in the hands of Moist Moguls as Dodona is able to easily and cleanly take out Rise. The post-plant util going to start being used here. Oh, and the whiff with the knives going to mean Han is all alone with a classic. Able to take out Panday. But there's no time to defuse. And Bob just going to have more gun reload and more ammo there. Going to be able to... I don't know what my brain was doing there. Going to have more ammo there. Going to be able to win that exchange. Still a really nice save round for Moist Moguls. Able to do some good damage. Get some money up of their own. And off of that, Dodona actually going to be able to get an operator here with full shield. Big whiff there from Dodona. I think if Dodona had been able to survive that that exchange, that round definitely could have gone a different direction. But again, it was a save round. Moist Moguls wasn't expecting to win it. They did a really nice job. Still wasn't able to win it, but did some good damage to the econ of Xset and benefited their own just a little bit. Concussion comes through. Athena is concussed. The TB comes through, so Emily gets away. And now pushing into Garage is Panday and Rise. And still Emily leaves her back open. Blue going to take out Rise. Panday takes out Athena, though, so the player advantage still in the hands of Xset. Panday takes out Han as well, so now it's a 2-player advantage. And Blue takes out Panday, but Bob going to be there to trade it off, along with the help of Panday. Now it's a 3v1. The op shot does come through, and they find a pick. Picks up a Phantom. And now moving towards Garage. Not a whole lot of time for Dodonut here. Oh, but this flank... Oh, it makes noise! Oh, if she had just not made noise there, that flank could have been crazy good, but the noise does come through as time was ticking down, felt pressured to move faster there, and that buy round does not turn good for Moist Moguls, and so Xset is looking like they're going to win this. 1 round away here from that 12th round. It's not going to be a forced buy here for Moist Moguls, which means they're not looking to contest it. They're going to let Xset take the 12th round. Now, we know Moist Moguls, you know, they had a crazy comeback yesterday, but in this situation against Xset, I don't know if that comeback will come through. And a good read from Moist Moguls is going to place them on C, which is exactly where Xset is going. A lot of util going to come through here. Moist Moguls looking to just do some damage, maybe get a few picks here. Athena able to take out Bunny Bee. Still no picks for Xset. And Moist Moguls going to be able to get back up to full health with the shield, or sorry, with the heals from Athena. So a pick there comes through from Moist Moguls. They have that player advantage. They also have that health advantage right now, as good damage has been done to Xset. And Moist Moguls is staying on C, and it looks like that might be a good choice, as Xset is definitely thinking about still going C.
Yeah, they have a Sovadart in like 5 seconds, and an ult as well for Bob. I wonder if the idea is to use that to try and clear out this site on the Reeves side.
Now that Sovadart does come through, and Rise comes through to try and get some vision. The Hunter's Fury comes through, does good damage to Mluo, so it's going to make it a 4v4 now. Again, Moist Moguls does have better health here, but off of that pick, Xset going to be able to move towards looks like a B hit. The smokes do come through here. Moist Moguls, again, they're on a save here. They're just trying to do damage. They need to play aggressively and quickly. The flash comes through. It's going to be good, but Rye's going to take out Dodona while Bob takes out Emily. Athena does get taken out, but finds a pick first, but Han, through the smoke, going to take out Panday. The spike finally goes down. Again, health not at all there for Bob, but Rise does have a good amount here.
She knows both these players are on the site, but not exactly sure where. Flashes to work with. First one comes
Flash comes through, and off of that, Bob actually pushes out. Unable to take out Bob. The flash comes through once again. Dodged by Rise, who gets away with his life and takes out Han. And Xset does secure the 12th round. It's an expensive round, but it may not matter, as it's going to be a full buy from both sides this round, and Moist Moguls needs this round. They've got 4 ults to use, and they need to use them. When your opponent has 12 rounds, you don't save your ults. You just use them. You use all your money, you use all your ults, you use all your util, because if you save it, and that's the round you lose, it was a waste of a save. So you always have to just use everything that comes your way, every piece of util, every ultimate, every gun that you have at your disposal.
Just in a scrappy situation like that, when it comes down to the duels, she wins it out.
Katsumi and Bob, so many times in Game Changers, went to that finals, won it. They recognize success. For the rest of this Xset team, finding that place, making it there is the ultimate goal. It's something new for them.
And the lead with the blind, it's going to be good. Keeping herself alive just a little bit longer. Is going to get flushed out. Not going to even find a pick either. Dodona going to take out Bob, though. Trying to keep that player count even, but Panday going to be there to trade it off. So it's a 2v4 for Moist Moguls. And it's looking like it's going to be a 2-0 victory from Xset as they are one round away. Moist Moguls down 2 players, and Katsumi takes out both players remaining. Moist Moguls is done in Game Changers. Series 1. No more Moist Moguls. Red. And this team, although they had a good run, not going to be in it. And Xset gets to move forward and move towards the lower final, which is right after this, where they will be fighting against Shopify Rebellion. Moist Moguls earns themselves 4th place and $5,000. They also get an additional 40 circuit points. It's a good amount to start out with. As we move forward with Game Changers, those points will become ever more important. But for now, 40 points will put themselves in 4th place. And again, $5,000, $1,000 for each player. Obviously, of course, the coach and other people need money too. But you know, $1,000 for each player is a good amount, especially considering they have, you know, lost their jobs here. But yeah, they're in a good spot here, and we'll see if they if they are able to maintain a good lead moving forward. If Xset is able to maintain this momentum they have moving forward and take out Shopify Rebellion, or will Shopify Rebellion be rematching against version 1 tomorrow? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let's go ahead and take a listen though.
For Sierra and the analysts to break down the series we just watched.
Well, it might be a case of Moist Moguls being these absolute demons on the map 1 and map 2 and map 3, but we kind of failed to realize that Xset are kind of just demons all around. I mean, they took this in 2, they're going to be moving on. Sapphire, it's a good day for Xset and Xset fans so far. It's not over yet.
It is indeed a good day. You know, this is where we expect to see players like Bob and Katsumi fighting for a chance in the finals. Even Rise has been in the grand finals before. It's been over 2 years, but you know, we expect these star players to perform when it really matters. There were some really nice moments here. We saw some really good plays from Dodo out there, but just not getting the support she needed for the team to be able to close out this map.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely been a great run for Moist Moguls, considering how things looked at some points for them, how they were able to be turning things around. But I mean, we're hearing it from Mimi Bach in terms of how we're ranking people going into this. We knew that Shopify Rebellion and Shopify were going to be these people to talk about, and Xset are making their way into the conversation.
Yeah, I think that a lot of
about this loss. Apparently it doesn't want to load.
And you're hoping that this works out well for them, and it has so far. I think the team has improved with each match. Even just coming into today, looking at this match on Haven, if you had told me yesterday that they were going to play Haven, I probably would have expected a loss simply because I didn't like the way that they were approaching the map previously. But they make an adjustment. They move Rise off of the role they were playing before. Remember, we talked about this at the top of the series. Bob was playing Cypher. I think Rise was playing Breach. It was all over the place. They had a variety of roles that were just scrambled that didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I think Panday was playing Omen. This feels like they got back to their roots. This is how this team should try to play.
All right, I'm gonna go get my dinner sorted because again, there's a whole other series after this, so I'm gonna go eat.
It works out well, and you can see one of those players sitting at the top of the charts with a 23-12 performance, a strong game.
And I'll be.
And now they get a chance at revenge because Shopify, if you remember, was the team
I'll be
that
back.
took them down into the lower bracket.
when the next series begins. So yeah, I'll just leave this on full volume. You guys can take a listen to it. And I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Going to be putting everything into this next series to make sure that they could be making their way up there. We're going to be having that up shortly, as well as an interview with Xset. First, we have our Prime Gaming match highlights, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Verizon post-match interview. Xset to take a strong 2-0 to be moving along in the lower bracket. We're going to be seeing them play against real soon, but first, we're going to be talking to Danimal a little bit about the team and what to expect a little bit going forward. First off, congratulations, Xset still moving on, and this team I find so interesting because talking to Rise yesterday, she was talking about the fact that players are playing what they're comfortable with. They're just making things work. As a coach, then, how does that all play out on your end?
We had a period, I think that was interesting, where we were playing a lot of meta stuff. It didn't feel like it was working out too well. And Bob was like, I want to do agent select for our comps where we just, like, people play something they're really passionate about and we'll figure out the comp around that. because Bob's like fills in really well, plays every agent in the game. And so we started just plugging in, like, I think I could be good at this. I think I'm going to do this. And then we came to our Pearl comp, and it's been farming teams. So it's not so much that, the thing is we don't play with strats. Like, we only play fundamentally. We just read what's on the screen. It's kind of like we're making it up as we go along, but we've drilled a lot of fundamental concepts that are just applicable across the board. So that's sort of our approach, basically.
Which I love that, because then players, no matter what the situation, will be able to adapt and overcome, which is awesome. And an area where we see the team adapt and overcome a little bit, we'll talk about Haven, because for some of the great compositions we've got to see, Haven before seemed like a struggle and seemed a little bit of a mismatch in terms of where people were playing, but we got to see the switch up today. Really great. So where did the conversations come in to then lead to the composition we have now?
It's been a struggle. Our Haven has been kind of up and down. We kind of realized that having Bob on Cypher, while she's an incredible Cypher, she's a great lurker, having her with the pack where she can sort of call the timings, understand exactly where the space can be taken, it was a lot more beneficial for us. Initially, we had some sort of like, trepidation about putting Bunny B on Breach because it's kind of antithetical to her playstyle, but we tried it and it was working in Scrim, so we were like, hell, let's do it. So this map isn't so great for us. Let's try something different, and it seems to be working out. But that was a little sloppy, that game, I'm gonna say. We can do better.
Hey, I'm excited to see y'all do better, because it's not over yet today. Now going into the lower finals, playing up against Shopify Rebellion, which is a team that bested you before in the uppers to knock you down into the lowers. So looking ahead in this rematch, what are yours and the team's thoughts going into this?
We're gonna mop them. We don't think that this is gonna happen again. We had a very bad off day. We're gonna mop them.
I'm here for it. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna be ending on that great note. I'll give a quick space if you have any shout outs, but then we're gonna get straight to the mopping.
Shouts out to Xset. Shouts out to my team. Doing a great job. Really proud of them. Yeah. Shouts out to the fans. Hashtag rep the set. Let's go.
Thank you so much for sitting down and talking with me. Best of luck going on forward, okay?
Thanks.
As for us, hey, those are some fighting words. Talking about this mopping that's going to be going on. So this is a rematch I am so excited for. We're going to be taking a quick little break, though, before we get into it. So it's time to grab your popcorn and be back soon.
Alright, I'm back. This stuff still hasn't started. I might leave again to eat if the break is super long. Um, but as far as content, I actually have nothing else to sort of watch or react to, or talk about. We can go ahead and take a look at the
This
clips.
Vogel stacked up, flash out, and Emily's there. Holds the line wonderfully. Quick 3K on the Spectre, and this round already knotted up. Bob's good, but 1v4 Ghost. This one is not happening.
4 kills. Alright.
Oh, they want to overwhelm on Takande, but she's so ready in that corner.
Extra credits.
Spots out one, and Luo has no idea where this is coming from. And Bunny has a second. That's a spike as well. Stuck down on the floor, more flashes to pressure forward. Bunny B a third. And now the Star's coming to the mix, but Emily is going to try and make herself a hero. Not enough. Bunny 4K wants her ace. Will try and push forward.
Get out of my way.
Can they get it? Can they close this out? It's only Dodo Nut. A 1 versus 4. A drone tag. And the pressure is coming. Flash forward. Bunny B around the corner. Spam through the cloudburst.
Nice ace. All right. Yeah, I feel like it was a good game for Xset. Like overall, this matchup was insane for Xset. It's disappointing. Of course, like I always say, I want to see Moist Moguls do well. They just didn't do that here. And it's just it's a little bit disappointing. We'll see if Knights Arena put out any clips. Does don't think so. It doesn't look like it. I mean, to be fair, they're not the ones hosting this. But yeah, so far pretty even matchup here. Or sorry, what am I saying? So far, a pretty good performance from Xset. I'm excited to see how this ends up. Sorry. I'm excited to see how this ends up for them as we go into the lower final. Let me quickly change the title. We'll do Rebellion. GC lower bracket finals. Alright. Also, I am not making like highlight reels of this tournament because I have not been able to cover all of the streams. Initially, it was my plan, but because I have not been able to, stream all the games, it doesn't make sense for, in my mind, I'm not gonna be able to do it all. Plus, I was sick last week, so I wasn't able to do it then, and I don't know. I haven't been super motivated to watch Game Changers. To me, it just hasn't been that exciting. And I think it's just because it's very, fast-paced and, over, that. With challengers, it's like everybody who loses right now, they're still able to play, if that makes sense, right? Like, this guy loses a match, they're not out. But with this, it's like the teams I'm rooting for secretly. Obviously, I'm excited to watch every match. But I'm always rooting for some teams more than others, and in the case of Game Changers, all of that is just over so quickly. With challengers, it's like I'm gonna be able to keep up with them up until playoffs, right? And so it makes it super hype, and I can talk about it. I can talk about all the different player changes. But with Game Changers, with just how fast it is, I mean, it's only 2 weeks. It's hard for me to be super into it, if that makes sense. Not that I'm not excited to see these teams. I really am. These teams are really incredible, and I hope to see them do well moving forward. It's just, it's a little bit less motivating. But yeah, I'm, of course, still motivated to watch challengers and make those highlight reels. It's been good to to get a little bit of a break from that type of content, because I was getting a little burnt out. I'm sorry, I'm coughing really bad. But yeah, I was starting to get a little bit of burnt out from that, but yeah. Again, I don't really have anything else to talk about, so I guess I'll just full screen it again, and mute. And when we come back, I'll be here. I may end up going to eat again, because I just had a little snack right now. I didn't have like dinner, so I may, if the break is still happening, I may just go eat a little bit. So I might be a little bit late, but I'll try and be here as quickly as possible. That's pretty much it, and that's all the news I have. I'll be back shortly. Alright, I lied. I'm a lying cheat. I'm not going to leave. We've got some news. I wouldn't call this breaking news, because it sort of happened a few hours ago, but it happened after Challenger started. We've got some news regarding Disguised. So I made a video, I actually uploaded it this morning, talking about some changes I thought Disguised was going to make. And Ziff leaving was not one of them. Alright, I knew a player was going to be let go. I did not expect it to be Ziff. I expected it to be Clear, who I anticipated Ye replacing. Ziff is gone. Today we say farewell to Ziff from DSG. Damien is an incredible player and a great teammate. We have no doubts he will continue to make waves in the Valorant scene. We are extremely thankful for his contribution to DSG's early beginnings and wish him all of the best. Thank you, Ziff. Interesting. That's actually okay. Why? Okay, listen, I knew they were gonna get rid of a player, okay? I expected it to be Clear being replaced by Ye, or potentially taking out Gangsta, because Gangsta just has not been playing well for the team, from what I've seen. But Ziff leaving is really, it's really surprising, because he's a really good Sentinel player. So are they signing Riku then to take over Ziff's role? I'm just confused. Okay, because hold on. Yeah, let's take a look at this. It's kind of fun. I never get to do like breaking news. It's kind of fun. Okay, so if we just look at this guy's roster right now, they've already taken Ziff off of it. That's crazy. Yeah, so here's the thing, is like Gangsta has not been fragging well. It's weird to me, okay? Because like, okay, if you don't know what roles people play, Ye is a duelist player, so is Clear, right? So I'm anticipating Ye to take over the duelist role for Disguise and Clear to get kicked off. But Clear hasn't been kicked off, Ziff has been kicked off. Which is confusing to me, and the reason why is, well, Ziff was a decent player for them. So my thought process now is maybe they're going to sign Riku, because Riku's also a Sentinel player. Ziff is a Sentinel player, right? So they might sign Riku, who actually did play better as a Sentinel than Ziff does for the team. So they may sign Riku as the Sentinel, replacing Ziff. And then maybe Clear is taking the Flex Initiator role. That's my current thought process. They still need to find another sixth. But like, yeah, I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. That way they're signing Riku, and then they can find another sixth man. Otherwise, they're bringing in someone completely different. But
Red Bull gives
ads,
you win.
wow. But yeah, this is surprising. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a listen to the desk. I don't really have any thoughts to add to that conversation right now. Maybe I'll collect them, make another video tomorrow, or talk about it during the grand finals. But yeah, we're moving closer and closer to the start of Split 2, and lots of changes happening to Mad Lions, OR, and Disguise. It'll be interesting to see how they all shape out. Let's take a listen to the analyst desk about Xset versus Shopify.
Recently knocked down here. They're looking to be making their way back up into the grand finals, have another crack at V1 here, whereas Xset, well, they're going up against the team Bach that actually knocked them down into this lower bracket in the first place.
And it's been a difficult lower bracket run as well, having to start from the very first round, beating Misfits, beating Complexity, now beating Moist as well. All of those without dropping a map, I might add. They struggled against Shopify in their opener, maybe a little bit of the first match, just willies, just not able to get into the game a little bit. Everyone talks about the jitters they sometimes get coming into an opening series. I think there is certainly a world where that was what was going on. But at the same point in time, Shopify is an incredibly talented team. So I think that Shopify came out of the gate swinging, and that's what people expected from this roster. So yes, you have those two narratives. You have a Shopify who very much wants to prove, hey, we didn't play well against V1. V1 looked really good. We need to prove that we're a much better team than maybe that result indicated. And Xset's saying the same thing, but to Shopify. They need to say, hey, we are a better team than what that first match says. Even their coach said it. He said, we did not play well in that first series. That's on us. He's saying they didn't beat us. We beat ourselves.
Yeah, if you look back at like the narrative over the last couple of years of game changers, it's always like, okay, as soon as Shopify, I think once it was that Cloud9 White gets knocked down to the lower bracket, and the conversation was like, okay, no problem, they're going to be back into the finals.
Yeah.
But I think this is one of the first times that we're coming into this and we're seeing this really exciting lower bracket team that's looking hot right now as they challenge Shopify for that grand final spot.
And this is Sonder, who played fantastic in their opening series against Xset. You can see the stats right there, 291 ACS, 1.36 KD, first kills and first deaths, 7-4. I want to frame this up, and it's because of the fact that Sonder had a really rough game earlier today against V1. I don't put that all on the back of Sonder.
But yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting rematch, considering we already have some stats to go off of from their previous matchup. And again, Xset lost 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion. I think they've improved since then, almost certainly. But you look at these losses and these wins, or sorry, these losses for Xset, and they're not impressive, if that makes sense. Like, they are not, these are not wins that are like, or losses that are like a good standing against Shopify. These are not good wins, is what I'm trying to say, right? And I would imagine they've improved since then. But to me, it's like Shopify has not declined in value, if that makes sense. I don't think Shopify has gotten worse. I don't think they played very well against V1, so maybe today is not a good day for them. But they've also had a little bit of a break between the V1 match and this one. So I am anticipating a bit of a win here from Shopify again. It should be quick work for them. I mean, if you look at my predictions here, although I don't have the lower bracket right even a little bit at this point. I do have Shopify Rebellion going to the lower final and winning. Now, I did have them playing against Moist Moguls, but I still think that's the truth. I think they're going to lose their version 1, which they did, and then I think they're going to win in this lower final, and then play version 1 again in the grand final, and ultimately lose. And I still believe that. I still believe Shopify got knocked out today. I think they're going to win right here in this matchup, and then tomorrow they're going to take another loss. And I don't expect anything different. I'm happy for Xset to make an upset here. I've said that for every match, and no upsets have happened. So apparently in North American challengers, when I make predictions, they always go wrong. But when I make predictions here, they never go wrong. So I'm gonna stand firm with my prediction that Xset's gonna lose, and Shopify's gonna take a win, get themselves grand finals position here, and unfortunately for Xset, that means 3rd place, which honestly isn't bad. 3rd place is 50 points. That is a lot. Plus $7,000. That's also a lot. That's a good amount of money. I mean, it's not a whole lot. It's not as much as 1st or 2nd, but it's still a good amount of money. And $7,000. What? That's enough for all the. That's $1,000 for all the players, $1,000 for the coach, and $1,000 for the analyst. I mean, it's pretty straightforward and simple, right? So it's a good amount of money. It's a good little bonus. Boost your ego a little bit, but regardless, I think Xset's gonna lose. Is my point.
Played, I think it was in 4th place. Last year, like she's been here before and not getting the credit, but like now the stats are starting to show for themselves. You can't deny it anymore. Rise is a top player in this competition.
She's on the rise. Stuff that we love to see, but we'll need everyone from Xset to be stepping up because this is, might I remind everyone, a rematch. And the first time around, things were a little bit rough for Xset, and we just got to hear it in the interview from Coach himself. going up against Shopify this time around, gonna be a little bit of a different story. Talking about how just going to mop them. And last time around, well, Bach, Xset were certainly the ones that got mopped.
Yeah, it was not a good series from them the last time around. You can see.
Okay, I don't expect it to be a mop from Xset. I think it's going to be another dominant win from Shopify. I think Xset can play it up all they want or practice as much as they want. It's just not there for them. This just isn't their map. It's just, or sorry, it's not their match. I think Xset's a powerful team, but like here right now against Shopify, they're not going to win. I hate to be like Doomer, but I just don't think it's going to be like that.
This is not a map that seems to play to their strengths. So I anticipate Xset staying away from that. Might be one of their early bans coming into this one as well.
Yeah, and the fact that we do get this rematch and something that was so recency, and the fact that the things were kind of a little rough last time around for Xset. Of course, every time that we get to see Xset play, they've been leveling up a little bit more because there's a lot of teams that had changes coming into this year, into this season. So being able to see a little bit more and more going on forward, I'm certainly excited for. And I'm excited for a new look coming out, hopefully in terms of maps and stuff that we have going on forward, because that's where all good refreshes need to happen, where we need to see teams make this adjustment. And right off of the gate, we got to see how strong Xset were on Pearl before, and hopefully we'll get to see it again.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me. So Fracture has historically been an insta-ban for Xset. Hardly play it. I think it's been a year and there wasn't even the same players at that point. So they saw that they struggled on that icebox and decided to ban that instead. Obviously taking it to their comfort pick, which is Pearl. They are undefeated on that map throughout this tournament. They have that really unique composition with the Phoenix. Apparently they don't have strats. They just play what they're super comfortable with. And then we head over to Fracture, which is a map that Shopify they got mopped on against version 1 earlier today.
I don't think this is a particularly good pick for Shopify Rebellion. I think it's just recognizing the fact that you can't have that softball lobbed up to you and not try to crush it out of the park. Xset make maybe a bit of a mistake leaving their permaban in the map pool, thinking that possibly Shopify's not going to play it because they also just got crushed by V1, maybe anticipating that will make it through into the second ban phase. So as a result, they leave it, and Shopify's like, well, okay, we have no problem picking this one. And the first map in the series is Pearl. Not surprising at all. Xset really likes the map. They have a bit of an absurd composition with the Phoenix play coming in, something we don't see a lot of teams do. We touched upon that previously. Even Danimal, the coach, said this is one of our best maps. We've been destroying everybody on it. Shopify Rebellion is 3-0 on the map, and they have pretty good win rates as well. 73% on the attack, 64% on the defense. It's not exactly a weak map for them in the pool either. So I don't think this map pool really plays too poorly to Xset, but it does play pretty well for Shopify Rebellion. Should we go to Lotus, that's where things get really interesting because we haven't really seen either team play a boatload of Lotus. Shopify Rebellion have played it twice. They've won both times. Xset's played it once. They won it. There was a couple of times where it would have been the third map, but it never ended up happening. I think it's a map that both teams feel comfortable on as a third map. They might not necessarily pick it, but they don't mind playing it.
Yeah.
I'm just a pretty big fan of the map pool all together, not necessarily in favor of any team, but for entertainment value, because being able to see Xset's now first look over on Fracture in our Game Changer scope will be really interesting to see what they have cooking up, because the fact that it's been banned up until now, but going to be at least confident enough to let it through regardless of the circumstance that led them to letting it through in the first place with not feeling that great on the icebox should definitely be interesting. But we'll have to see if they can get all that momentum going over on Pearl, because I mean, we heard in the interview, we got to see it earlier, Sapphire, Pearl just looks so good for them. Like the confidence oozing from all the players.
I don't know where they're guessing of Xset so much. And this is one thing, like, this is a point I'm going to hold firm. Xset's a powerful team. Yes. Has Shopify had a bad day? Yes. Do I still think Shopify
yeah,
continues
it's
to
certainly a map
dominate
where
Xset here? Yeah.
individually
I think
they
Xset might
have
do
all the
slightly
pieces
better than they
working. I
did
think,
against Shopify
going
previously.
into
But at the end
Pearl,
of the day, you're
yesterday,
acting
I
like
think
it
we
was a
talked
week
about, okay,
ago. This
clearly
was like 3
they have
days
a
ago.
plan with
Not
these
even, it was 2
agents.
days
They,
ago
they're
that they last played
come
each other. It
prepared
has
with
not
this,
been a
but
big gap
you
of
know, what we
time.
heard
I
from
don't
Ryzen,
think
heard from
Xset will
Daryl,
have
it's just
improved
playing those
enough
individual
to
agents
take
really
Pearl
well,
here. I think it's going to be
knowing your
another 2-0
teammates,
from
knowing how to
Shopify.
work
I think
off
we're going to
them.
see them tomorrow. I don't want to be
It's
like
gonna
that
be
guy that's like
such a fun time to see
disagreeing
it.
super
How
harshly here, but
Shopify
I'm going to
really
disagree
stand
super
up
harshly
to
here. I
the
know they're more
strength that
qualified than
Xset
I am. They
has
got more
over
experience
on
than I am.
Pearl.
But I'm just
We're gonna
looking
be
at it
taking a
plain and
quick break
simple.
before we
Xset
hop
did
into
not
that though.
perform
Build
very
up a
well
little bit of
against Shopify
suspense, but be
yesterday,
back
or 2
soon
days
for our
ago.
first map here in the
And I don't know
quarterfinals.
how much they could have possibly improved. Or sorry, Xset didn't play that well against Shopify 2 days ago. I don't know if they will have improved nearly enough to warrant saying Xset could take the first map. I don't think that's true. But yeah, let's get back to this. So with Ziff leaving the roster for Disguise, this begs the question: what's gonna happen? Is Riku gonna be signed in order to replace Ziff? Is Clear gonna be taking the role of Flex Initiator? I don't know. Let's take a deep dive. Okay. So if you didn't see my video, which you probably didn't, the way that this in my mind is going to work, or the way that I thought it was going to work, is that Yay. So I mean, this is the way I know for a fact. This is what I know for a fact. Clear for Disguised is the duelist player. Yay is a duelist player. Okay, he typically plays duelist. He played duelist for C9. All right. So now that Yay is being assigned here, okay, in my mind that means okay, Yay is taking the duelist role. So where's Clear gonna go? In my mind, to me, that meant all right, Clear's probably gonna leave, and then they're gonna bring in somebody new to play that initiator role. Okay, but instead of just kicking out Clear and bring somebody in new to play that initiator role, they've instead kicked out Ziff. So now my immediate thought is, okay, no more Tupperware. That was a little bit of an out there call. What I think is going to happen is Riku's going to be signed to replace Ziff, and Clear's going to end up on that initiator role. That's my current thought process. There's still time that they could replace some players, but I mean, NA Challenger starts in less than a week. It starts in 5 days. You need some time to get your team synergy together, right? So I'm thinking, like, this is what it's going to be. Yay on Duelist, Steel on Controller, Gangsta, Steel on, what does he play? I mean, I know, obviously. Yeah, Controller. Steel on Controller, Gangsta also on Initiator. There we go. Sorry, I was thinking Gangsta was on Controller for some reason. So Yay on Duelist, Steel on Controller, Gangsta on Initiator, Clear on Flex Initiator, and Riku on Sentinel. That's my idea. I don't know who their 6th man is going to be, but at the end of the day, we don't need to focus on who the 6th man is going to be. Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting team comp here, but I think this is the way it's going to go. Yeah, this is the way I see it ending up, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It seems there's an even longer break here. I'm gonna go see what is happening with additional food. So I will be right back when the next match starts, because I don't know how long this break is gonna be.
The lower finals are just ahead of us as Xset and Shopify Rebellion both looking to fight their way into the grand finals to be taking on V1 tomorrow. We know where we're going for map number 1 over on Pearl. And Bach, it's time to see what players are deciding to be bringing out, considering that we've got to see Xset on this pretty recently. We already know we're going to see that Phoenix.
All right, it looks like we're getting
we
into it.
shouldn't see a major swap in roles coming in from Xset. It would be kind of surprising, especially
So
considering
I
the confidence
will,
they have coming into this one. What I am curious to see
I
is
guess
if
I
we're gonna
won't be
get the harbor
eating
play coming
before
in
this match is
because we
over.
saw from them the last time they played this map. Although that comes back
Unfortunately, but
to
it's okay.
qualifiers,
I'll be
and
here
that's what we're
for it.
gonna get.
It's
So we're
fine.
gonna
I had a
see
little
top
bit of
tier
snack,
coming in
so
from Shopify Rebellion.
I should be
We've
good
seen some teams
to
run
go. But we've
this
got Bunny
setup.
B
We've
on
seen
that
players
duelist
go
role once
with the
again,
harbor
going
pick
for
on this map.
Phoenix.
I think it plays
Yeah,
really
and this is
nicely
pretty much
because
identical to what
something
we
I've been
have
kind of
already
saying
seen.
in the past is those two together make like a really
KP on
good,
Harbor.
complete
This will all be
overall setup, whereas
interesting to
one
see, but
without
it's
the other maybe
pretty
feels a little
standard
weird on the map.
agent select
So I'm
picks here.
excited
And
to see what they bring to the
again, I
table
think it's
tomorrow.
gonna go to Xset. I think, or sorry, to Shopify. I think it's a 2-0 quick win for them. I'm happy to be to have an upset here. But I just don't think it's gonna happen. And my predictions have been pretty sound so far in Game Changers. So I'm gonna continue to have a confident.
You look amazing. I think you look like a bobblehead.
Thank you.
Why does he look like
Thank
that?
you. I have manifested myself into a library here to cast this game and bring everything we can and deliver it to the brains of the viewers here. It's going to be a fantastic one.
It's like you're popping outside
I'm
of the
feeling
books.
ethereal right
He's
now.
manifested as
Nonetheless, yes, this
a
is a
library.
match here between
All right,
Rebellion and Xset.
let's just get into it. Let you know.
And, I'm very
Okay,
intrigued about this
that's it.
matchup
That's all I have
right
to
here
say.
because we are, the whole
Yeah, let's get into it. Again, pretty standard picks for both of these teams. Harbor on KP, Jet on Sonder. Again, these are very like basic. We've seen these before. And having it come out on Pearl. Again, this is Xset's choice, so if there's a map to win for them, it's this one, but I do expect Shopify to take it. I expect it to be a 2-0 win from Shopify here. Again, I'm happy to be disproven. I'm happy for them to make an upset here and take a win here, but I just don't think it's going to happen. So, yeah, we'll see how this ends up. Shopify going to play Sonder pretty aggressively far up. But not going to encounter anyone. As Xset's looking at taking mid control, I imagine this is something they realized they lacked against Moist Moguls, as dominantly as they did perform on Pearl against Moist Moguls. Xset never really took mid control, and they definitely could have taken advantage of that. And although they did dominantly win, if they were playing against if Moist Moguls was just playing a little bit better there, they definitely could have taken those 1v1s or those player versus players where Xset was putting themselves in that situation. Whereas if they had just taken mid control like Moist Moguls was giving up, Xset definitely could have had a more dominant win there. So Xset definitely sees that they lacked some mid control previously, already deciding to take a more aggressive stance on mid. Bunny Bee gonna push in, but takes quite a bit of damage in the process. Flowerful gonna take advantage of that and take her out. So now it's a 5v4 for Shopify. Gonna prevent this push in. Panday coming from mid. Benita, though, gonna find 2 picks. And Panday trying to aggress out and take care of Benita. Is not anticipating the rest of the team there. He gets picked off as well. And then KP gonna get the final pick, taking out Rise. The pistol round is flawless and goes to Shopify. And already this map just looking very strong for Shopify. They knew how to play around Xset there. They were very quick to rotate onto the site there when they needed to be. And again, it's only been one round, so I'm not going to make any crazy predictions off of that. It's just important to note how impressive that was. A flawless pistol round is, especially against Xset, who is pretty good at Pearl, is definitely impressive here from Shopify. Sonder takes out Bunny Bee. That's an early pick there. But it looks like Xset still looking to maybe get revenge, find a pick of their own to keep it even. They do have to sort of stick together, knowing it's a pistol round for them. Sonder looking for another pick as that wall drops, but does not find it. Peeking out once again. Maybe looking for another pick and not going to find it. Bob's gonna grab the orb, and it looks like now Xset is rotating off of the site and moving towards mid or A. KP though, KP and Benita are pushed up in mid. Mid control has been given up to them, and they take advantage of that. KP takes out Panday. And now Benita, who is watching that B-Link, not B-Link, but I don't know what that's called. Anyways, able to find the pick there. KP digs out Bob. Now she's down to Rise, and they know where she is. Looking to maybe just do some damage, get a pick of her own. Not going to find it. Flowerful takes out Rise. And yet another flawless round from Shopify. That's 2 flawless rounds in a row. Now, they had better guns there, so a flawless round should have been expected, or that should have been what they were going for. But of course, Xset was just looking to maybe get some kills of their own, so that way going into this 3rd round, they deny good, or a good edge to Shopify, but these performances in these rounds have been dominant from Shopify and well played as well, which means Xset has yet to get any kills, which means any additional econ or ultimate orbs they may get from getting those kills, they're not going to have. And again, better guns are going to be in the hands of Xset going into this. But because Shopify was able to hold on to their guns from last round, they're going to have decent guns, as well as money to buy util with to try and continue to try and win this round, which does put them in a decent spot. Though it is a bonus, so they're not trying to win; they're just trying to get some good kills. Benita gets spotted and takes quite a big hit of damage. Bunny Bee, though, going to take out KP and Benita. They're able to find a pick. And then Rise going to take out Flowerful, who is getting aggressed there by Bunny Bee. And now just 2 left alive for Shopify. Coming in from B-Link. We'll see if they're able to find any additional picks. Some flashes come through. Sonder able to clear Bob out. Although Katsumi and Rise easily execute on Lori and Sonder to finish it off for Shopify, and Xset takes this round. Although now it's going to be a full buy from Shopify, but finally Xset does secure some kills of their own. Although 2 people dying for Xset means they're not going to all be able to full buy this round, so the gun advantage is going to be in Shopify's hands. And now that they have real guns, they may be able to do even more damage. We will see how they decide to play this, though. Saunders trying to prevent that push into mid. Now, if she pushes out just a little bit further, it will be spotted by Panday with that cam. Meanwhile, the rest of Xset getting ready to aggress B. Sovadrone clearing some space here. And Sonder did push out just a little bit further, gets spotted by Panday, as I said would happen. And now Lori getting ready to try and prevent the push on, but immediately gets flashed. And Bunny Bee looking to flash some more, goes for Benita, but Benita takes her out and then takes out Katsumi. So now Bob able to trade it off, but not going to be good enough to keep the player advantage in the hands of Xset. So it's going to be kept even, and the spike still is not down. Bob will be able to get the spike down now, however, and Flowerful finally making her way over towards B to help with this retake. Ooh, the guard. Oh, the Guardian flick from Panday from KP to Sonder. Now it's a 1v3 for Flowerful. One is down B-Long and one is in Hall. He gets pushed from both sides at the same time. Gets taken up by Bob. That round does go to Xset. They've managed to take the advantage back into their hands. Well played from them. Gonna push them forward. And although it looked very strong from Shopify to start it off, Xset's been able to take the first buy round from both sides, which means Shopify gonna need to figure out how they want to restructure their defense when they're back on that buy round. But for now, they're on a save.
But an A gamble for Shopify Rebellion. So we'll see if the hall pass gets ran again here, and they get themselves into that back hall for the close.
3 ultimates for Xset to utilize this round, but again, it is a save, and they know it's a save, so they will not be trying to use those ultimates.
Yeah, the camera already initiated the push.
I say, but I am wrong, as Bunnybee does use that Phoenix ult. KP takes out Panday, which means it's going to be kept even in a 4v4. Spike is down, and Shopify does have to start moving, and Bunnybee going to find those early picks, not early picks, but picks in general, to give them that player advantage. Sumi able to trade off Bunnybee, sorry, a Flower Fall, which does leave Benita all alone, and they know where she is. They can cuss, they're going to punish. And Bob does take Benita out. And Xset has taken the advantage in this half. And again, it was a save, and Shopify got a few good kills there, which makes it an expensive round for Xset, but still not going to be enough to prevent them from just buying here.
Nicely played to the end by both teams. You see Xset coming up with that last kill. Bob able to push forward and get the frag. Another B hit. Seems very favorable now for Xset. Again, the gamble was towards A, so Shopify Rebellion had to play a bit of a reactive round there with the amount of members they had. But now this operator for Saunders dodged easily on the pillar. Vans, this finally could slow things down for the opponent.
Saunder with that operator looking quite deadly, but not able to connect the 2 shots that she did fire. But the Viper's hit does come out to try and prevent the push on to B, but Xset has already started to turn their attention towards A. Fortunately for Shopify, Flowerful has that Killjoy util, which is locking the site down. And it's well placed, as that is where Xset is headed. Now that util going to come out and into play. Flowerful able to take out Panday, getting shot at through the wall. Still going to be able to find an additional pick. KP takes out Rise through the smoke. Flowerful finishes off Bob, and now it's just down to Bunnybee in a 1v5. Flowerful was excellently able to lock down A site. Now Bunnybee all alone, takes out KP, takes out Lori as well, but the operator on Saunder is going to be too much to handle. 3 players left alive. Shopify means they tie it back up and prevent Xset from gaining any more momentum than they already have. And the rounds that Xset has been winning have been expensive rounds. And off of this loss, they're not actually going to be able to completely full buy. It looks like they are still going to force here, but you do see Rise going to have a Bulldog and Panday with the Spectre. So Shopify's gun's going to be a little bit better here, although Lori does have a Bulldog herself. May not be enough. Ooh, the op just a little bit too slow on that reflex. Bob gonna take out Saunder, and no more op for Shopify, and down a player. The Phoenix ult coming through does spot Lori, but not gonna take her out. Now Benita, though, able to take out Bob and Katsumi, which means Shopify now has a player advantage. KP takes out Panday, clearing B-Link, and KP gets a heal as well. Flowerful shooting through the box, gonna take out Bunnybee. And Rise gonna take out Lori. Flowerful nearly gets taken out, but Rise with the Bulldog just gonna lose that exchange. 3 players, once again, 3 players left alive. For Shopify means it's a pretty successful round, and they've taken back the advantage they had after those first 2 rounds. And now Xset not going to be able to buy, because they did force coming into that. Although it looks like they're forcing again. And this is a decision, I've disagreed with a lot of decisions today, and this is one of them. This is a decision I absolutely disagree with. Forcing here against Shopify, who you know is on some good momentum. Unless you are absolutely certain you can counterplay, I don't know if it's the play. Although they are aggressing B here, which will not be as heavily held by Shopify, so they may be able to gain some space here. Flowerful is spotted as she's locking down this B site, which may be an okay go signal to Xset, knowing that there's a minimal amount of util here, but it doesn't matter as Flowerful is able to take out Bunnybee and Bob. Meanwhile, Rise and Bob themselves each getting kills, which does keep it even. But it has given time for the rest of Shopify to rotate on. Lori gonna take out Katsume and Panday. Despite knowing where they are, Rise will have a very difficult time in this play here. Flash is out, but KP completely unblinded from that upwards position. Takes out Rise, and this round goes to Shopify, and now they've taken a good lead here. And again, that forced buy from Xset, which I did say I do not agree with, did not come to fruition. And I feel like every single time I've seen the enemy team or a team force when they shouldn't, or against a full buy, it just doesn't work out for them. I think I've seen that so much in pro play so far. And that's still true here. Xset decides to force, it does not pay off. It looked like I don't know who that was. I think it was the Bunny Bee was looking to force again. You can just look already, all of Shopify really holding steady. Lori and Sonder maybe leaving a little bit to be desired. Obviously, Sonder with that op means you have to get those early picks, and we have seen Sonder whiff quite a few of those op shots. Maybe she should take some time off of the op. But for the most part, the rest of her team really pulling through. Of course, Lori with the same amount of kills, and yeah, you do see Bunny Bee with the Guardian, but I imagine that timeout will tell them to save here, and that is what they do. And this is a decision I agree with. You need to try and couple yourselves together. Shopify probably gonna secure this 6th round, but you want to have as much of a shot as possible of at least tying it up going into the next half, if not gaining more of an advantage. Now Xset getting ready to push into B here, coming down long. Orb is picked up as well. Nita from behind screen's gonna be ready to hold this. Definitely gonna get cleared. The dog misses. Continues to hide behind screens. Does get flashed, but KB there to protect her teammate. Finds 4 kills, looking for the ace. Gonna find it. An ace for KP. 3 players left alive for Shopify. Gonna be a very nice round for them. Although it was a save round for Xset, that can't feel good to get aced and completely decimated by KP. It was just a farm as those players kept coming within the crosshairs of KP. It's going to put KP at the top of the list, at the top of the frags for Shopify. 2 ults for Shopify to utilize as well to deny a buy round win for Xset. Now, they do have a Hunter's Fury to counter, or Xset has a Hunter's Fury to counteract the lockdown that Flowerful may be using for Shopify. Killjoy Util gonna be broken by the Shock Dart. Benita takes out Rise and then is immediately traded off by Bunny Bee. Bunny Bee is coming into Hall. Looks like Flowerful may be wary of that. The Harbor ult comes out. Bunny Bee takes out Flowerful. Not wary enough as KP able to trade it off, which keeps it even. And that Harbor ult. Again, there's 2 ults Shopify had to try and deny. They did lose the Killjoy, so they can't use that ult, but we're able to use that Harbor ult, and it does push Xset off. However, that exit frag, able to find that pick. That's going to mean an extra player for Xset here. And Panday lurking in connector, coming through water into CT. Although it looks like Lori is entirely ready for it. But Xset rotating back towards B, and although it's a long rotate, they've done it. And typically in this situation, I'd be nervous that they might take me out when I'm getting onto site, but in this case, it doesn't have to. They don't have to push too hard here. These one-ways are coming through. Lori takes out Katsumi. Meanwhile, Bob takes out Lori. And Panday with the flank still in connector that whole time. Takes out KP. this round does go to Xset. They're going to need 2 more rounds here to tie it up going into the next half. This will be an expensive round for Shopify. They'll still be able to full buy next round, if I'm not mistaken, but it will be, it may not be with full shield. It may have to be a half buy, but we've got that Phoenix, I don't remember what that's called, as well as the lockdown for Flowerful. These players come into mid, and again, once again, utilizing potential mid control, which is definitely lacking from Shopify. And Bunny B gonna aggress for KP, gonna get that pick. Sonder looking to maybe deny the push in for some more picks. Not gonna be able to find any, and Xset not gonna be able to find any either. They know Bob may be alone. Sonder gonna punish, but Bob's able to find a pick first. But Benita gonna lock down B site, finding 2. Sonder finds and takes out Katsumi, and now she's down Rise in a 1v3. Once again, Shopify executes beautifully despite having that numbers disadvantage. Sonder with the op finally hits a shot where the player's looking at her. And this round does go to Shopify. And now they've taken the advantage going into the next half. And we're moving into the last round. And not going to be a full buy from Xset. They just can't afford it. And it's definitely not good for them, to say the very least.
No, Lori and Sonder push up the B long as well because they have to reposition the entire site if you're getting flanked by everybody from B link. So really smart reaction there to Xset's play. They gain control of it really quick and were able to push through. Still snuffed by Shopify.
Now Xset playing passively here. They're hoping Shopify will push them. They know they have worse guns here. Hoping they can find some easy picks or some lurkers. But Shopify is not moving at all. They've got that Killjoy util locking down A.
Yes, much lower rounds, but still lots of slow creeps for the plans where they actually want to commit towards a site. Still slow activation finally.
Now that Sky ult, and it's going to reveal where KP is, and they can just wallbang him off of that. Flowerful, not going to be able to trade it off, just runs through connector, and now A site going to be almost entirely given up to X. Spike still isn't down, but they are in the process of taking the site. But that lockdown comes out. Bob's still going to get that plant out. And going to get away. But Shopify can just take it, and that Viper's Pit comes out. There may be some post-plant util that will be utilized. Spike is tapped and actually held. And they just fire through the smoke and take her out. Flowerful takes out Bunny Bee. But it is a 2v4 at this point. Sonder getting fired at through the smoke. Rise takes out Flowerful. The Sova Dart gonna be pivotal. And although Shopify has the advantage going into the next half, it is only a 2-round advantage going into the next half.
Yeah, I like that Xset stays calm out of this situation.
And the timeout definitely helped. They still suffered a few rounds here. There's still a little bit of bleeding there, but they covered the wound well enough. Nicely done, and like you said, their patience on the last round. They knew
I mean, well played from both parties, but again, Shopify still has the advantage here. And it's although it's been maintained as pretty close, Xset just still, again, not able to take the advantage here is not boding well for them, especially considering this is their map. So even if they can secure the win here, it's still looking like it'll go in the hands of Shopify.
Now switching roles, Xset on the defense.
Push through mid into B-Link. Sonder gets easily taken out by Bunny B. Weirdly played there from Sonder. Cypher util gonna catch those pushing through Art. Panday in that Cypher trap, trying to figure out how to play this. Gets taken out by KP. Bob takes out Lori. Rise trying to retake, pushes through the harbor smoke, or the hyper wall, not going to be good. It's taken out. Benita takes out Bob. Bunny Bee trying to find a pick here. It's a 2v2. Bunny Bee takes out Powerful. It's traded off, but Katsumi there to flank KP. Not even really trying to, just coming in from CT, able to find that pick. And although they did lose most of the players, Xset does take the pistol round, which means they can just tie it back up here. And now they're looking in a pretty good spot to take this map back in their advantage.
Just the controller, where she's feeling comfortable. It's pretty incredible showing that pistol rounds have sometimes been her to where she stands on the pedestal above a lot and comes up big on that one. We're gonna be saying a lot of names tonight, honestly. I think everybody's gonna have to have a standout showing to make this game, to make it to the grand finals. Van Silly, still testing each other round for round. It is going to be that Xset pistol.
Now, Xset coming into A here. Flash comes through. They're trying to clear some space. Katsumi takes out Lori. They're continuing to push in. Will they be able to find any more? Looking for some easy aggression. Shopify continues to push, but it's just a farm for Katsumi and Rise, who get even more picks. Sonder looking for at least one. Not going to be able to find it, and it's a flawless round for Xset, and they have tied it back up. That advantage Shopify had coming into this half has completely left them, and now it's up to Shopify to try and get that advantage back in their hands. They should be able to take this round, but the guns are very much so in the hands of Xset to try and at least get a few kills here, if not deny the win for Shopify and get a win of their own. Xset definitely in a position to do so. Got that Phoenix ult to utilize as well to try and find an early pick out. Looks like that's going to be sent out A main. It's not really going to find anybody though. Just an alarm bot.
Oh yeah. Tried to scout for a bit. It almost worked out, but at least here
Bunny Bee actually spots nobody. No vision gain other than where they aren't.
Saunders down to 50 HP. The heal comes out for Lori, so a little bit of breathing room, but it's still the Vandals here. All 5 players grouping up
now. Xset trying to figure out how they want to play this. They know it's probably a B push, and they're rotating more towards that side as Shopify is getting ready to push into B here. Still no damage done to either side, although damage is going to start coming through here. Walls come out, but Shopify just decides to rotate over towards A. Ooh, a mid-exchange from B-Link, and Powerful, although having a Vandal, does not win it. Whiffs a little too many of their shots there. And now Shopify just going to be able to come in and plant.
Well right now. Even without finding a kill there, they're able to rotate back, get themselves to safety. Loose flower.
The wire goes off on Lori, and Bunny Bee decides to aggress and trying to get that pick there. Backed up though by Benita, and exchange does go the way of Shopify. So now Shopify has been able to even it back up. KP able to find one and before it's traded off, so it's going to be kept even there. Camera's destroyed as well. No vision given to Panday. Gonna lock down sight, able to take out Rise. Benita gonna take out Panday. Katsumi able to take out Lori, but it's immediately traded off by Benita. So 2 players left alive for Shopify. Not at all what they would hope for. Although they did secure the win, it's a forced full buy from them. So they need to win it in order to get good econ stability off of that round, and they weren't able to get it. Which means the econ stability for Shopify is denied, and although they're forcing here, they're not going to be able to win. And I would disagree with the choice of force. I think maybe they should have gone for the save, but it is what it is. We'll see if they can secure a round here.
Yep. It's just Shopify to gain this early info. Where can they go? How can they make sure this round is theirs? How can they continue this streak? High tide's up. That wall's already set. And they actually have Xset in a pretty good default position to take the site if they decide to rush it. There goes the cascade forward.
flashing out the camera.
How fast they move, yeah.
Not gonna get spotted though. So the camera's gonna come up and it's gonna spot all 5 players. Already 3 ready inside the site. 1 far away on Alon. Look at all those.
Rye's gonna be able to take out Benita. Ooh, caught in that suck. Bunny B's gonna be able to take out Sonder. Band-Aid takes out KP. Flowerful and Lori each get a pick with Bob. Trades off Lori, and now it's a 1v3. Gonna be seen through the smoke via that Sova. Dart from the drone, but Flowerful gonna find that big, so now it's a 1v2. Could have been a winnable position if she'd pushed a little bit quicker, but now gonna have to peek too. And although she gets 3 kills this round, not gonna get the 4th on Rise. And this round does go to Xset. They've started to get some really good momentum built up here.
We had them yesterday. Likely to have them today. That one stopped. Man, what a round from Xset too. They suffer a bit there, but start that off with the you're on candid camera. Like, absolutely throttling.
I don't think our audience knows about candid camera risk.
Hey, stop it. They know what candid and they know what candid.
Chat, do you know?
Makes sense.
And now there's 2 ults in the hands of Shopify to try and use and secure this round, but they will be saving. That's definitely a good choice here.
Ultimate for Benita. Where's that focus? Okay, so they are going towards R5. Come on, let's go. Ooh, anti-flash.
Oh no! Oh no!
Funny Bee able to take out KP via the ult. And this save round not looking good. Bunny Bee just farms them down. The ace stolen by Katsumi, but still 4 kills for Bunny Bee. And that round looks impressive for Xset. Although it was a save that Shopify was not expected to win. And they got an ult out of Xset. They were definitely not hoping to just get shut down so easily there.
So don't flash at all. And you catch somebody waiting for that anti-flash mode. What a great follow-up. Katsumi, not cool. But it's alright. It's, you know, it's whatever. Timeout for Shopify Rebellion there.
And you do look at Shopify, and although, you know, you see Benny B with 21 kills,
Shopify seemed to be stringing everything together, and then Xset just
which is very 21 kills, which is very impressive, and more than all of the Shopify players. It's not enough to necessarily carry Xset completely. The reason is because Shopify, look at their top 3 frags, 16, 16, and 15. That is really good kill consistency. Sonder and Lori are definitely leaving a room to be desired. But you just look at Xset, you can't really have a carry. You need all of your players to be playing at around the same level. But sometimes Bunny Bee is just able to really carry through, and obviously it's the duelist, so of course they're going to have more kills, but 10 more kills than your second frag isn't great. And if Shopify can do a good job of denying Bunny Bee vision, I think they could do a good job of putting themselves in a position to win this round.
Exactly. It's something you want maybe the star to support even on the defense for Xset into the later rounds. The Shopify Rebellion want to fight into the orb control that Xset is doing every round.
Bunny Bee takes out Sonder, but Lori trades it off. No more of that star duelist for Xset, and we'll see if Shopify can now take advantage of that. They've got 3 ults to use. We'll see if they're going to connect.
Viper's Pit really strong on the A side. I feel like B just gives a lot of room to walk around and be able to enter that Viper's Pit at any region. Oh, all goes down.
That lockdown comes out. It's going to give sight. The harbor wall comes out as well. Rise looking to do some damage, just holding down the Phantom and spraying through that wall. Spike will go down as well as that Viper's Pit. Shock Dart comes out looking to do some damage, and if it had hit, it might have been able to take out KP, but they do not connect. Although they know that one is main, may not be enough. Panday takes out KP, but it's traded off by Flowerful, not quite able to get away. Bob takes out Lori, Rise takes out Flowerful. Now it's into Benita in a 1v3. Has to push through because there's no vision or sound through that wall. Not quite able to push through. And this round does go to Xset, and it's looking like they may be able to take this map.
Have the guiding lights coming back up like they're just like that to get back into the site. Really helped Xset penetrate there with the defense that Shopify Rebellion had set up. These early frags, like you said, silence. We've just seen so many kills coming from Bunny B, traded or not. And there's one of them. Flashing to absolutely capitalize on the round for the side of Xset. And really great retake as a team. Like I said, I feel like Viper's Pit, well, it's really aggressive and it can push people around. There's just so many ways to enter it on this map that you have to have no charges everywhere.
Yeah.
That's exactly how Xset gets in. Just A-Focus, okay. They go hard A-Focus this time.
Mention it. They wanted to fight that orb.
It's going to be a save round here from Shopify, but you do see Sonder and KP forcing, hoping to maybe clutch up this round using those guns. Or pull it through using these guns. Spike is going to go down. And Xset not really in a position to retake quite yet. Just now going to be able to. And this retake is going to be strong. KP getting flushed out with the util. Going to get finished off. They know exactly where Lori is, and Bunny B just shoots the smoke to take them out. Oh, come on, Flowerful. Completely whips there, and Bunny Bay able to find those picks. The spike just going to be defused, and Benita not going to be able to do anything to defend it. Spike gets defused, Bob finishes it off, and it's a flawless round for Xset. And Shopify just continuing to push forward here. Sorry, Xset continuing to push forward here. I'm tired. Xset continuing to push forward here. And although going into this half, I thought it was going to go Shopify, their offense has just not looked that great. I do think they need to be taking better control of mid here, which is what they're doing, and it's a smart choice. Harbor Wall comes through. That dog was through art, and that gives Xset a bit of a hint as to where Shopify may be. So they start rotating towards art. Xset now rotating off of mid. Again, I think they've been lacking good mid control this whole time, and rotating off of mid here is not going to fix that issue. Benita takes out Panday, and now it's a 4 players left for Xset. Bunny B takes out Benita, and now it's a 4v4. Sonder comes in, takes out Rise. Now it's a 4v3 for Shopify. Bob takes out Sonder. Keeps it even. KP gonna go for the plant. The Hunter's Fury not actually gonna deny it. Or do any I think it did a little bit of damage to KP there. I could be wrong about that. So it's going to be kept even in a 3v3. Bunny B coming for the flank from main. Not going to be able to connect on anybody. Nobody's holding for main. They planted it. But they planted it for main. But no, again, nobody's holding there. KB going to take out Bunny B. Flowerful takes out Bob. And wonderfully executed from Shopify to keep them in this map. Keep them in this game. And they're going to now have the econ to full buy here. Starting to stabilize out for them. If they can secure another round here, their econ's really in a good spot. Xset, though, their econ's starting to look on a downward trend. They'll be able to full buy this round and next round. Next round off of a loss. So they're in an okay spot. They also have that neural theft to use. But both teams in a pretty similar spot econ-wise here. Both would want a win in order to start to really stabilize their econ, but both can afford a loss and still be able to buy next round. He's pretty heavily defended. Bunny B takes out Lori, but Sonder push up very aggressively, going to find the pick. And able to take out Sonder, though. Nobody for Shopify going to trade it off, although KP takes out Rise. Keep it even. Benita from B-Lane takes out Bob, and it leaves Panda and Katsumi in a 2v3. They're down a player. KP takes out Panda, and now it's a 1v3 for Katsumi, who is now going to be pushing from B-Link. It looked like maybe she was thinking about going for a flank, but going to be coming through B-Link now. Again, both teams can afford a loss here, but both teams would like the win in order to stabilize their econ. Katsumi finds the pick on KP, and now it's a 1v2. Starting to look winnable, but time is ticking. Gets tapped and not even taken out, but taps it again, and Flowerful going to be the one to get the kill on Katsumi. And Shopify on a win streak that may tie it back up. They just need one more to tie it up, and it seems whatever they've been doing these past 2 rounds is working out for them. And like I said, both teams could buy off of a round loss there, but both teams needed the win in order to stabilize their econ. Shopify took the win, so their econ's going to start to stabilize here, although it was an expensive round, so it's not super stable. It's still going to be stabilized here. And Xset, off that round loss, not going to be in a great place econ-wise, and now they're going to be looking to buy this, or to win this round in order to be able to buy next round. Also, they just want to be pushing for this 12th round. Shopify now getting ready for this A push, but now backing up and moving towards mid.
Right now, so you're right. The plants are going as well, mostly to KP here. The focus of the cove, I think, makes it pretty smart. You can give yourself that, know the timing, and really play off it a little bit better. Push towards A for Sonder. What are they changing?
Yeah, well, I mean, the signature copyright Mimi A Evil Cat Boperator.
Now Shopify coming in. It looks like they're going to be contesting A. Like maybe they were going to try mid, but that bird does come out A. Leaves many of Shopify exposed, but nobody's going to be there to cash in on it. The Harbor ult comes out. Bunny Bee takes out Sonder. They're preventing that push in. The Operator looking deadly on Bob, but it whiffs twice. And now Shopify going to be able to push in without worrying about it too much as it does get smoked off, but Rise going to defend the site. Shopify not looking good here. Laurie takes out Rise, but it's straight off by Bob, and now Flowerful alone in a 1v3. And Katsumi going to shut down any hope of a clutch. Wins that round, and now the 12th round secured for Xset. Shopify needs 2 rounds here to make it to overtime. It's not out of the picture. They had just gotten their econ in a decent spot. So they can full buy this round. But still not looking great for them. Shopify have 2 ultimates utilized as well, and that Phoenix ult has been very deadly for Bunny Bee. And Shopify knows to be scared of it and be wary of where it might be coming from. Now there's going to be 2 looking mid, 2 going A, and 1 watching B main. Although it looked like maybe Bunny Bee was testing the waters in mid to use her ult, she gets taken out by Sonder. No more Phoenix ult. There is a neural theft, but you have to get a kill first. So the player advantage is going to be in the hands of Shopify. Now they're running it down B. And this is going to be a good choice. B is pretty open. Some Cypher util and Panday, but it's 1 versus 4. Panday able to take out Sonder. It was 1v5. Takes out Laurie, who was very good and well played there. Does some good damage to KB through the wallbang as well. So now the player advantage in the hands of Xset. Nita takes out Panday finally, but the player advantage they once had is gone, and player count just going to be kept even. KP pushing out B-Link.
It allows to put KP rather in a close position with this shorty.
Is the 3v3. The retake needs to start from Xset. Katsumi takes out KP. And there's really just no time for Shopify. They need to start pushing. Or sorry, for Xset. Shock Dart takes out Rise. And yeah, there's no time. It was an expensive round for Shopify, and they really couldn't afford that many players being lost there. And although they did win, again, they couldn't really afford that many players being lost there, so they're not going to be able to full buy this round, which means this round is looking pretty solid for Shopify, or sorry, for Xset. I keep mixing them up for some reason. But this round does look pretty solid for Xset. So we could be looking at a win for them here. But not all of them are able to full buy at the same time. Rise is going to have a stinger. Downgrading to a sheriff. But that's still probably going to be having better guns overall. Maybe not the Guardian and Bunny Bee. We'll see. And Shopify is aggressing in through mid to Art here. Now, they haven't really done an Art push yet. So this is the first time we're really... the first time we're really seeing that. Bunny B takes out Sonder, and again, that Phoenix ult looks deadly. Didn't get to use it the previous round, but uses it now. This spike now going down. And the Viper's Pit is coming out. Although Shopify has not really been able to play this Viper's Pit well previously. Panday takes out Lori, widening that gap in the player advantage that Xset has. And Neural Theft going to be big. Benita's still able to take out Bunny B, though. And Flowerful going to take out Panday. That keeps it even in a 3v3. Cosmic Divide is going down. They know it's being diffused. They sort of have to check it here. Viper's Pit does go down. Flowerful holding it well. Takes out Bob and Rise. Now she's down to Katsumi. She doesn't know that the spike is going down, but the Nanostorm comes out regardless. Takes Katsumi out. 4 kills for Flowerful to well play that round. And honestly, it was pretty much a clutch from her. And that's going to keep it going. We're going to overtime. This is only the first map. And again, this is Xset's map. So regardless of if Xset wins this is the map they chose. And this is Pearl, which we know Xset typically does well on. So the fact that they're not able to just, roll through Shopify here is not a good sign for the next maps to come.
That's the last 2 rounds too. Yeah, that's incredibly 24, 16, and 4. Can't overstate it. Across the map, Spike's going over towards B now.
Look at Shopify. Nobody on B.
Maybe play for mid-noise initially. Actually, it's contact for them.
Yeah.
Both guiding lights there for Lori. They quickly take quite a bit of space here.
Bob with that operator. Gonna take out Sonder. A little bit of a cringe play to buy op in overtime, but whatever you gotta do for a win, and that's what Bob does here. Lori gonna take out Panday though, so it's gonna be kept even in a 4v4. We need a jump peeking out. Bob fires it, but pretty late after that jump peek comes out, so Benita gonna get away with her life, and it also gives up where Xset is going. Now Xset backing up. Looks like they may be looking to rotate out.
Now there's no timing on a toxic screen. There's no timing.
Watching Hall, and Benita is Hall, but they're not gonna peek out. And that wall goes up. But it looks like Xset is still pushing into B, although maybe they're waiting for Bunny B to make noise on A before pushing, but may just get spotted anyway. Benita gonna take out Bob. Katsumi takes out Benita. Killjoy Util on A, definitely creating a little bit of confusion, but KP takes out Rise and Katsumi, and now they know where it is that Bunny B is, and there's only 10 seconds left. Gotta push for it. Gets flashed as well. You've got 6 seconds to make something happen. 4 seconds, no time to plant, and now Shopify just plays back, going in for the kill. Lori gonna be the one to finish off Bunny B. 3 players left alive, but Econ doesn't matter, because we're in overtime. Shopify takes the first round. They just need one more round, and they're moving into their offense. Now, Shopify's offense was actually worse than their defense. So, both teams had a better defense than offense. So, it's pretty much whichever team can slip up on their offense, or sorry, on their defense first, meaning they lose the defensive round. Whichever team loses the defensive round first is the one that is probably going to pay the price of the match. Although it was still pretty even.
One more kill to allow a reckoning to happen. 4KB as Saunders trying to create space.
Sonder comes out. It's a 4v5 as Bunny B takes out Sonder. Panday takes out KP. Sorry, Bob takes out KP. Panday gets a kill. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. You can tell I'm hungry and tired. Benita gets taken out by Bunny B in a flawless round. And again, it's whichever team can pull through or fumble on their defense first.
So good to see in overtime.
And that's not going to be Xset this time around. Now they're going to have to try and poke holes through the defense of Shopify, and this could be the start of a pretty long back and forth. The potential that these teams have to continue this back and forth is definitely pretty great.
Each one seems definitive for the team.
Yeah.
Right? Shopify Rebellion takes one. They just absolutely wipe the site. Whether it's an aggressive take or, Xset will take one. You see how Xset does this time on their attack. They look like they're going to play towards mid. And that's just going to be a quick dart over from Bob here to make sure they can push safely towards Art and not get flanked by Art. Quick switch up on Nico.
Benita nearly takes out Bunny Bee with that wall bang, but the heals are gonna come through. Now that Skydog comes through as well, looking to find anybody, but nobody's connector or B-Link that will be seen. Benita is B-Link, but not really peeking it. Peeking it now, jump peeking.
Trying to go for that because all of that utility is still on this B side. Still could be very useful into the mid round now.
Super patient about what they're taking, but also leaving behind quite a few breadcrumbs. You can see Panday still in mid, able to work this Art if they want it, and waiting for that dart to come out from Lung for recon here. So going to be walking into a full trap of Flowerful at this point. If they do choose, it could be a quick rush through that middle to Art.
30 seconds left.
No, the stars go down, Vansilli. That's the cue.
Oh, yeah.
Now Xset turning their attention towards B. Bunny Bee finds the pick on Powerful. Gets the heal up as well as the health going to be there for Bunny Bee. And just assuming B-Link is clear. Why? Panday's going to find 2 off of that, and Benita takes out Bunny Bee, but the damage is done. Benita takes out Panday, but traded off of Katsumi. Lori able to take out Rise, but it's a 1v2. Player advantage just not there. Sends the flash out. The suck comes off. He does have to be stuck here. And Bob gonna finish Lori off. And this round does go to Xset. I said whichever team can lose the defense first, they're probably gonna lose the match. Whichever team can win their offense first is probably gonna win. And Xset has secured a win on their offense, so now all they need to do is put up a good defense, which again, both teams had a better defense than offense. So it's up to Xset now. If they can put up a good defense against Shopify's offense, they can secure the win on this map.
That's a big lesson learned right there. We'll move on.
That was like
round 28. Round 28. Drone's gonna come out quick here. A lot of space being taken by Xset, but they actually have to move on B if this is where Shopify Rebellion is going to end.
Xset taking a very aggressive mid hold. Early pick there. Flowerful gonna find 2. Finally gets traded off by Katsumi, but damage done. The player advantage already in hands. Shopify. Katsumi gonna take out Benita, hoping to gain or keep it even, but Lori trades that off. So it's gonna be a 3v2 for Shopify. Panday left alone to lock down this site. The tripwire gets destroyed, and Panday's ready for the push in, but Saunders still going to win the exchange. Now Bob is alone in a 1v3. Gets concussed as well, and this spike is going to go down with no pushback. Now it's up to Bob. Play a 1v3.
You already have Saunder all the way up towards Heavens, and that will not be watched by Bob. She's going to move in unaware. Shot darts moving forward towards that pillar, and there's that timing.
And Saunder takes Bob out, finishes it off, and I did say whichever team won their offense first would probably win it, but Shopify is still going to be able to clutch that situation up.
Hope everybody's got their popcorn.
And it looks like, again, I said this overtime has some really long, it has potential to go really long. With how well both these teams are playing and how well both these teams know this map. Again, this is where it's starting to punish Xset for having that carry, because still, Bunny Bee is 10 kills above the rest of her team. versus you look at Shopify and you see how like well put together their top 3 frags are. Now I think if you average it out, it's still more kills for Xset in those top 3 frags, but the bottom 2 for actually I think Xset might have more kills here. 32, 54, 60, 72, 87, 91, 101. Xset has 101, 49, 60, 70, 82, 94. So yeah, Xset does have more kills. But regardless, Shopify's still able to keep it even.
Such rebels.
Such rebels. You can tell.
This round on the attack, though.
Thunder hoping to do some damage, just looking down long, but jump peak not gonna get hit.
Had jump spots coming in from both ends. Saundra with the Vandal herself. Trying to ADS from the back of the halls. About to go for the jump spot. Not sure she saw anything. Oh, well, she definitely saw some people there. So there you go. Off that timeout, going back to the fundies, making sure that we're breaking.
Shock darts coming through, clearing any killjoy util. There is none, but it's just to make sure it's not there. Flash does come through, but Xset's still not engaging. And Yonder just making sure they're still there. To spot them, looking to maybe find an early pick. Maybe it takes just a tiny bit of damage, but it's not going to matter. And now KP making sure to watch B-Link here. As KP is crossing through connector. Wall comes down and Saunders ready for it. Takes out Bunny B. The wall continues to stay up from Benita. Xset gonna take out. Oh, good execution from Xset. Gonna clear all the players on the site, and the spike's gonna go down just in time. One player left alive. Shopify needs to 1v3.
Just hitting it with a few flashes. Almost contact style as everybody rushed through the close portion of the wall, right? Really covering the flanks, anchoring the shots. That was impressive in how they
Crossing around here. Tripwire.
It looked like they were kind of just stuck behind the wall forever.
Everything back. Been recalled instantly. We're using both of the stars.
Goes to tap it again. Silverdart comes out, and they're just gonna push her. And she does get taken out. This round goes to Xset. Another offensive win here for Xset, but we've seen that happen before, and Shopify just returned with an offensive win of their own.
The hopes of getting a perfect record on Pearl.
Oh my God.
In this Game Changers.
That was neat. That was the first time we saw them not do the flame wall, like you said.
Xset really fighting for this win. And already I know that if Xset does get the win on this map, it's probably the only win they're going to get against Shopify here. Like the caster said, if Xset does secure this win, they will have maintained a flawless run on Pearl in Game Changers. Aggressively pushed up from Xset, not ready for Lori, for Shopify to be pushing out for some reason. They just assumed, you know, we're pushing up where they're going to be pushing us, but surely they won't be there. And they were. It's going to be a 5v3 for the remaining Shopify players, but or sorry, for the remaining for the remaining Shopify players. Xset in a 3v5 gonna have to figure out how they want to clutch this situation when the spike's down, and it's been down for a little while now. Do got to start moving, making moves. Sunder is cleared out of hall, as in she's not in it, while Xset is trying to clear it. Lori gonna take out Bunny B. Katsumi digs out Lori, but it's gonna be traded off by Flowerful. Flowerful also gonna be the one to take out Rise. The offensive win is secured by Shopify, and this continues. This overtime does continue here. I think the longest overtime I've seen so far this season is 18 and 16 was the final score. And that was TSM versus the Guard in Challengers. Which, in case you are just like unaware, that is an insane amount of time that went by for that. It's 34 rounds, which is just a ridiculous amount. I'm hoping we don't get to that point here. Although, again, I said this does have the potential for a really long overtime. That's what we're seeing here.
That's 3 stars placed down and both smokes being used up. Trying to get it timing off. Unfortunately, no hits there onto
Sonder takes out Bob. Early pick there. Seems the op finally maybe paying off for Sonder, who's had a little bit of trouble with the operator. Benita takes out Bunny B. Rise takes out Benita. Lori takes out Rise. Katsumi and they each with their own kills, and it's gonna keep it even. Spike's still not down, but it's about to go down. And Katsumi. This flank is coming through from KP, but there is a Cypher trip. And KP can jump over it. Flowerful gonna take out Panday, and the flank coming through from KP. I didn't even think that was. I did not think you could jump over that. But you know what? He gave it. I doubt she thought she could jump over it either. But she did. She did jump over it. I applaud the effort, and it did pay off. So. But like I said, both of these teams had a better defensive during the main game phase than offensive rounds. Although it may not seem like it, since both teams have had better offensive rounds in overtime. And I don't necessarily. Yeah, I still think this could very much still go to Xset on their defense, because again, both teams had a better defense than offense. I mean, both of these teams got to be getting tired by now. Again, both of these teams also have a timeout to use. If they're not using it, it tells you that they just don't know if there's anything else that can be improved right now. There's no re-strategization that they can really use right now in their minds. I definitely think, obviously, it's not perfect play. But, yeah, if the coaches don't think anything can be improved, they don't have to call a timeout. They do have the option to call those timeouts. But again, they don't have to. Benita takes out Bob. It's looking like maybe Shopify will end this very lengthy overtime.
Look at the shift coming out for Shopify Rebellion. All 5 players now moving in towards the A site. Looking for a split. Benita's still lurking.
Now they're pushing into A. It's going to be combated by 2. And Rise is not far behind. Katsumi takes out Sonder. Now it's an even playing field, but the health really not there for Katsumi. Gonna have to go for the heal, which gives Shopify time to plant. And the Harbor ult is up. KP gonna take out Katsumi. Katsumi. Don't necessarily know how to pronounce that. But, ooh, Lori takes out Bunny Bee. It's gonna be a 4v2 now. Ooh, Rise takes out KP, though, so it's gonna be a 2v3 for Xset. Time is ticking, though. They need to start this execution. Oh, Rise. Not gonna find Flowerful, and Lori finally takes out Panday. And after a very lengthy overtime, Shopify Rebellion does take it, which means Xset no longer has a flawless run on Pearl, and Shopify's at match point. And keep in mind, that was Xset's pick. Xset chose that map. So the fact that they did not win it, and that it was so close, just goes to show you that Shopify probably going to win their map pick. And like I predicted, a 2-0 victory may be in the cards, although it's much closer than I thought it would be. It does still seem as though it is going to go in that direction. Yeah, you can see, like, overall, the player performance, I think all maps, well, of course, all maps, an hour-long match, Jesus, yeah, I mean, just an impressive performance across the board. Most players are actually positive for both teams, which is, of course, doubly impressive. I mean, I obviously more kills came through for Xset, but towards the end there in that overtime, I think Shopify ended up with more kills. Obviously it took the overtime to get there, but they did get there. Now we're just gonna. I hope it's not too long of a wait, although I'm sure the teams need time to recoup after a very very long match. I'm surprised my voice is not dying. I guess it did not want to die this time around. I guess I'm glad for that because that means I'm gonna be able to stream tomorrow. I said I was gonna stream either way, but this way I can actually cast the game. Yeah, pretty much just waiting here. I mean, we can take a look at we can take a look at the clips here. I'm sorry, I'm like browsing Twitter at the same time. I'm getting, I don't want to say I'm getting bored, but I'm definitely getting antsy. I'm also very hungry. I've been hungry this whole time, but I'm still hungry. So yeah.
As the ult came up, and then some flashes coming through, and Honeybee gets.
Actually, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna full screen this. I'm just gonna go grab a plate of food, and I'll be right back.
That was just the first map here that we have for
They seriously
Shopify
started as soon as I said I'm
Rebellion
gonna
and
go get
Xset
food.
fighting their way to make their way into the grand finals. And so many rounds of overtime before Shopify Rebellion finally managing to close it
Alright,
out.
I guess
But
I won't leave.
fuck, if that's how things are going to be starting off, well, this series has already just been a delight. I'm excited to see where it goes from here.
A very strong start from both teams. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion walks away with the victory, but it was never guaranteed to either team. And a part of that was just the way that individuals were playing. You've got Bunny B popping off at 33 and 27, 13 first bloods. Now, obviously, there's a lot of bonus rounds in there as it plays out to 32 total. But that's pretty wild. No one even comes close to that number. I think the closest person is 4, which is coming in from Flowerful. So it really gives you an idea of the impact that Phoenix play has been having for the side of Xset. Unfortunately, that performance just not enough, and a large part of that was due to the way that they were playing as a team and also just the clutch potential that you have from some of these players, looking specifically at a player like Flowerful, who you're going to see a lot in some of these highlights.
Yeah, I think we started to question over the last couple days, like, can Xset bleed on Pearl? They were looking so dominant, but you know, I think obviously Shopify has been a favorite coming into this event. We saw KP get a really nice ace today. Flowerful's come out to play, that player that we don't necessarily talk too much about all the time, yet again pops off in the moments that matter the most.
Let's not forget too that Xset only got 13 rounds total in the last game they played against Shopify Rebellion. It was 6 on Icebox, 7 on Split. Now, I know that this goes to overtime, so it deviates the stats just a little bit. But this is 15 total from Xset, and they had to hit 12 just to get there. So they were 1 away in regulation from their round total in the previous series. So it's a massive uptick in performance from Xset. Unfortunately, they do fall just a little bit short, and you can see just the numbers stacking up. Bunny B had a great game coming in at 33 and 27, 313 ACS, 13. That's not a typo. 13 first bloods coming in as the Phoenix. Really no surprise. We've seen that from Bunny B already on this map. But it's hard not to focus on Flowerful. Flowerful played really well, even though they don't sit at the top of the charts there for Shopify Rebellion. Flowerful was incredibly impactful throughout the series, just in this first map.
Yeah, Flowerful was having a really, really good game, and especially too when it came into later rounds when it looked like Xset can maybe close things out. Flowerful is really impactful in making sure that this team could make it into the overtime and then was able to deliver their Sapphire. And we don't talk about Flowerful enough, but in this series, definitely worth talking about her.
Yeah, so many like frag rounds, an anchor on her site. Just a really good performance from her. It kind of gave me flashbacks to the World Championship last year when pretty sure Flowerful was nearly like double her team's frags in the grand finals against G2. Like, she's an absolute star and really crushed it on Pearl.
8 multi-kill rounds. 8 out of that whole series. A 1v1, a 1v2, and a 1v3 clutch. Incredible performance. Obviously, all of those situations keeping the scoreboard a little bit closer in a game where it goes to overtime. Without those performances, without those plays, that never gets there. That's closing out in regulation. So even though it's not enough from Xset, the fact that there's a player on Shopify who's stealing those rounds away kind of shows you that Xset has what it takes. Because if Xset had won those situations, if Xset had been the best in those 1v3s, the 1v2s, the 1v1s, they would have been walking away victorious with this first map victory, which makes things a little bit difficult for them because now they're moving into map 2, and this is a map we talked about coming into today. They haven't played this at all. Like, Sierra, this is not their map pool whatsoever.
No, so this is really interesting with how the map picks and bans went, with things going not so great last time on Icebox and deciding to let this fracture through. And Shopify Rebellion, yes, they took a hard loss to this earlier to V1, but this is still a pretty good map for them. So they're going to be picking it up, and this is going to be our first look at what Xset's able to offer. They don't play it. Last time they played it, I believe, was like last summer, and it didn't look too great then either. So I'm really intrigued with what they have workshopped, because if they letting it through, there has to be some degree of, hey, we can take this map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're gonna come in, and we've talked about it all day. Like, they're gonna rely on their individual play here. They did not like the looks that they saw in Icebox against Shopify a day or two ago, and so they're gonna try their luck on Fracture. But then on Shopify's side, like, this is where it becomes Sondering time. We know that this is one of her home maps where she feels very comfortable on with that Neon generally.
I think the only thing you're taking as maybe a potential solace here is that because you came into this one without anyone expecting anything from you on this map, you can be like, hey, like, we're coming in blind. No one knows what we bring to the table. It should be good. Also, you know that Shopify just got bodied on this map. Version 1 beat them 13-2. Both of those rounds coming in the tail end of their defensive half. They lost 10 straight before winning 2 rounds, and then they lost the pistol and the ensuing 2 rounds after that to lose the map. So ultimately, if you're Shopify, you're not coming into this map feeling super confident after the way that just went. And you also have no idea what to expect from this Xset roster, because you even mentioned it, Sierra. Yeah, they played it in July. That was a completely different roster. Not even just like 1 or 2 players left over. Like, no one from that team still plays on Xset. It's a completely different team. So even that little tiny sample size we have doesn't even apply here. We have absolutely no idea what they're going to bring to the table here on Fracture.
Yeah.
And with Shopify Rebellion 2, that loss that they had earlier going up against version 1, it kind of seemed something that was a little uncomfortable considering what they were going up against. Version 1, of course, is such a strong team, but also bringing out a pick in this Gecko, and it seemed really difficult for Shopify Rebellion to be dealing with. So when you're looking at Xset and this whole, do they bring, can they catch
at least Shopify
Rebellion
won,
off
and I'm
guard
pretty
Sapphire?
certain
I
they're
feel
gonna
like that could actually be
take the win
really
here. Now we're
valid
starting the
going into
match.
this.
Yeah, I mean that's
just
one
get
of the
through
things
it. We can get through it. Let's go. Let's just get through this. All right, these are some interesting picks. Sonder on Neon again. I still don't like Neon necessarily on Fracture. I think this is one of the only maps Neon will work on. But I just don't disagree. Or sorry, I just disagree here. But also double controller for Xset instead of a sort of double initiator. It'll be interesting. So we should see a little bit of a more offense-sided play from Shopify. And this is a defense-sided map, so that definitely could be helpful in this case. And we'll see if that is where it ends up going, or not. That's pretty much where we're at. Go ahead and hide the robot and let's let's just get through. I'm copying more and more the longer that I go, and it's my body trying to get me to stop, but I won't. I will power through this, and we will push through. We'll 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 push through. If I keep saying it enough, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's fine. All right, let's just get into it. Come on, let's start the game. Let's start the game. I just want to get this over with. It's Fracture. We have not seen Xset on Fracture like the casters talk about in a very, very long time. I mean, I've never seen Xset play, but I've also only been watching pro play for Valorant for about a year. So, you know, but that's still a good chunk of time that I haven't seen Xset play. You know, so that does go to show you. That it doesn't look like Xset will be having a good run here, if you ask me. And they let it through this time instead of letting Icebox through. And of course, Shopify, who has experience on Fracture, immediately took that opportunity. And of course, that doesn't mean Xset doesn't practice Fracture, but the fact that they've been banning it so adamantly throughout the entirety of Game Changers does tell you they don't feel confident on it. And I think we'll see that lack of confidence come through. And of course, as I say that, this pistol round is looking very chaotic. Just to start out in arcade, trade's not really coming through. Actually, as Xset is gonna end up a player. Although Flowerful gonna deny the only player that's been pushed into A any chance of continuing to take site and gets the kill there. Bob is down to 2 HP. Rise with 50 HP in this round. Like it could go in the favor of Shopify, although Sonder and Lori both on half health. Lori getting wary that it might be a push into heaven for these players, holding it with that right click holding it with the classic waiting to right click. Knife comes through, no util. Bob making her way towards that main, but it is watched by Sonder. Now these players are coming out. And just a complete whiff from Lori, and Sonder doesn't know where to look as Bob comes through. Gonna find that pick. Flowerful, though, in a position to 1v3 clutch. Definitely has the health for it. Shoots through the box. 4 kills for Flowerful. And it's a 1v3 clutch for Flowerful. And already off to a good start for Shopify. Getting that first pistol round. Maybe a little bit disappointing to start off that round. That was weird. Maybe a little bit disappointing to start off that round. Let's send it to the casters. Whoa, what is happening right now? The overlays is it's completely freaking out. Well, that's not my problem. So, anyways, it's gonna be a force buy coming through from Shopify, and so that means that this round should go to them. Xset gonna be looking to just find some kills here and deny a good bonus next round for Shopify. We'll see if that denial is going to come through. Sonder finds a kill, sends the concussions out. Lori going to capitalize on it, and now it's a 5v3 for Shopify. And they have managed to use that gun advantage to their advantage. Like I said, was pushing through arcade, but now looks like they're just going to go through tunnel. Low Bob with the spike gets spotted and taken out by Sonder, who's now just going to hold the spike. Has to be retaken by Rise here. But Rise backs up. They do get a little bit of vision with a Cypher Cam, but now both Panday and Rise have to try and play for this spike. Sonder takes out Panday and nearly 4 kills. I thought it was 4 kills, but Lori takes out Rise, and it is a flawless round for Shopify. Well played there. Going to continue to, or it's going to start some momentum here, but it will be a full buy from Xset here, and so they will have the gun advantage, so they should take this round. Shopify, though, will be in a position to deny good round momentum and get a few good kills of their own here. And deny, Shopify in a position to, basically deny econ momentum for Xset. See, Shopify pushing out a little bit aggressively here through B main. Smoke goes down to allow KP and Sonder to start to push out. Meanwhile, the majority of Xset now pushing into A. Powerful going to take out Bunny B. No entry frag. Meanwhile, over in B main, KP does find that pick on Rise. They go through the Cypher trip. It's destroyed. Now, Xset knows that there might be some flank. I don't know how many, though. Bob takes out Flowerful, but Benita takes out Katsumi. Pandey, though, takes out Benita. It's going to be 3v2. They know where Pandey is. Sonder ready. Takes him out. Now they know where Bob is as well. Sonder looking to peek here. Decides not to. And now going to just back up. You know Bob has spike, though. Lori going to peek. Knows Bob is running. Bob still decides to peek out. Not going to get punished for it either. Waiting for Shopify to push him. Or her. I keep doing that. Waiting for Shopify to push her. Able to find the pick on Sonder, but Lori takes out Bob. And this bonus round is a really good for Shopify, who's able to secure the round. Means their econ going to be in a really nice spot here. And this momentum is really starting to pick up here for Shopify. And we knew they were probably going to take Fracture here. But I'm not anticipating a super dominant performance from Shopify. Though it's looking like Shopify may want to move in that direction. Do have a lot of good momentum to work with right now. That Xset just doesn't. 2 ults in the hands of Shopify as well to try and use to win this round if they want to, but they can also just save it for the next round, which will be a buy round from Xset. Benita takes out Pandey. Sonder takes out Bunny B. Now it's a 5v3 for the remaining Shopify players. Looks like Xset gonna be pushing into B here. It's gonna be a 2v2 on B site. Bob destroys the Cypher util. Now Flowerful and Loria turn their attention towards the incoming from main. Now, what Shopify doesn't know is the rise on drop, but never mind, KP takes her out. Sonder takes out Katsumi, but that leaves Bob alone. A nasty shot there, gonna maintain, or going to make another flawless round here for Shopify. Who is continuing to dominate Fracture. I mean, this is sort of what we expected, but maybe not this heavily. We're going to have the first full buy from both sides. Although the fact that Shopify did win a bonus round where they were on a light buy against Xset, who was on a full buy, doesn't bode well for Xset now that they're on a full buy, but Shopify has a full buy of their own. Both teams have 2 ults. There's a Neon ult for Shopify, and then the Rolling Thunder for Xset. And both teams have a Neural Theft to utilize. Of course, a Neural Theft means you have to get kills first, and see if that will happen here. Bunny B getting ready to entry onto site. Takes out KP. And may want to start this entry. Rolling Thunder comes out. Katsumi takes out Lori. Sonder able to take out Katsumi, pushing in. It's a little bit chaotic and awkward pushing through those smokes, but Xset still going to be up a player, finally getting that spike to start going down. Flowerful's been on B for quite a while, now pushing over. And A takes out Sonder, but traded off by Benita. Although Shopify can't really afford trades because they're down players. Bob takes out Benita, and now it's down to Flowerful in a 1v3. I don't know if this is going to be another 1v3 clutch from Shopify. No, it isn't, as Rise finishes Flowerful off. Xset finally wins a round, and it was a full buy from them. They really did want to win, but the econ stability that Shopify already had going into that round, not going to impact them. That loss not really going to impact them. They're going to be able to full buy this round. Should be in a position to continue to full buy at least this round, and then probably the next round after, assuming they don't lose, flawless. They don't get flawless or anything like that. Shopify does have 3 ults to use. I believe Sonder used that neon ult. What just happened? I didn't even. I blinked and it was over. Xset completely destroys that push out of arcade. That neon ult was not used. I was wrong. I just had a weird visual bug on Saunders UI, but I mean that was I don't even know what I just saw. Now Xset has 4 ults to utilize to try and secure this round. Shopify is yet to use any ults of their own. It's going to be a full buy from Shopify. That neon ult gonna be what Saunders using.
Single-handedly, rather, right by the dish, right here. And now it has some support from Katsumi as they're trying to walk forward. Saunder waiting around the corner.
Saunder waiting for vision before using that neon ult, but not gonna get the chance to use it. Lori looking to punish, gonna be able to. Finds 2 picks. Low on health, still watching Zat. Still no ults have to be utilized by Shopify to gain the player advantage. Now Xset turning their attention towards A main. Rise is Rise has been lurking. She's been lurking B pretty much every or the opposing site every time, and it doesn't really affect the way Shopify plays. Now this time it may. And now this Rolling Thunder gonna come out to prevent the plant. And the Brim ult comes out as well, so Benita's able to take out Bob. Lori takes out Pinday, and now it's down to Rise, who catches KP off guard now. Not a 1v4, but a 1v3. Still going to be very difficult for them to play, as Rise does have to get to the spike.
Now the window has passed. Camera up. How's that song go again, chat? The Rise is just waiting there. Tapping on to the dart, and we're playing it very...
Gets spotted by that dart and spends quite a while stalling, trying to figure it out. And Benita gonna take Rise out. Time was ticking. Rise had to move. And stable econ, pretty much stable econ for both teams. Maybe Shopify's was looking a little bit worse going into that round. But what I'm trying to say is Xset, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be able to buy this round. And Shopify still has that neon ult to use. As there was not an opportunity for Shopify to use it for Sonder. I'm sorry, I can't remember the player names right now. I'm dying. The showstopper coming into A, looking for a pick. Gonna see Flowerful, doesn't do very much damage though. Lori takes out Rise and Flowerful takes out Bunny Bee. Katsumi and Band-Aid get trade picks though, so it's gonna keep it even in a 3v3. Now Shopify coming for the flank through drop. Through Sat and into drop. That neon ult. Oh, Band-Aid gonna be able to stop it. Lori gonna trade that off though, so it's gonna remain even with a 2v2, and Lori has that KO ult. Although it will run out. And Bob and Katsumi executing beautifully, gonna finish it off. And Xset gets another round. Although Shopify still has that round advantage, it's still possible that Xset takes the advantage going into the next half. As long as they can prevent Shopify from getting to that 6th round. And it looks like Shopify is going to be forcing this round. Which means Xset has a good opportunity to try and make a comeback. And they're actually taking a timeout here. And I understand why. They want to push to make a comeback here that results in the advantage for them going into the next half. And although they did just win a round, they are losing. So there definitely are holes in their offense and the way that they've been playing that can definitely be patched up here. Viper's Pit on Rise does look pretty useful.
Being fairly aggressive on retaking on the extremities more than rotating through spawn. Does Xset want to go through some sort of place to fight back in that spawn should they have the numbers?
Yes, this should do.
Again, I'm really starting to tire out here.
Different wall. Look here on the attack.
course, as I say that, I start coughing. You can really tell how dead I am. Xset getting ready to aggress B. They're doing a little bit of a traditional setup where you send the bulk of your team into main, and then you send your Cypher through the back of the site, in this case through arcade. Flowerful able to lock down the site, takes out Bunny and Rise. 2-for-1 special, gonna be good. The Judge and Benita gonna be good for one as well. Finds a pick. Turns their attention towards Rope. Panday gonna take Benita out though, but the player advantage still in the hands of Shopify. Although Bob doesn't know where at least Sonder is. Bob gonna take out KP. Sonder gonna trade that off, and of course Xset can't afford trades. You're down a player. You're not in a position to trade. Not gonna be able to take out Sonder either, who wins that exchange, although barely. Does still win it. And now Shopify has secured 6 rounds, and Xset does not have a chance to gain the advantage going into the next half, and Shopify is definitely in a position to take the advantage going into the next half. Although we are closing in on the end of this half. And again, Xset can still tie it up, but it's gonna be difficult. Rice does still have that Viper's Pit, and it looks like Xset will be forcing this round, so we may see that Viper's Pit come out. Sonder pushing up, sends that Concuss out, probably could have gotten some earlier picks had that Concuss not gone up, but still able to find 2. So going to be a 5v3 for Shopify here. And Day over on B, trying to catch Flowerful, but doesn't quite get that pick.
Everybody's looking at each other. Yeah. It's like the spots are identified, right? Even Flowerful's still looking behind. Waiting for those flanks. Close. Just testing.
All right, got a little bit of love tap.
Come to my Judge over here.
Good damage done to Bunny Bee there in A main. Now the spike is in the hands of Shopify, so Xset needs to play this retake of the spike. And now my voice really starting to to fall apart here. Good damage done to Rise as well, and it's looking like this round will not go the way of Xset. Panday, though, from CT, gonna find that pick on Benita. Honeybee trying to stall out the team and give her teammates some time to try and move in. But we're able to take out Rise, but it seems the Sonic from Bunny Bee may be working. So Panday gonna get taken out by Sonder, and Sonder also gonna take out Bunny Bee. 4 kills for Sonder. She really locked down this round for Shopify, and now Shopify has taken the advantage going into the next half. Now, how much will that advantage be? That's what Xset's job is to deny. Their job is to deny any additional rounds here for Shopify and close up that gap as much as they can. And they're forcing to do so. They keep forcing, and at this point, it makes sense. But I don't know if it'll work out for a win. They do have 2 ults to use, but again, I don't know if it'll work out for them. Maybe he has those. I think they're called bounce packs. I'm not entirely sure. Bomb packs. But I was gonna say she should probably start using them. Use those bomb packs, get in there, and she does. She does have that Judge, and it does take out Lori. Does not quite take out Sonder. Does a little bit of damage to her. KP just runs in right past Bob. Bob does finally get that kill. Well, Band-Aid takes out Sonder, so that means the player advantage is in the hands of Xset. This round could go in their favor. With that Viper's Pit, it's going to be difficult for Shopify to play around it. Gun starts to peek through, and Rise is ready for it. Meanwhile, Benita takes out Bob, but trades are not what Shopify can afford, and Rise takes out Benita. This round, Benita, and this round does go to Xset. And they're in a position to start to try and gain some ground here, although they did have to use an ultimate Let's secure that round.
That sounds weird, but you said they have an alt orb. They can
So now they only have 2 this round, and they don't have that Viper's Pit, obviously.
planting or the alt point from planting to use it after. Really interesting way.
When did Viper's Pit cost? When did they change it so it cost 8 ult orbs?
Just using sound alerts before they get.
I thought it only cost 7. That's my bad.
This deep wall is here again that allows that lurk for Xset. They are going towards A. The deep Viper
Guess
wall,
I'm dumb.
I should say.
But
Gets hit by a huge 0 point.
Always coming from behind.
The jig is up over there for now. Yeah.
Xset is getting ready to launch this B attack. Still no engagement from either side. Now, Xset actually has better guns here.
Maybe first time Xset has numbers on this game. Let's see what they do.
Vermal forces Lori out of heaven, and Lori finds a pick while being forced out, which is going to mean it's kept even. Good damage done to Bob as well. The Brim ult going to do some damage, and it ends up taking out Bob, who was already low on health. Kasumi from heaven, though, going to take out Benita. KP going to take out Panday, though, and the Neon ult going to go chase down Katsumi. And now, with 2 players left alive, Shopify takes another round here, and they're going to have the 8-4 advantage going into the next half.
8-4 on their map. The retakes just seem so quick. When you have somebody like Sander running forward, being aggressive, causing chaos, you feel a little bit more comfortable to peek a corner, knowing somebody may be looking to see where that neon went. Yeah. You have a bigger chance to catch people off guard.
And, this round is definitely looking, or sorry, this map is definitely looking like it's going to start leaning towards Shopify's advantage here.
Combination of breach up in tower and everybody playing towards this side with Lori. Yeah, they set up such a good defense. Props to Xset for being able to find their rounds. Bunny B on really good opening frags to make sure Xset could have a few of these rounds to work with.
Now into the second half, as we mentioned, the attempts of the lurks that were trying to be initiated by Panday, by Rise on this Cypher Viper setup. The advantage now that they have on a defense is delayed too with the setups they can have from the traps, from the one-way smokes. But instead, we're starting with an early push outside for a pinch on the north end.
Right, the kills being pretty much traded off here, but Bob does a really good job of getting those big core amount of kills for Xset. But again, it's not enough to give the player advantage to Xset. Shopify now running over to A, getting that spike down. They're going to be able to play post plant, although they don't have, you know, a pistol round. There's not a whole lot of util to play post plant with. KP and Flowerful, well played together. Gonna retake CT, or not retake CT, but push CT and get those picks. So it's gonna be 9-4. Shopify secured the pistol round, which means Xset's chance of, or hope of trying to close up that score is gonna be much more difficult now. Now Shopify's momentum is continuing, and you know they want that rematch with version 1. They want to play much, much better than they did earlier today against version 1 tomorrow. And it looks like Shopify may get their wish. It's going to be a forced buy from Xset. And I disagree with that decision. I don't think that's a good decision. But at the same time, Shopify is sort of running out of, or sorry, Xset is sort of running out of options here. They do need to start pushing. KP takes out Panday. I mean, start pushing for wins, not pushing on the site. Although they do need to start doing that. But the spike is going to go down for Shopify. Rise takes out Flowerful, though, which makes it means it's going to stay even. Now, whichever team loses this is going to be in a pretty bad spot financially because both teams are forcing here. Bunny B takes out Lori, though. KP able to take out Katsumi, Bunny B, Rise, and Bob gonna make it an ace for KP. That may just be a defining moment. This was a huge round for them to win as it denies Econ for Xset. And these rounds are starting to look like they are going to come to a close.
Okay, so one before, triple fault line. It's whatever. You saw it. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Fault, or Rolling Thunder back up. again. They're in their third round of the second half, and we're seeing it again. There's been so
Shopify gonna be taking bonus here. They honestly could force here if they wanted, but they are gonna take bonus. But they're still gonna have good guns and better guns here than Xset. Sunder does get concussed. Still pushing though. Manages to get a pick, but Bob and Bunny B locking down Heaven and Sight. The Rolling Thunder now gonna come through. It does stun everyone. Flowerful gonna take out Bunny B. KP takes out Rise. Bob takes out KP, which makes it a 1v1, but Flowerful does win that exchange. Even though, actually, Flowerful was the one player without a good gun there. Or a better gun than the Xset players there. Now it's gonna be a full buy from both sides. That was a save for Xset and a bonus for Shopify. It's gonna be a full buy from both sides. And Shopify did use their Rolling Thunder that round. Which means they don't have it to utilize this round versus Bob. For Xset does have a Rolling Thunder. And it looks like they may just go out and right out use it. Concussion just come out arcade, and they're definitely trying to challenge this. Benita takes out Bunny Bee, but Panday takes out Lori. Katsumi takes out Benita. Flashes do come through. Oh, I was gonna say kills are getting traded, but Sonder finds 3 and Flowerful finishes it off, and the 12th round is secured by Shopify. And Xset needs 8 rounds in a row. I keep doing that. Xset needs 8 rounds in a row, and they are not gonna be able to full buy this round. I hate to say it for Xset, but it is going exactly how I expected. A 2-0 win from Shopify. Although the first match went much closer than I was anticipating, it's still looking like it's going to be a 2-0 for Shopify.
But it's still stopped. Shopify Rebellion has an answer. Sonder in time comes through. The rest of the team capitalizes. One more round, Van Silly. The grand finals is there for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh man, Guardians to work with. 4 of them, only a Guardian. Xset back against the wall. Sonder moving.
Panday takes out Sonder. Bob takes out Lori. Benita takes out Panday. Could this be the start of the comeback Xset needs? They do have the player advantage right now. Rise takes out KP. Could this be it? It's a 2v4 for Shopify. I don't know if they're going to be able to clutch this up. This could be a good start to a comeback here, although Shopify's money just a little bit better than Xset's here. Bunny B takes out Benita, and now it's just down to Flowerful in a 1v4. Flowerful does get concussed, but gets away with the spike. Just holding this. And Flowerful, I was going to say, has the time to do so, but does get flushed out and right into the hands of Katsumi. And although it was the gun disadvantage for Xset, they did turn it into a win. And that force did seem to be a good choice. Well, I mean, they had to force. And it worked out. Although it will still be a full buy here from Shopify, and I think it should be a full buy from Xset as well. But no, Shopify playing it safe and taking a save round here, and I think that's a good choice. They don't have to force any rounds. They're up a lot of rounds here. They're in a really nice spot. They got room to breathe. They've got that Neon ult to use. They may as well try and use it.
They're going to resplit the map here. Spike does stay towards the top. Shopify Rebellion playing this quite well previously. Bunny B and the rest of the team have pushed up towards A, so it's going to be a retake of A here. This could really depend on who's coming through A halls in the end.
Even pissed that she got caught by another trapwire, and Showstopper comes in on the attack, but she
Katsumi takes out Flowerful. Bunny Bee takes out Sonder. KP able to trade that off, but Panday takes out KP. Lori takes out Bob, but Katsumi takes out Lori. That Brimo was used by Xset. Imagine they just did not assume it was a full buy or a save here, and I mean you can't blame them. Panday takes out Benita. This round does go to Xset, but it's a round they're supposed to win. It's a save round from Shopify. If Shopify did win that, I'd be very impressed. Shopify has 3 ults to use. Now that they're on a buy, you know they're going to use them. Panday has a Neural Theft, and that's the only ultimate that Xset has. This round looking like it's going to be pretty solid here for Shopify. and definitely give them a good shot of securing the win here.
Xset now getting a bit of that gamble read, right? Vansilli pushing themselves up and trying to find out where Shopify Rebellion is. And that's what they need to do. Xset needs the early info. Camera forward on B here, but it's fast to Sands for Shopify Rebellion. There goes Saunder.
And the gamble to just rush towards the A site. Perfectly read. Only one player playing inside A. It started off here with Rise. Null command does not allow any of that Viper.
Plant is going down. Site's been given up. Lowry takes that Rise. The early pick does go to Shopify, but it's traded off by Kitsumi. The Molly does go to clear the spike, or where the spike is, but KP has been allowed to just sit on it. The Molly does not land and completely cover that area, although it won't matter here now. Spike is being held. They do get it halved, but now they're getting off of it. Ults have come through. Saunder takes out Kitsumi, and it looks like this will be the end for Xset. There's no time. Panday has to stick it. Not going to be able to. KP takes Panday out. It was halved. Probably going to play it off a little bit more, but Shopify has secured the win, and they're going to the grand finals. Where does that put Xset? Xset has secured themselves third place, $7,000 and 50 circuit points. We'll see them in the in a few months, where they will get to try again to prove themselves and make it to the championship series. But for now, Shopify are going to be playing version 1 in the grand finals tomorrow for a rematch of what we saw earlier today. We'll see if Shopify is going to be able to play better this time around. I'm just going to go. I'm going to give my predictions tomorrow before the stream starts. I'm very hungry, very tired. I'm very sick. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you're not, I would hope you would consider it. And I'll see you all tomorrow.